Greetings, everybody. My name is Tech G, and I want to welcome you all to my CompTIA A Plus Core 1 course for exam number 220-1001. The information I will be presenting in this course is going to give you everything you need to know to successfully pass the CompTIA A Plus 220-1001 examination, assuming you study. The CompTIA A Plus certification is an entry-level computer certification for PC computer service technicians. The exam is designed to certify the competency of entry-level PC computer service professionals in installing, maintaining, customizing, and operating personal computers. So what skills are you going to learn? So the CompTIA A Plus 220-1001 exam will focus on 5 primary areas of study, which are also known as domains. You have the first domain that's going to focus on mobile devices, and that will make up 14% of the exam. This domain will focus on the installation and configuration of laptops and other mobile devices. We have domain 2 that's going to take up 20% of the exam. This domain will focus on various types of networks and connections, including TCP/IP, Wi-Fi, and SOHO, or small office, home office devices. Domain 3, that's going to focus on hardware, and that's going to take up 27% of the exam. This domain will focus on identifying, using, and connecting hardware, components, and devices. Domain 4 is going to focus on virtualization and cloud computing. That's going to take up 12% of the exam. This domain will compare and contrast cloud computing concepts and the setup of client-side virtualization. And the 5th domain is going to be hardware and network troubleshooting. This will make up 27% of the exam. This domain will focus on troubleshooting devices and network issues. All right, so let's talk about the CompTIA A Plus 220-1001 exam details. So the 220-1001 is the latest and greatest exam version, and this was launched January 15th, 2019. Now, at the time of this recording, CompTIA has not scheduled a retirement date for this exam, but normally 3 years after the launch of an exam is when you can expect for the exam to be officially retired, so they can begin introducing the latest and greatest version. The exam has a max of 90 questions. The questions are presented in multiple choice format. You'll have some drag and drop questions, and you will have some performance-based questions. The exam has a 90-minute time limit. In order to pass the 220-1001 exam, you will need to score a 675 out of a possible 900 points on the exam. That is 75% is what you need to score. It is recommended by CompTIA that a candidate have at least 9 to 12 months of hands-on experience in the lab or in the field. Now, based off of my professional experience, I've taught this class a gazillion times when I was in the U.S. military, and we used to teach this to people coming straight out of high school who didn't know anything about computers whatsoever. So this whole 9 to 12 months hands-on experience, I really wouldn't pay too much attention to it. Just go in there and study, do what you got to do, and you will pass this certification exam. Also, the exam is available in English, German, Japanese, Portuguese, Thai, and Spanish. The company that is responsible for administering the test is the Pearson VUE Testing Center, and the cost of the CompTIA 220-1001 exam is $226. Now, if you have a school email address, something that ends in .edu, when you go to CompTIA to purchase a voucher, you can possibly get up to 50% off the cost of this exam. But if you don't have that and you got to pay for this out of your own pocket, well, $226 is the price, ladies and gentlemen. What you're going to do, you're going to go to a website called Pearson VUE. It'll be home.pearsonvue.com. And once again, I will put links in the description box below. First thing you want to do is you want to go click on this link where it says for test takers. You're going to click on that. You're going to click on schedule an exam. You're going to click on that link. It's going to take you to this page right here. You're just going to scroll down. It's going to give you some useful information about all kind of wonderful things going on. You're going to want to click on schedule your exam right here. Then from there, it's going to give you some more useful information. Then it's going to say A to Z program list. You're going to want to click on the letter C for CompTIA. Then from there, it's going to present this drop down list. And then you're going to just scroll until you see CompTIA, which is right here. You're going to select CompTIA. And then from here, you are going to go about either signing in if you already have an account, or you're going to create an account. For this part of the video, I'm just going to be showing you guys a bunch of screenshots because some of this stuff requires me to put my personal information in there, and I'm not going to be showing you all my personal information. Like I said earlier, you're going to either sign in if you already have an account, or you're going to go ahead and create an account. And here's a screen showing you how to sign in. Like I said, if you don't have an account, you're going to go over here and create a web account if you are a new user. After that, you're going to be looking at the dashboard, and then it's going to present an option for you to view exams. You're going to click on that button right there. And then from here, you can type in the exam that you're looking for, or you just start scrolling down looking for certain exams. In this particular example, I've taken screenshots of the CompTIA IT Fundamentals Certification exam, and this is the one that we're going to focus on just for this demonstration only. All right, so I went through and I found the CompTIA Fundamentals exam, and here it is listed right here, the FC0U-61. That is the latest and greatest CompTIA IT Fundamentals exam. I click on that. Now, here it's going to ask you, how do you want to take your exam? So you're going to have two options that I'm familiar with. I'm not exactly sure what this I have a private access code is referring to, but you're either going to be taking this at a local testing center, or you're going to have the option to take it at your house. So we're going to go through both steps real quick to kind of show you what all this looks like to help you set up your exam. So in this example, we're going to go through looking at scheduling an exam for a local testing center. You would select local testing center, then you hit the next button. It's going to ask you the language, obviously English. Well, that's what I speak, but you would select whatever language that you are most comfortable with. You're going to hit next. Then it's going to show you the exam details. So it's going to tell you what exam you're taking, the FC0-U61 CompTIA IT Fundamental Certification exam. It's going to show you the price, $123, and it's going to show you the language that you are taking the exam in. And then you're going to hit next. Then it's going to ask you some information regarding as to whether or not you are a veteran using some government benefits like your post 9/11 bill. If you do use those benefits, you're going to hit yes, and then it's going to ask you to input some more information. If not, you're just going to check no and then hit next. From there, it's going to ask you to input your address, and then from there, it's going to populate the closest testing centers to where you currently live, and they will be displayed down here. It'll give a list of names, and then it'll actually show you the distance from whatever residence that you typed in up here to where the closest testing center is to you. And then you would just select whatever testing center that you want. And it says you can select up to 3 test centers to compare the availability. Then after you select the testing center, it's going to ask you to select a date. Now, here is where you might run into some issues due to all of the things that are taking place in the world concerning social distancing. So normally you would go here, it will have a bunch of dates for you to pick. You would select the date, select the time, then go through the motions of paying for your certification and booking your appointment. But over here, well, it's not presenting me any options. So I think I did a screenshot for why can't I find an available appointment? And I did. And this is the window that's going to populate. It's going to say the test center chosen has no available appointment times or is not open. Select a different test center. The exam delivery dates are not available. Check another month. The exam authorization window is not applicable for the month being searched. Or the exam may be available for delivery at your home or office through OnView. Consider selecting a different delivery option. OnView is going to be the online testing. So with this particular exam, I believe they're only offering this thing online due to all the social distancing taking place out there. All right. So with that being said, now we're going to go back and do the at-home testing or the at-home office options that they have presented right here. So if you select at-home office, it's going to tell you this right here. It says, are you going to be testing on this device and network? If so, you're going to have to run a pre-check to verify compatibility of your device and network before planning to take this exam in your home or office. If you skip, be sure to do a full system test before test day to avoid lost exam fees and launch delays. So what you're going to do, you're going to want to hit the run the pre-checks, and then this window is going to pop up right here, and it's just going to test your microphone, your internet speed, and your webcam. At the time I was taking these screenshots, I didn't have my microphone plugged in. That's why I got a big X right here, but if I did, then whatever mic you're using, you're going to have to get a green in order for you to be fully compatible, and then you would just hit the rerun button and bam, you should be good to go. After you do that, it's going to ask you to agree to some online exam policies. So you're going to get a couple paragraphs here that you're going to have to read or scan through, and then select the check boxes so that you can proceed. After you do all that, we're going to get back to the options that we already saw. It's going to ask you to select the language. It's going to tell you the price and the exam and what language you're taking the exam in. It's going to ask you if you're a vet or not. And then it's going to ask you to select the date. So over here, you just select whatever dates are not grayed out. And then it also says to avoid any issues on exam day, we recommend checking into your exam 30 minutes before the scheduled start time. This allows optimal preparedness, but does not guarantee an early admittance or start time. I would say check in at least 45 minutes to an hour early. That way you can make sure everything is good to go. Your computer's up and running. You got good internet. You told the wife, the husband, the kids, or the brother, the sisters, and the dogs to get out, give you your piece so you can do your thing up in here. Make sure everything is good to go, because what's going to happen is if you miss this exam time, guess what? Your voucher is bye-bye. You don't get another one. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. So you're going to want to make sure that you make this appointment and do not forfeit this voucher for any reason or whatever. After you do all that, you select a day. It's going to ask you to select a time, morning, afternoon. It's going to present a bunch of stuff. Change the times. You can show them in the 24-hour time. And then it's going to say, it's going to take you to your cart. So over here, it's going to say, hey, you got this exam. It's going to be taken in this language. This exam is X amount of minutes long. This is the day. This is the time. You can change the appointments at this point if you want. And this is the price. Or you could just totally remove this thing altogether. And then you have the option to add another exam if you want to add another exam. You're going to scroll down on that same window. Then it's going to give you your confirmation, contact information, your name, your telephone. You can edit all that stuff up. It's going to tell you the price of the exams. You're going to go to proceed to checkout down here. Then it's going to pop up this window that you're going to have to agree. It's going to tell you the CompTIA testing policies. It says admission policy. Please note this exam is proctored in English only. There is not an option for local language proctoring at this time. It says before the exam, it says visit the CompTIA online proctoring page and review information on exam policies and procedures, system requirements, and system tests. Complete the required system tests from the same computer and in the same location you'll be using on exam day. Corporate firewalls often cause issues while trying to take your exam. Please consider taking your exam in a setting without a corporate firewall. So try to take it at home if you can. But then it says review the identification requirements below. All right, so here's some of the ID requirements. So basically, you're going to have to show at least one valid form of unexpired government issued personal ID. The government issued ID must have your signature and a photo. So here's some examples. You're going to have a valid, unexpired passport, driver's license, military ID, some type of national or local ID, or a registration card, such as a green card, a visa, permanent resident. You're going to need to actually show that to the proctor. Then here's some other information pertaining to minors who are going to be taking the test. So for candidates who are 17 years of age and under, please note that the minor must have guardian authorization for each testing event. In addition, the minor must have a single form of photo ID, such as a school ID, and the guardian must be present during the check-in process and willing to show a proper government issued ID. So the stuff that we just talked about. Now here is the important stuff for exam day that you need to focus on. The day you take your exam, you're going to log into this account right here, www.pearsonview.com/CompTIA./on-view. You're going to click on your scheduled exam under purchased online exams. You're going to click begin exam and follow the on-screen prompts to complete the check-in process. Once you have completed the check-in process, you will be contacted by a proctor to begin your exam. Now, please note that you are required to have a clean and clutter-free workstation. During check-in, the proctor will ask you to perform a room and desk scan using your webcam and will inspect any materials near your website. So make sure you have a clean desk with nothing but your computer on it for the most part. That's it. No notes, no sticky tabs, no nothing. They are going to want you to take that webcam and scan the desk and make sure you don't have anything on your walls, because if you get caught cheating, guess what? your voucher's gone and you fail the test, and you have to do this whole process all over again. All right, so after you do all of that, it's going to take you to the enter payment and billing page, and it's going to show you exactly how much the exam costs. Now, this is where you are going to enter your voucher number. So whatever your voucher number is that came to you in the email, you're going to put that number up in here, or some type of promotion code, but we're just going to assume you got a voucher. And once you hit apply, it's going to erase this price. Is it? Or it's going to change it. So let's just say you got a voucher to cover the whole $123. You hit the code, bam, this thing turns to zero. Or if you got a voucher saying that you get the exam for 50% off, this thing will turn to whatever 123 divided by 2 is, about 60 something dollars, right? Then you hit apply. And then from there, it's just going to ask you to input your purchase, your credit card information, assuming you have a balance that you have to pay. So like I said over here, if you got it for 50% off, you put the exam code in, and then next thing you know, this thing changes to like 60 bucks. Go to this page where you're just going to have to pay $60 into your credit card information and all that great, wonderful stuff, and then hit next. And after you hit next, you booked your exam and you are on your way. And just to reiterate, the day you go take your exam, this is where you're going to go. You're going to go to pearsonview.com/CompTIA/onview. And these are the steps that you need to take so that you can take your exam. Like I said, please try to check in 45 minutes to an hour early. I know they say 30 minutes, but just give yourself a little wiggle room to make sure everything is nice and clean. Nobody's bothering you. Your system is fully functional. Your internet is good to go so that you can take this exam without any problems whatsoever. Because if you miss this exam time, guess what? Your voucher is gone, and you have to go through the entire process again and pay for this exam or get another voucher somehow, some way, so that you can get this certification. All right. So before we go, there's one final page that you guys want to go check out. You want to go check out the CompTIA candidate testing policies. You can do a simple Google search for CompTIA candidate testing policies, and it's going to give you some extra information pertaining to whether or not you have a disability and if special accommodations could be made for you, whether or not English is a second language for you, and if they can make accommodations for you, how they go about scoring the exam, the content of the exam, retesting, whether or not you need to provide a photograph, rescheduling, and the cancellation policy. Cancellation policy is very important. It says you must contact Pearson VUE at least a minimum of 24 hours prior to your exam appointment. Canceling or failing to appear for an exam will result in the forfeiture of your exam fee. If you plan on canceling for any reason, you need to do it 24 hours before, or else it is what it is. You're going to have to pay for this whole thing all over again, ladies and gentlemen. And that's for rescheduling as well. So like I say, go visit this webpage, Candidate Testing Policies, so that you can get read up on the latest and greatest, so that you can go out there and successfully pass whatever certification exam that you are taking. In this video, you are going to learn about the installation and configuration of laptop hardware and its components. Due to the size of a laptop in comparison to that of a desktop computer, a laptop has an integrated display, keyboard, and network hardware. Laptops also use specialized or proprietary components for hard drives, optical drives, system boards, memory, CPUs, and other components. Replacing these devices involves much different procedures than on a desktop computer. So some general differences include component sources. These are replacement components such as displays, keyboard, wireless network cards, and system boards that are only available from the OEM or the original equipment manufacturer. These are known as OEM parts. Other components such as optical drives and hard drives, memory, and the CPU can be purchased from third-party sources, but differ greatly from their desktop counterparts. Next, we have power sources. A laptop is powered by an internal battery and an AC adapter that also charges the battery. As with other laptop components, the original vendor is the most typical source for replacements, although some third-party vendors may sell universal replacement AC adapters that also work. And then finally, you have components unique to laptops. So laptops include several components typically not included on desktop computers, including an antenna in the display that that is connected to a mini PCIe card to provide wireless networking, a keyboard with an integrated touchpad or pointing stick, a touchscreen or non-touchscreen display, and integrated speakers. These differences, along with the extensive use of plastics and the use of tiny screws, make servicing a laptop a major challenge, even for those who are experienced with servicing a desktop computer. Let's talk about laptop access now. Here are several best practices you should use when you need to disassemble a laptop to get access to its internal hardware to either upgrade or replace defective components. First thing you need to do is refer to the manufacturer documentation. So documentation helps you properly identify screw types, screw lengths, and the number of screws. Remember, some laptops, they could have more than 100 screws in them. It helps you identify cable and component locations and other information needed. Most vendors offer this information online, but some manufacturers insist on doing repairs themselves and do not provide documentation for access to these computers. Next, you need to use appropriate hand tools for case disassembly and component removal. Using recommended tool types and sizes helps prevent problems such as damaging screw heads by using a screwdriver that is too large. Repair documentation typically lists the recommended tools for each procedure. Proceed with caution. If you break a part of the laptop, you won't be able to buy it locally, but you will usually have to order a replacement. Next, we talk about document and labeling the cable and screw location. So laptops typically use a mixture of screw lengths and sometimes screw types. Mix them up and you could damage components or end up being unable to secure them properly. Take photos at different stages of the disassembly. That will help to make the reassembly process flow efficiently. And finally, we need to organize these parts. So consider using a multiple compartments part tray with a lid for part sorting and storage, or a magnetic dish that can also help prevent the loss of parts like you can see in the picture below. Now, if you need to replace the battery, the mass storage, which is the hard disk or the SSD or the SSHD or an optical drive, or if you need to replace the SODIMM RAM or wireless adapter on a typical laptop, you need to access these components from the bottom of the laptop. Understand, some laptops use a single cover for all upgradable components rather than multiple covers. Some laptops require disassembly to access the hard disk drive or SSD mass storage, so you need to check your system documentation for details. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so what I have right here is an old laptop. I believe I bought this back in like 2006, and I don't think I've used it since 2009. It's just been sitting around collecting dust. But I figure I'll use it for this little quick demonstration to kind of highlight some of the inside components of a laptop. So we're looking at the bottom of the laptop. As you can see, we have a whole bunch of screws that we need to unscrew here. Looks like I've already unscrewed some of the screws and lost the screws, but we're going to go through and unscrew these 3 screws right here. This is going to give us access to all the inside components of the laptop. Keyboard. So if a laptop keyboard or its pointing device, i.e. the touchpad or the pointing stick, if that fails, you must replace the unit. A laptop with a touchpad has a keyboard that is separate from the touchpad, whereas a laptop with a pointing stick has a pointing stick that is integrated with the keyboard. Some laptops have both types of pointing devices, and as you can see in the pictures below, we have a laptop touchpad right here, and then we have the pointing stick right there. Let's talk about the hard disk storage, also known as HDD. Most laptop computers use one 2.5-inch storage drive that comes in one of 3 common choices. You got HDD, SSD, or SSHD. Each has strengths and weaknesses, and each could be the right choice depending upon the scenario presented. Let's talk about the first one. You got the HDD, the hard disk drive. So these magnetic disks have been a standard option for years and combine low cost with large capacity. However, they are slower than the other options with magnetic disks and moving parts that can wear down. They are the least reliable of the 3 options. Next, we have the solid state drive, or the SSD. SSD is a flash memory drive with no moving parts. It is much faster than an HDD or HDD. DD, I should say, when booting and storing or retrieving data. Although SSDs currently cost more money than HDDs, their prices are dropping and their capacity is improving. Many newer laptops have M.2 expansion ports and can support an M.2 SSD card that is directly mounted to the circuit board for even faster reading. And then we have the solid state hybrid driver, the SSHD. An SSHD combines a solid state cache with magnetic capacity. It uses a memory manager to choose the most common files for the fast cache. And here is a comparison chart for you to glue your eyeballs to. So the thing you need to keep in mind is some Ultrabooks, they will use a 1.8 inch or a 2.5 inch SSD form factor, HHD or SSD. The larger 3.5 inch drive form factors used in desktop drive enclosures or in desktop computers. Let's talk about memory. So here is a screen for you to glue your eyeballs to get familiar with RAM. Now, in case you missed my last class where I talked about IT fundamentals, I suggest you guys go back and revisit those videos to help you get familiar with a lot of the terms and concepts, because those terms and concepts from IT fundamentals directly applies to the A+ curriculum. When it comes to RAM, we have obviously RAM, SDRAM, SDR, SDR-RAM, and then a whole bunch of other acronyms up here to help you guys get thoroughly versed into the world of RAM, random access memory. So here are things to keep in mind before you select the right memory upgrade for a laptop. You need to keep in mind the form factor. So most laptops in service use DDR2, DDR3, or DDR4 SODIMMs. You need to keep in mind the memory speed. If you plan to add a module, make sure it is the same speed as the existing module. If you plan to replace the modules, buy a matched set of modules in the fastest speed supported by the system. And then you need to keep in mind the memory timing. The most common way to refer to memory timing is by its column address strobe or CAS value. If you install memory modules that use different CAS values, the laptop could become unstable and crash or lock up. How to determine the correct memory to use for a memory upgrade? You would use the interactive memory upgrade tools available from major third-party memory vendor websites. These tools list the memory modules suitable for a particular laptop, and some use an ActiveX web control to detect the currently installed memory. Crucial System Scanner is a very useful tool for showing what's currently installed and what is compatible. And then you would also check the vendor's memory specifications. So you can determine part numbers by using this method, but this method is best if memory must be purchased from the laptop vendor rather than from a memory vendor. Now, generally, laptops have two connectors for memory, typically using small outline DIMMs or SODIMMs, which are reduced versions of a DIMM module. And as you can see on the picture here, we are looking at DIMMs versus SODIMM. So this is a DIMM right here because it's longer. So you got the SODIMM. This is what you will find inside of a laptop right here. And then you got another DIMM over here. Then you got this chart. It's going to give you some comparison notes that you may have to answer when it comes examination time. But remember, the two connectors you're working with is DIMM and SODIMM. All right, guys. So here we are looking at the inside of this old laptop that I've had sitting around my house for like 10 years now. Right here, we have a standard hard disk drive. Let's connect it to this part right here. To unscrew it, or to take it out, I should say, you would unscrew this screw here and this screw here. You would just simply slide it out. Right here, we have our memory. This is a DDR3, or this is a SODIMM memory chip right here. Right here, we have our wireless network chip. So basically, this is what allows us to connect to the internet via Wi-Fi. As you can see, we got the black wire and the white wire right here that connect directly to the chip right here. If you were to follow these wires all the way around, eventually these wires will make their way up to the laptop display and wrap around the frame of the laptop. Over here, we have our cooling fan. We have our heat sink right here. And then up under this is our main memory, or our CPU chip, which kicks off a lot of heat that needs to be expelled from the machine so that everything doesn't heat up and go berserk up in here. I want to show you guys how to take apart the actual hard drive. So like I said earlier, you got a screw right here and a screw right here. It may be different for your laptop, but this is what I'm working with over here. So I'm just going to unscrew this. Matter of fact, let me get this one because this one has a magnetic tip to it. I don't want to lose my screws. So after I got the 2 screws up, I'm just going to slightly lift this up and then I'm going to pull it out just like that right there. And this is our hard disk drive right here. Like I said, this laptop's about 15 years old. So technology has changed, but the inside components are, you know, still pretty much the same for the most part. You will unscrew it and it plugs into this component right here. And so this is, like I said, this is pretty much all it is. It's just a hard disk drive. It's a 2.5-inch disk drive that is made to fit inside of a laptop. Put it back in. You just simply plug it back in. So you want to line up your little pins here, and then you just push it in. Bam. Just like that. Take your screws and screw it back in. All right, next I'm going to show you how to take out the RAM here. So here is our RAM, our SODIMM RAM, our small outline DIMM, dual inline memory module. So right here, you have these 2 little hooks, or clips, however you want to call it. You're going to push them to the side, then the RAM chip is going to come up like this. So just take your fingers, slide these little hooks to the side over here. This is an old laptop, so I'm going to use this to assist me to get it all the way out. I don't plan on using this laptop anyway, so it doesn't matter. You see how it came up? And then you're just going to pop this bad boy out. Bam, just like that. This is your RAM stick here. I only have one for this laptop. Like I say, this thing was made back in 2005, so as you notice with the RAM here, you got all your copper heads, and then you got your little key right here. When you insert this back in, you want to make sure that this key, this little notch right here, is aligned with the notch that they have over here. You can properly seat the RAM. And once you get it there, it shouldn't be that complicated for you to push in. Just push it real good. For some reason my pushing ain't working. Hold on, let me give it a little bit more pushing. Hold on. There it is. You push it, you hear the little sounds, you push it down, snaps back into place. So that is how you take the RAM in and out, ladies and gentlemen. All right, and finally I want to show you, this is our wireless card over here. This is what allows for me to get some Wi-Fi. And it's pretty much the same process as popping the RAM out. You got your hooks right here. Just gonna slide them bad boys to the side. I'm gonna use this because like I say, I don't ever use this laptop, so it doesn't matter. This thing has been collecting dust for years. I have no plans of ever using it. I know some of y'all are probably like, oh my goodness. Oh well, my stuff, baby. All right, anyways, it pops open, you pull it out, same deal. You got your copper heads right here. You got your little notch or your key right here to let you know how to put this bad boy in. You got your black and your white wire that wraps all the way around to the LCD frame. This is what allows for me to get some Wi-Fi access up in here, on and popping. So to put this back in, gonna be the same thing. We're just gonna slide it in, make sure my little notch is lined up here, my little key is lined up. Push it in. I hear it. Push it down. Bam. For some reason my tape came off, but whatever. All right, my tape don't want to stay on there, but that's cool beans. So anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is essentially the inside components of a laptop. So a smart card reader is a data input device that reads data from a card-shaped storage medium. Smart card readers are typically used on corporate laptops for access control, but do not confuse them with a flash memory card reader. Smart cards are usually plastic with an embedded chip to authorize a user for access. They are not common options for home use. We all should know what a smart card is. If you guys got a credit card, you probably got a little chip on it. That's pretty much what a smart card kind of looks like. Optical drives. Now, although these are not as common in modern laptops these days, some laptops will feature modular USB optical drives designed for being swapped out. So this right here really isn't common. This right here is common if you are still using CDs, of course. Mini PCI. A peripheral component interconnect, or a PCI slot in a computer, is a slot for plugging in add-on peripherals. This slot provides access to the motherboard for a device such as a Wi-Fi modem, a video graphics processing unit, or added storage with an M2 card. Many PCI Express or mPCIe cards perform functions similar to those on the PCIe card, but they are designed for the compact space of a laptop. The mPCIe slots in a laptop are used for plugging in wireless cards and also for M2 memory modules. Other examples of modules that can be plugged into the mPCIe slots are GPS units, cellular cards, and analog to digital converters or ADC cards. And here is a lovely picture of a mini PCIe card. Wireless card. A laptop with Wi-Fi or Bluetooth support typically uses either an mPCIe expansion card or an M2 card to provide wireless network support. The M2 card form factor, also called NGFF, stands for Next Generation Form Factor, is also used for SSD and other input-output devices. Note that an M2 card slot for SSD cannot be used for Wi-Fi or Bluetooth cards. Regardless of which wireless card a laptop uses, there are two antennas that lead from the Wi-Fi antennas built into the display panel that need to be connected to the card. Here is your card, and these are the antennas, the white wire and the black wire connecting directly to the card, ladies and gentlemen. Cellular cards. Some laptops require user connectivity no matter where they are in the field. Because cellular access is sometimes needed because Wi-Fi is not available, some business class laptops come with slots for cellular LTE wireless connectivity. Cell providers offer data-only services for data access, but these plans are not set up for calling or messaging. Cell providers also offer service plans for external USB LTE modems to enable cellular on a laptop. It is best to start by consulting the manufacturer's documentation for the location of the slot for the SIM card. USB travel routers and wireless WAN cards. So another option for traveling users is a mobile hotspot. Each cell provider has its own version of a hotspot and can add a hotspot with a data plan to the user's cell phone account. And that is a USB wireless internet card thingamajig hooked up to the laptop. Video card. So as stated earlier, the mPCIe slot in a laptop may be used for a video graphics processing unit or a GPU. Gaming users, they use these to enhance the GPUs on their gaming systems. And this is a laptop video GPU right here. Laptop screens. A computer display screen typically consists of a liquid crystal display or an LCD or an organic light emitting diode or an OLED display, and any communication peripherals are added separately. Laptop screens are specially designed to accommodate a webcam, microphone, Wi-Fi antennas, and often touchscreen digitizers and inverters. An LCD screen uses a backlight to illuminate light modulating liquid crystals. When an electric current passes through the crystals, they arrange into patterns that become the image on the screen. LCD screens are customized to different device types, and some have Wi-Fi antennas attached. OLED screens are in many ways advanced compared to LED screens. They are brighter and use less energy, which means you're going to save on your battery usage, and they are flexible and foldable. But the screens themselves are much thinner and more subject to cracking or breaking when dropped or mishandled. The DC jack, which is also referred to as the power adapter port, receives DC power from the AC-DC power adapter and passes it to the battery. If the DC jack fails, the laptop's battery cannot be charged and the laptop cannot run on external power either. So this is the DC jack right here that plugs into the laptop. And then this over here is the AC-DC adapter, which takes the electricity from the wall, converts it, and lets you pump that thing straight into your battery, into your laptop. And speaking of batteries, a failing laptop battery can be a source of all kinds of problems for the user. Most manufacturers have diagnostic software that reports on the health of the battery and estimates how many cycles are left. It is best to be proactive in battery replacement. If you need to purchase a replacement battery for a laptop, you may consider a larger capacity battery if one is available for the model being repaired. And be sure to check which type of battery you are using when you're going through the replacement process, because not all batteries are shaped the same, ladies and gentlemen. And a word of caution here. So you need to take precautions against ESD, or electrostatic discharge, when you charge the battery. Discharge any static electricity in your body by touching a metal object before you open the battery compartment, and do not touch the contacts on the battery or the contacts in the battery compartments with your hands. Plastics and frames. So most laptops use plastic bezels, case covers, and frames, sometimes referred to collectively as just simply plastics and frames. These can be cracked during normal use or during replacement or upgrades to internal components. So please be careful with the frames. Speakers. If you have failed speakers, you can check for several possible problems before resorting to replacing them. Things you should check before replacing the speakers include the obvious, such as volume settings and audio output settings, and the not so obvious, such as the audio cable connections, audio driver updates, and securing the seating on the sound card. And these are built-in speakers on what appears to be a MacBook right here. System boards typically come in a variety of shapes, which is dependent upon the design of the laptop. Laptop system boards are not easily replaceable, ladies and gentlemen. This is a laptop system board for, I don't know what kind of computer. This area right here, the circular area, is where the cooling fan is more than likely going to be placed inside of the laptop. CPU. So before replacing the CPU in a laptop, you must determine which models are supported by the installed motherboard. Laptop motherboards are customized for a narrow range of CPUs. A UEFI BIOS update might enable additional CPUs to be used successfully. This is a picture of a laptop CPU. The cooling fan. So the cooling fan in a laptop might be part of the heatsink or might be attached to the laptop's enclosure. If the cooling fan in a laptop fails, many components may be damaged or destroyed. So here is the cooling fan. This thing is the heat sink. Basically, it draws all the heat to it and pushes it to the cooling fan, which kicks it out of the computer so everything can stay cool and work like it is supposed to work, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so let's do some check on learning, ladies and gentlemen. First question: which type of jack do laptops use to charge their battery? Would it be AC jack, DC jack, LA jack, or would it be NY jack? The correct answer is DC jack, or direct current. That is what actually charges the battery. It takes AC from the wall, runs it into the AC DC converter. That is normally the block that has the wires coming out of it, where one end plugs into the wall and one end plugs into the laptop. It takes that AC power, converts it to DC, and then it runs that bad boy into the computer so you can get you some good old battery life popping up in here. Next question. What option is the most common display technology used in laptop computers? Is it plasma, e-ink, LCD, or is it OLED or OLED? The correct answer is LCD. Liquid crystal display is the most common option that you will find out there. And the final question: due to a recent increase in cellular data usage, your employer has released a new policy that says company-owned mobile devices are not to be connected to other mobile devices for the purposes of sharing the device's cellular data service. What feature is the policy referring to? Is it AirDrop? Is it hotspot? Is it Wi-Fi splitting? Or is it NFC? What are they talking about? They are talking about hotspots, ladies and gentlemen. All right, in summary, ladies and gentlemen, we have identified various components associated with your typical laptops that you will find out there on the market. In this video, we are going to be talking about the components of a laptop display. So in this video, you will learn about the components within the display of a laptop, such as the various types of laptop displays, Wi-Fi antenna connectors and placement, webcams, microphones, inverters, and the digitizer and touchscreen. Now, the display of a laptop is often simply referred to as the screen. There are a variety of different types types of screens and components behind the glass in order to make the screen work. In the following sections, we will discuss the essential components of a laptop screen technology. A liquid crystal display is a flat panel display or other electronically modulated optical device that uses light modulating properties of liquid crystals combined with polarizers. Liquid crystals do not emit light directly. Instead, it uses a backlight or reflector to produce images in color or monochrome. An LCD is made with either passive or active matrix display grid. Active matrix is considered the better technology and is the type used in the vast majority of current laptops. An active matrix screen uses a transistor for every dot on screen. So for example, if you have 1600 by 900 active matrix LCD screen, that will have 1,440,000 transistors. Each pixel intersection in an active matrix screen has a transistor, and a small amount of current is sent across the screen grid. The transistors can manage the current on the screen very quickly, giving the user an experience of smoothly flowing motion. And here is a picture of some LCD technology. Essentially how it works, you have your light emitting diodes back here. They're going to pass through a glass plate. They're going to pass through some electrodes. They're going to hit the liquid crystals. Then they're going to hit some more electrodes and another light filter, another glass plate, and then you will see the image projected on your screen. Let's talk about some of the advantages of LCD. So the advantages are you have no radiation emission from screens. They perform better under brighter conditions because of anti-glare technology. They are not affected by the increase or decrease in air pressure. They're lighter in weight with respect to screen size. Images appear with greater resolution. Colors of images, they look more realistic, and they have a low power consumption. The disadvantages of LCD, they are more expensive compared to a plasma TV of the same size, less picture quality when viewed on the side or at an angle. There is motion delay for fast moving images. The aspect ratio and resolution are fixed. They are not proficient at producing black and very dark grays due to it being backlit, and in standard configuration, they are not appropriate for use in dimly lit or dark conditions. And finally, LCDs are fragile. Touching an LCD screen with your fingers can possibly leave pressure marks that may forever mar the display. An organic light emitting diode, also known as an OLED or an organic LED, which is also known as an organic EL or organic electroluminescent diode, is a light emitting diode in which the emissive electroluminescent layer is a film of organic compound that emits light in response to an electric current. An OLED display uses a layer of organic compounds between two electrodes to emit light, which allows for the brightness of each OLED pixel to be individually controlled. OLED displays have been developed in two forms. You have passive matrix or PM OLED and active matrix or AM OLED. And here is a picture of a curved OLED TV. So as you can notice right here, the curvature, you can still see the screen pretty clear for the most part as compared to that of an LCD. So here are some of the advantages of OLED. They are brighter. OLEDs can be larger than other types of screens, and they offer higher resolutions. They are thinner in size and lighter in weight, so OLEDs are a good choice for smartphones, tablets, and convertible 2-in-1 units that switch between laptop and tablet mode. They are energy efficient. Only the lit pixels draw power. With good application design, this can greatly extend battery life, and they have a faster refresh rate. OLEDs can refresh quickly, which makes them a favorite of gamers who value quick response times. The disadvantages of OLED are they are expensive. They have color degradation, which is possible due to relying upon organic materials to produce light, and that can affect the brightness and the color balance. And they have burn-in. So when a static image for a prolonged period of time is left on a screen, it can cause a permanent scar to be displayed. Wi-Fi antenna connector and placement. So in the base of the laptop is where the mini PCIe card that contains the Wi-Fi radio is located. The Wi-Fi antenna is usually a part of the overall screen assembly. If a laptop screen is damaged, the Wi-Fi antennas are at risk of also being damaged. In an OLED display, the inverter is not present, but the rest of the components are in the same locations, and we will talk about inverters in a few minutes. On the left here, you have a picture of a laptop Wi-Fi card antenna. You have this black wire and this white wire that connect to the cards right here, and this is what allows for this thing to get Wi-Fi. And then on the picture on the right, if you look here, you see that same wire. They go all the way up to wrap around the display of the screen here so that you can get you some Wi-Fi on and popping in your life, ladies and gentlemen. Webcams typically come standard in most modern laptops. Almost all built-in webcams are at the top center edge of the display assembly. If you need a higher resolution webcam, you can use an external webcam that plugs into a USB port. Most laptop microphones are also built into the display assembly, which are used by the webcam or for other recording purposes. If you need a higher quality microphone, you can use a microphone as part of a headset that plugs into an audio port or a USB port. All right, let's talk about this inverter. So an inverter is a pin-sized board that is usually placed on the bottom of the LCD screen, either in the same case with the LCD screen or above the keyboard. The inverter is one of the key parts within the display. It allows for the laptop's display to be lit by providing power to the screen's backlight. If the laptop's inverter or backlight fails, the laptop display will become so dim that it is almost impossible to use. The inverter is a power converter that changes low voltage DC power into the higher voltage AC power needed to power the CCFL or the cold cathode fluorescent lamp backlight. If the inverter fails, there is no power to run the backlight. And here is a screenshot of the inverter. As you can see, it sits within the same casing or just above the keyboard right before you hit the laptop. Normally, when you open up your laptop, you see that little black row right there that kind of lets your laptop fold up. That's where the inverter typically is located, up in that area right there. And finally, let's talk about the digitizer and or the touch screen, however you want to call it. But a digitizer is a hardware device that receives analog information such as sound or light and records it digitally. Usually the information is stored in a file on a computing device. This process is called digitization. Touchscreen displays use a digitizer layer on top of the display panel. The digitizer detects and transmits touches to the laptop processor. Digitizers are also used on touchscreen smartphones, tablets, fitness monitors, smartwatches, phablets, e-readers, and smart cameras, and some other devices that you may find out there. And here is a picture of somebody touching a touchscreen, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so that was a quick lesson. Let's go ahead and get into some of this check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which display technology creates images by shining light through liquid crystals? Is it fluorescent, LED, LCD, or is it OLED, OLED? The correct answer is LCD, which stands for liquid crystal display. All right, next question. Which part of a computer is used with older display technology to convert DC power to AC power? Is it the digitizer? Is it VGA? Is it the inverter? Or is it the converter? So which part of a computer is used with older display technology to convert DC power to AC power? The correct answer is the inverter, ladies and gentlemen. That is the correct answer. And the final question is, which display technology works great for laptops, but can also be more expensive than alternatives? Is it LED, OLED, IPS, or is it fluorescent? The correct answer is OLED, or organic light emitting diode is the correct answer, ladies and gentlemen. All right, in summary, we have talked about components within the display of a laptop. We have discussed various types of laptop displays, Wi-Fi antenna connectors and placements, webcams, microphones, inverters, digitizers, and touch screens, ladies and gentlemen. In this video, we are going to be talking about the features of a laptop. So in this video, you will learn about laptop features such as special function keys, docking stations, port replicators, laptop cable locks, and rotating removable screens. Special function keys. So modern laptop computers have special function keys built into the keyboard along with special controls for displays, wireless functions, volume, screen brightness, Bluetooth networking, and in some cases, keyboard backlighting. These keys provide all the functions of a desktop, but in significantly less space. Most laptop keyboards combine two functions on one key, and the user presses the function key on the keyboard to toggle between functions. Function keys are usually printed below or beside the normal key legend, and sometimes in a contrasting color. And here is a screenshot of a typical function keys on a laptop. They normally have the letters F written on them to indicate functions, and then you have the actual function button that you would press and then hold one of these keys down in order to engage in some type of action. So here are some typical function keys and other special function key features that you can find on most laptops. So you'll have a function key for dual displays, a function key for turning on and off your wireless or your cellular connection, volume settings, screen brightness, turning on and off the Bluetooth, turning on and off the keyboard backlight, the touchpad, screen orientation, media options for fast forwarding or rewinding. You can turn on and off the GPS, or you could turn on and off the airplane mode. Now, your laptop's documentation will provide a complete listing of all of the functions available for your specific device. Docking station. So laptops are portable computers for when you are not in the vicinity of a desktop computer. Docking stations for laptops are meant to bridge the gap between portability and having a stationary place to work and play. Most docking stations are produced by portable computer vendors. Business class laptops that support docking stations might feature a proprietary expansion bus on the rear or bottom of the computer. Docking stations expand the capabilities of portable laptops by adding features such as one or more expansion slots, additional input-output ports such as Ethernet, display output ports for HDMI or DisplayPort, Thunderbolt ports, USB ports, and other things as well. In addition to that, you'll have typically a power connector, and then you'll have some connectors for a standard keyboard and mouse to hook up to the docking station. And here is a picture of a typical laptop docking station. You would just sit the laptop on top of this, and assuming you got your network cable plugged in and you got your other things plugged in, you should be good money out in these streets to get busy doing whatever it is that you planned on doing. Docking stations made for tablets or thin and light laptops might connect via a high-speed bus such as Thunderbolt or USB 3.0 or 3.1, or via a proprietary charging data cable. Mobile devices running 5th generation or Intel Core vPro business class processors with the Intel Tri-Band Wireless AC 17265 adapter. They now have wireless docking stations for mobile devices to connect to. And this is a picture of a wireless docking station, the front and the back of it. Now, regardless of how a portable computer connects to a docking station, users can leave desktop type peripherals connected to the docking station and can access them easily by simply connecting the portable computer to the docking station. A port replicator is a device used to quickly connect multiple peripherals to a laptop. A monitor, printer, network cable, keyboard, and mouse are permanently plugged into the port replicator, which connects to the laptop via the USB port. A port replicator provides some or all of the functionality of a docking station, and the two terms are often used interchangeably. However, a docking station uses a proprietary connector to the computer, whereas a port replicator typically provides a universal solution for all laptops via USB. And here is a picture of a standard laptop port replicator. You would just connect it via USB to the replicator and plug in all your other devices, and you should be good money out in these streets. Laptop cable lock. So most laptops, in addition to mobile devices such as projectors and docking stations, feature security slots. The slot is normally located near the rear corner of the laptop. This slot is used with a laptop cable lock. These locks work just as a bicycle chain lock works. You would find a large immovable object such as a desk and wrap the metal cable around it. Insert the lock into your laptop's lock slot and your computer becomes virtually theft proof. Laptop locks come as either combination locks or they come as keyed locks. Mobile devices with rotating, removable screens bridge the gap between tablet and laptop. Devices with removable keyboards typically function as a large tablet. Many models have additional ports built into the keyboard. And finally, laptops with rotating screens usually have larger displays, more ports, and typically have more powerful processors. The display size and port availability of these devices rival those of conventional laptops, yet these devices are not intended to be easily upgradable. So that is our quick lesson. Now let's go ahead and get into some check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which keyboard feature allows laptop manufacturers to reduce keyboard size and provide small form factor laptops? Would it be PS2? Would it be touchscreen? Would it be function key? Or would it be F1? So which keyboard feature allows laptop manufacturers to reduce keyboard size and provide small form factor laptops? The correct answer is the function key, ladies and gentlemen. The function key is the correct answer. Question number 2. Bill, a sales employee at your company, often takes his work laptop back and forth between home and the office. Each time he gets home after work, he has to set up his laptop all over again in his home office and connect several cords and cables just to get it working. Which solution could Bill use at his home office? Would it be dual displays? Would it be tablet? Would it be docking station? Or would it be smartphone? So which one would help Bill when he brings his laptop from the office to his house so he could just be ready to go? The correct answer is a docking station. All he would have to do is just quote unquote drop his laptop onto the docking station. Everything is already plugged in, hit the power button. He should be good to go. Final question. Matt from sales is back from vacation, but he cannot find his laptop when he gets to the office. He says he left his laptop sitting on his desk, powered off, and disconnected from the network. It appears the laptop has been stolen, and you call your boss to give him the bad news. What may have prevented his laptop from being physically stolen? Would it be enabling a BIOS password? Would it be leaving the laptop under his desk? Would it be laptop cable lock? Or would it be turning it on airplane mode before leaving? So which one of these would have prevented his laptop from being stolen? The correct answer is a laptop cable lock. That would have helped prevent his laptop from being stolen. All right. So in summary, we have talked about laptop features such as special function keys, docking stations, port replicators, laptop cable locks, and rotating removable screens. In this video, we are going to be talking about the characteristics of mobile devices. So in this video, you will learn about the characteristics of various types of mobile devices such as tablets, smartphones, wearable technology devices, e-readers, and GPS. A tablet computer, commonly referred to as just simply a tablet, is a mobile device typically with a mobile operating system and touchscreen display processing circuitry and a rechargeable battery in a single thin and flat package. The most common tablets on the market are the iPad Pro, Samsung Galaxy Tab S4, and the Microsoft Surface Pro. Most tablets usually have three common features. You have use of an iOS, Android, Windows 10 mobile, or Chrome operating system, video camera enabled for video chat, stylus pen device for writing, keyboard and other devices attached using Bluetooth, limited or non-existent port and storage expansion options, apps installed or updated through the operating system's app store, such as the App Store for iTunes or Apple, Google Play for Android devices, and the Microsoft Store for Microsoft. And finally, the requirement for plenty of power, either by being plugged into an AC power or having most of the battery life remaining to update the operating system. Now, on the side note here, Windows tablets with screens larger than 8 inches, they typically run standard editions of Windows 8.1 or Windows 10. Smaller Windows tablets use Windows 10 Mobile. Smartphones are a class of mobile phones and multi-purpose mobile computing devices. They are distinguished from feature phones by their storage hardware capabilities and extensive mobile operating systems which facilitate wider software, internet including web browsing over mobile broadband, and multimedia functionality including music, video, camera, and gaming. Alongside core phone functions such as voice calls and text messaging, smartphones typically use either Android or iOS operating systems. Very few use Windows 10 Mobile. Most apps that are available for tablets are also available for smartphones as well. Some of the differences between tablets and smartphones are as follows. You have wireless carriers provide operating system updates for Android phones, but Apple provides the operating system updates. Wireless carriers provide network-specific updates for iPhones, such as iOS, but Apple provides the operating system update. And phone carriers provide data-only services to tablets, and regular cellular voice calling is not available on all of them. Some tablet apps provide real-time voice communication via the data connection. Phablets. So a phablet is a class of mobile devices combining or straddling the size format of smartphones and tablets. Phablets feature large displays that complement screen-intensive activity, such as mobile web browsing and multimedia viewing. The term phablet is usually in reference to a smartphone with a screen size of 5.5 inches or larger. Most feature Quad HD or QHD, which is 4 times the pixels of HD, or they have HD resolution panels, and some include stylus pens. Also worth noting, some phablets also tend to include flash memory storage. Wearable technology devices. So wearable technology is a smart electronic device or electronic device with a bunch of microcontrollers that is worn close to and or on the surface of the skin, where they detect and transmit information concerning body signals such as vital signs and or ambient data, and which allow in some cases intermediate biofeedback to the wearer. Examples of wearable technology are the Apple Watch and Fitbit fitness monitors. These devices connect to a smartphone via Bluetooth and can be charged in as little as 15 minutes. Wearable technology must be compatible with your device's operating system and features. Your device must have the Bluetooth enabled in order for your device to connect and sync to the wearable device. Another type of wearable device is a virtual reality headset. And this is a head-mounted device that provides virtual reality for the wearer. Virtual reality is computer simulations projected into a headset that covers the user's entire field of vision, creating a virtual world experience. And this is an example of a Samsung Gear VR virtual reality headset. You put these things on and you are, quote unquote, sent to the virtual reality world. Another type of wearable technology is augmented reality, which is an interactive experience of a real-world environment where the objects that reside in the real world are enhanced by computer-generated perceptual information. Augmented reality apps on smartphones and tablets generate images that are layered on top of real-world images captured by the device's camera. Augmented reality can be defined as a system that fulfills 3 basic features: a combination of real and virtual worlds, real-time interaction, and accurate 3D registration of virtual and real objects. So these are similar to the goggles, except you would put the contraption on your face, and you would see the computer simulated images being presented into the real world. So you could think of this as the Pokemon Go app that was all the rave about 2 or 3 years ago, where people will hold up their phone and they'd be looking at a bus stop. The next thing you know, there's a Pokemon Go character sitting at the bus stop. That was augmented reality. E-readers. So an e-reader is a device designed as a convenient way to read ebooks. It is similar in form factor to a tablet computer, but features electronic paper, also known as e-ink, rather than an LCD screen. This yields much longer battery life, where the battery can last for several weeks, and better readability, similar to that of paper even in sunlight. Low-end e-readers with monochrome screens do not display graphic designs well, which limits their suitability for reading graphic novels or technical documents. Most e-readers are designed for a single function, which allows for them to be very compact and efficient. Popular e-readers are the Amazon Kindle and the Kobo Clara. E-readers that support EPUB and PDF formats are more suitable for graphically rich books. Here's an example of a classic e-reader. And finally, GPS. So the Global Positioning System, also known as GPS, it was originally called Navstar GPS. And this is a satellite-based radio navigation system owned by the United States government and operated by the United States Space Force. It is one of the global navigation satellite systems that provides geolocation and time information to a GPS receiver anywhere on or near the Earth where there is an unobstructed line of sight to 4 or more GPS satellites. Standalone GPS devices such as TomTom Go and Garmin, they provide turn-by-turn navigation in vehicles. Most smartphones come equipped with GPS apps such as Apple Maps, Google Maps, and Waze, to where standalone GPS units are not really needed unless a user wants a dedicated GPS unit with a large screen that provides less distractions. One downside to a standalone GPS device is the need to keep the maps updated. Map updates and standalone GPS devices are oftentimes a separate purchase, and the user typically has to keep up with a subscription fee as well. GPS technology can be found in fitness trackers, sports apps, pet tracking collars, and in the medical mobile healthcare market. The Internet of Things has allowed for GPS technology to become easily integrated into a variety of objects, such as tracking personal property such as cars and drones. And here is an example of a TomTom GPS unit. We all used to see these things back in the day. Present day, I rarely see people with these. Everybody's using their phone to get around. All right, so let's go ahead and do some check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, what type of display technology is most commonly found on e-readers? Is it LCD? Is it e-ink? Is it LED? Or is it e-note? Which type of display technology is most commonly found on e-readers? The correct answer is e-ink. Stands for electronic ink, also known as electronic paper, that provides a screen most similar to physical ink and paper. Next question. What type of mobile device is primarily used to help track how many steps you walk during the day? Is it a smartphone? Is it a smartwatch? Is it MyFitnessPal? Or is it a fitness monitor? So what type of mobile device is primarily used to help track your steps that you take during the day? The correct answer is a fitness monitor. Yes, you can use a smartwatch and you can use your smartphone, but the question asks, what is the device primarily used for? Fitness monitor is primarily used to track your steps. Final question. Which type of technology device provides information about your location and can be used to navigate to a particular destination? Is it GPS? Is it e-readers? Is it headset? Or is it smart camera? Which type of technology provides info about your location and can help you navigate? The correct answer is GPS is the correct answer, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So in summary, we have talked about various types of mobile devices such as tablets, smartphones, wearable technology, e-readers, and GPS. In this video, you will learn about connecting and configuring accessories and ports for mobile devices such as wired connections, wireless connections, and mobile device accessories. Let's talk about wired connections. So over the years, proprietary wired connections have been shifting to universal standards such as USB 3. The following sections, we're going to discuss various wired connection types such as micro USB, mini USB, USB-C or USB Type-C, lightning, tethering, proprietary vendor-specific ports for communication and power. For many Android smartphones, the 5-pin mini USB connector was the default connector. The USB on the go or the micro USB connector became the standard for both Android smartphones and tablets. Some recent Android tablets use the reversible USB-C connector. And the majority of Windows smartphones and tablets, depending upon the model, they use the micro USB or the USB-C connector. Apple iOS devices up through the iPhone 4 and 3rd generation iPad use Apple's 30-pin connector. In 2012, iOS devices began using the 8-pin reversible lightning connector. However, the iPad Pro uses the USB Type-C or the USB-C connector. Tethering. So tethering, or phone as a modem, or PAM is the acronym, is the sharing of a mobile device's internet connection with other connected computers. Connection of a mobile device with other devices can be done over wireless LAN or Wi-Fi, over Bluetooth, or by physical connection using a cable. Most smartphones on the market are capable of sharing cellular data connections by way of tethering. Wired tethering requires connecting the phone to a laptop via a connection cable. When tethering is done wirelessly, the phone becomes what is known as a hotspot. Proprietary vendor-specific ports. So over the years, every smartphone and tablet had its own proprietary connection cable for powering and syncing devices, such as Apple's iOS 30-pin connector. Older Android mobile devices use a variety of proprietary chargers to support these devices. Multiple head AC or 12-volt DC chargers were sold, as well as dedicated cables. All right, let's talk about wireless connections. So some of the wireless connections that we will be discussing are as follows. You have NFC, Bluetooth, IR, which stands for infrared, and hotspots. NFC, near field communication, is a set of communication protocols for communication between two electronic devices over a distance of 4 centimeters or less. NFC is a feature included with most mobile devices such as smartphones and tablets to enable wireless data transfers, such as paying for items by swiping your phone at the checkout counter. For NFC payments, a payment system has to be installed on the mobile device, such as Apple Pay or Google Pay, to allow for the mobile device to engage in payment transactions with a retailer that supports NFC payments. NFC can also be used to transfer files between devices, which is also referred to as tap and go or Android Beam on Android devices. It can be enabled separately from NFC for payments. Currently, Apple does not permit its devices to transfer files via NFC except with Apple Pay and iTunes purchasing. Apple's AirDrop feature uses peer-to-peer Wi-Fi for file sharing. And here is a screenshot of NFC in action with somebody just simply swiping their phone over the payment receiver in order to pay for whatever item that they are purchasing. Bluetooth is a wireless technology standard used for exchanging data between fixed and mobile devices over short distances using short wavelength, ultra-high frequency radio waves from 2.402 gigahertz to 2.480 gigahertz. Bluetooth began as a technology mainly designed to operate in peer-to-peer or ad hoc mode between PCs and other devices. Before a Bluetooth device can work with your computer or mobile device, it must be paired with the device. To connect a Bluetooth device to a mobile device, Bluetooth needs to be enabled. Then the Bluetooth device needs to be synchronized or paired or linked to the mobile device. Sometimes the synchronization process requires a PIN code. Once the device is synchronized, the device can be connected. Infrared or infrared light is electromagnetic radiation with wavelengths longer than those of visible light. It is therefore generally invisible to the human eye, although infrared at wavelengths up to 150 nanometers from specially pulsed lasers can be seen by humans under certain conditions. If your smartphone can be used to control your TV, it has an infrared blaster on board. Normally, this feature is designed for use with TV and home theater remote control apps rather than for data transfers. Mobile hotspots are also known as portable hotspots. A hotspot is a blend of software, hardware, and network data services that combine to transform a phone into the equivalent of a broadband modem and router. A smartphone becomes a hotspot by sharing its internet connection by creating a small Wi-Fi network. The phone generates a changeable default password that other Wi-Fi devices can use to access the smartphone's network to get access to the web. All right, so in the following sections, we are going to be discussing various mobile device accessories such as headsets, speakers, game pads, extra battery packs and battery chargers, protective covers and waterproofing, credit card readers, and memory and micro SD chips. Headset. So mobile devices typically feature the same 3.5 millimeter mini jack that is available on computers for headsets. Wireless Bluetooth headsets are available for mobile devices such as smartphones for hand-free telephone use. Speakers. Most portable speakers use Bluetooth in place of the 3.5 millimeter mini jack speaker cable. Portable speakers also have rechargeable batteries, in addition to some having a USB cable that is used only for recharging. Game pads, which are also known as joy pads, are video game controllers with either Lightning connections for iOS controllers or Bluetooth connections that can be used with smartphones or tablets for gameplay. They contain joystick and thumb controllers. Extra battery packs and battery chargers. So a portable battery charger, which is also known as a portable power pack, is a portable charger designed to recharge electronic devices when on the move. This type of device has an onboard battery with a USB connection that can be used to charge a mobile device. These devices differ in terms of the following characteristics. So you have milliampere hour rating. Basically, the higher the rating, the more charges the device can supply before it needs to be recharged. Then you have the amperage output. An output rating of 2.1 amps or higher is needed to charge an iPad or Android tablet. Then you have the number of USB charging ports. A portable battery charger may have one or more charging ports. Having two or more USB charging ports can be useful when you have multiple devices to charge. Protective covers and waterproofing. So smartphones or tablets can be easily damaged without a protective cover. Cracked or broken screens are very common problems with mobile devices. It is highly recommended that a clear plastic screen protector is applied to the device to allow for the protector to absorb the scratches of daily use and abuse, which comes at a fraction of the cost of a screen replacement. Another good investment would be a rubberized protective cover with raised edges to prevent or minimize damage to the casing of the mobile device, which could potentially lead to other system failures. For protection against dampness, you should also invest in a cover that offers weather sealing. Credit card readers for smartphones and tablets are another popular accessory which enables credit card transactions from virtually anywhere. Credit card readers plug into the 3.5 millimeter headset jack, and depending upon the model, they are capable of accepting magnetic strip cards, chip cards, and NFC contactless payments. The Square reader is the most popular mobile reader out on the market. Some readers are designed to work as point-of-sale systems with support for cash drawers and printing of receipts. Prior to purchasing a system, always make sure that it is compatible with your operating system. And here is a screenshot of the Square reader that you can use to engage in mobile transactions. And finally, memory micro SD. So Android-based and Windows-based mobile devices typically offer micro SD card slots, but iOS devices do not have upgradable storage. Depending on the operating system a device uses, it might be possible to store some apps on the actual memory card. All right, so let's go ahead and get into some check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which option is a reversible connector based on an open specification? Is it Lightning? Is it USB-C? Is it mini USB? Or is it micro USB? So which option is a reversible connector based on an open specification? The correct answer is USB-C or USB Type-C. That is an open specification used by many mobile devices like smartphones, tablets, and laptops. It is an open specification because it is not proprietary to any single company and can be used in products by any vendor. Next question. Which wireless technology is used by contactless payment services? Is it Bluetooth? Is it IR or infrared? Is it NFC? Or is it Wi-Fi? Which one uses contactless payment services? The correct answer is NFC. That will be near field communication. Remember, in order to use near field communication, your device and the receiving device have to be within 4 centimeters or less of each other. Final question. Your employer offers cell phones to employees for work-related uses. Both Android and iOS devices are offered. An employee states they have an iOS device and have lost their charging cable. What type of cable is most likely needed? Is it Thunderbolt? Is it Lightning? Is it USB-C? Or is it micro USB? So they have an iOS device. They lost their charging cable. Which type of cable will they more than likely need? The correct answer is a lightning cable, ladies and gentlemen. That is what a lightning cable looks like right there. All right. So in summary, we have talked about connecting and configuring accessories and ports for mobile devices such as wired connections, wireless connections, and mobile device accessories. In this video, you will learn about the basic mobile device network connectivity and application support such as wireless cellular data networking for mobile devices, Bluetooth, corporate and ISP email configuration, integrated commercial provider email configuration, PRI updates, PRL updates, baseband updates, radio firmware, IMEIE versus IMSI, and VPN. Know it sounds like a lot, but it really isn't. So let's just get straight into it. Hotspots. So Wi-Fi hotspots are internet access points that allow you to connect to a Wi-Fi network using your computer, smartphone, or another device while away from your home or office network. A hotspot is a blend of software, hardware, and network data services that combine to transform a phone into the equivalent of a broadband modem or router. To rephrase, a mobile hotspot can distribute internet connectivity to nearby systems via a Wi-Fi signal. The mobile device can generate a default password, which can be changed so that other devices looking to connect can get access to the network to access the internet. Now, here's a word of caution. If you turn your mobile device into a hotspot or use the device for tethering, be mindful that some cellular providers may charge additional fees. Also understand that the data usage of every device connected can be counted towards your total data allocation, which could result in paying extra fees for overage use. So be sure to check with your provider for details. And here is a screenshot of how you would activate a personal hotspot on an iPhone. Real simple. Just look for the button that says hotspot, go to it, turn it on. Boom, you're good money. Tethering. So as mentioned in my previous video, tethering or phone as a modem, also known as PAM, is the sharing of a mobile device's internet connection with other connected computers. Connection of a mobile device with other devices can be done over wireless LAN, also known as Wi-Fi, over Bluetooth, or by physical connection using a cable. Most smartphones on the market are capable of sharing cellular data connections by way of tethering. Wired tethering requires connecting the phone to a laptop via a connection cable. When tethering is done wirelessly, the phone becomes what is known as a hotspot. Now, just another word of caution, just like a hotspot, tethering could possibly add some additional charges to your mobile device bill. Airplane mode. So airplane mode is a setting available on a smartphone and other portable devices. When activated, this mode suspends the device's radio frequency signal transmission technologies such as Bluetooth, telephony, and Wi-Fi, effectively disabling all voice, text, and phone services. The GPS may or may not be disabled because it does not involve transmitting radio waves. Some airlines offer in-flight internet access. To enable that access while in flight, you may need to turn your mobile device's airplane mode on and then go back in and activate its Wi-Fi. In addition, you may need to also activate the Bluetooth for your headsets. Bluetooth. Also mentioned in my previous video, Bluetooth is a wireless technology standard used for exchanging data between fixed and mobile devices over short distances using short wavelength, ultra high frequency radio waves from 2.402 gigahertz to 2.480 gigahertz. Bluetooth began as a technology mainly designed to operate in peer-to-peer or ad hoc mode between PCs and other devices. When Bluetooth devices are connected to each other, they form what is known as a PAN or a personal area network. Some systems and devices have Bluetooth adapters already integrated, while others need a Bluetooth module connected via a USB port to enable Bluetooth networking. Most Bluetooth devices have a range of 10 meters. Bluetooth runs within the same 2.4 gigahertz frequency used by the IEEE 802.11 BGN wireless networks, but uses a spread spectrum frequency hopping signaling method to help minimize interference. Before a Bluetooth device can work with your computer or mobile device, it must be paired with the device. To connect the Bluetooth device to a mobile device, Bluetooth needs to be enabled. Then the Bluetooth device needs to be synchronized, paired, or linked to the mobile device. Sometimes the synchronization process requires a PIN code. Once it is synchronized, the device can be connected. Bluetooth 4.0, which is also known as Bluetooth Smart, is used with very low power applications such as sensors. Bluetooth 4.1 can perform multiple roles at the same time, and they work better with LTE cellular devices. And Bluetooth 4.2 adds features to support IoT or the Internet of Things. And here is a screenshot of how to turn on Bluetooth in a smartphone. I think this is an Android that we're looking at right here. You just look for the Bluetooth button, turn it on, look for the device that you want to connect, hit the device name, start connecting. You may or may not have to enter a passcode or a PIN. Once this thing syncs up, boom, you are good to go. Let's talk about corporate and ISP email. ISP stands for Internet Service Provider. Smartphones and tablets have the ability to send and receive email. This section, we're going to discuss how to configure email on both Android and iOS devices. There are two different types of email services that corporations and ISP utilize. They utilize what is called POP3 or Post Office Protocol 3 and IMAP 4, which stands for Internet Message Access Protocol version 4. You may need to configure your device to receive either or both types of email services. Configuring Android for POP3 email. So to configure a POP3 email account, you need to know the connecting server, the port you need to use, and whether security is being employed. So the following steps will help connect a typical Android smartphone to a POP3 email account. First thing you're going to do, you're going to go to the home screen. You're going to tap the menu button and select all apps. You're going to scroll until you see the email app. Next, you're going to select POP3. If the device already has email account set up on it, you might need to open settings and then tap the add account button. Then you're going to type the email address and the password of the account and then tap next. If prompted, you're going to configure the incoming settings. You're going to change the username, which is optional, to something different from the email address, and then type the POP3 server name. This is usually the domain name portion of the email address. Then you're going to select SSL or TLS if security is being used. You're going to type the port number 110, which is the default for POP3. You'll type next. And if you have any issues beyond that, you need to contact your network administrator so that they can give you relevant help. After you do that, you're going to configure the outgoing settings. You're going to type the SMTP server. Organizations tend to use the same server name as the POP3 server. Small office, home office users might have to use their ISP's SMTP server. You're going to select SSL or TLS. If security is being used, you're going to type the port number 25, which is the default port for SMTP. Then you're going to tap next. Then you're going to configure the account options such as how often to check for mail and whether to notify you when it arrives. You'll type next or tap next. And at this point, new emails should start downloading. And finally, you're going to rename your account if you want, and then tap done. Now, I know I threw a lot of acronyms out there, ladies and gentlemen. What I advise you all to do is go check out my IT fundamentals course, which I have uploaded. You can go to the playlist and start watching that. It explains a lot of stuff in reference to these acronyms that will help you pass this exam. Moving on, so let's talk about configuring an iOS device for a POP3 account. So it's real simple. Go to the home screen, tap settings, tap mail, contacts, calendars, tap add account, tap other at the bottom of the list, tap add mail account. You're going to type the name, email address, and password, and an optional description. Then you're going to tap next. Then you're going to tap pop. Under incoming mail server, you're going to type the POP3 server name and the username. Under the outgoing mail server, you're going to type the SMTP server. You're going to tap save. The system will then verify the address and password. And if successful, the process is finished. If it's not successful, you need to check your settings and make sure you didn't type something wrong or misspell it, and then do the process again, and you should be good to go with email on your iOS device. All right, let's talk about connecting to IMAP or Exchange servers. So to connect to an IMAP account, you need to enter the IMAP server for receiving mail, which uses port 143 by default, and the outgoing SMTP server for sending mail. Connecting to a Microsoft Exchange mail server, the name server often takes care of both receiving and sending email, which may require you to know the domain the Exchange server is a member of. Secure email sessions require the use of SSL or TLS on port 443. You need to check with your network administrator for the appropriate protocol. APOP is a secure version of POP3. It uses a challenge response protocol in conjunction with a hashing function to prevent replay attacks during an email session. This protocol is available on the Android platform as well as the Mozilla Thunderbird and Apple Mail platform. Using secure multi-purpose internet mail extensions will encrypt your email for security and authentication. To enable encryption support, you need to turn on the sign all outgoing emails option and then create a public key encryption key for your email account. All right, let's talk about integrated commercial provider email configuration. So web-based services like Apple's iCloud, Gmail, Microsoft Outlook, or Exchange Online, and Yahoo Mail can be easily set up by installing the appropriate app from your device's app store. Connecting to these services works similarly to using a desktop or a laptop computer. Simply choose your email provider, enter a username, which will be your email address, and a password, and the user will have access to web-based email. PRI updates, PRL updates, and baseband updates. Smartphones and cellular-equipped tablets update PRLs, which stands for Preferred Roaming Lists, and basebands every time a system update is made available. A PRL is a database residing in a wireless device that contains information used during the system selection and acquisition process. The PRL indicates which bands, subbands, and service provider identifiers will be scanned and in what order. Without a PRL, a mobile device may not be able to roam outside of its home service area, or a customer could experience not having any service at all. Primary rate interface, or PRI updates, are used to control the speed of data being sent from a mobile device to a cell tower. PRI updates are sent automatically to help ensure that the cell tower receives data at an acceptable rate. Resetting the PRL can help if you are experiencing issues connecting to cell towers. To reset the connection, you can go to the phone's dialer, enter the appropriate code. On an Android, you would type ## 72786 #. On an iOS device, you would type ## 873 283 #. Different carriers may have different requirements for their phones. Radio firmware. So firmware updates are sent whenever a manufacturer sends out an operating system update. Firmware updates update the radio modem that manages connections for cellular, Wi-Fi, GPS, Bluetooth, and NFC. These updates help improve reliability. Firmware updates help keep the phone's operating system in sync with the cellular modem to prevent the device from becoming unreliable. IMEI versus IMSI. So two international standards are used to identify cell phones and other devices with cellular service. You have IMEI, that stands for International Mobile Equipment Identity. And this is a unique number given to each cell phone, and it is used to identify phones on the GSM, UMTS, LTE, and IDEN networks. The IMEI can be used to block access to a stolen phone. MEID numbers used by the CDMA network, such as Sprint, Verizon, and US Cellular, work in the same way as IMEI numbers. Some vendors refer to these numbers as IMEI, MEID numbers. And then you have the IMSI, that stands for International Mobile Subscriber Identity. And it is used to identify a subscriber using a cell network. It is usually stored in the phone or tablet's SIM card. The owner of a stolen cell phone can contact the cell phone provider and request that the phone's usage be blocked. Cell phone providers keep records of IMEI numbers and can block phones from being used even if their SIM card is changed. Support for cell phone blocking by IMEI number can vary from provider to provider and from country to country. If the owner of a stolen cell phone replaces the phone, the new SIM card can be provisioned with the same IMSI code because the code identifies the user of the phone rather than the phone itself. IMEI and MEID numbers for an Android can be displayed by typing #06# into the dialer. The code will be displayed immediately. On an iOS device, you would simply go to Settings and About and scroll to the number. Then you can copy it and display it if necessary. Here is a screenshot from an iOS device showing you how to locate the IMEI number. Go to General, About, then scroll down and look for your IMEI number. And finally, let's talk about VPN. So a virtual private network extends a private network across a public network and enables users to send and receive data across shared or public networks as if their computing devices were directly connected to the private network. A VPN connection requires a VPN server at the remote site and a VPN client at the client site. VPN traffic between clients and servers is encrypted and encapsulated into packets suitable for transmission over the network. VPN connections are often referred to as tunnels, and the process of setting up a VPN is known as tunneling. A VPN connection has several benefits compared with a standard connection. A VPN connection enables insecure public Wi-Fi to provide a secure private connection to a website that supports VPNs. A VPN connection enables the user to bypass blocks on websites in certain areas. By using a VPN, a user can access social networks or search tools in countries where access is restricted, or can use media subscription sites for areas other than where they live, such as a different country's Netflix or other streaming service. And a VPN connection hides activity from the user's normal ISP because their internet traffic, including peer-to-peer torrents, is tunneling through the ISP's connections and is therefore invisible. VPN connections are also supported by iOS, Android, and Windows 10 mobile devices. VPN settings vary by the VPN type, so be sure to know the VPN type and the settings needed to create a connection from a mobile device. So to create a connection to a VPN with an iOS device, you would open Settings, General, VPN, add VPN configuration, set up a VPN on an Android device, open Settings, More Connection Settings, VPN, and then choose Basic VPN or Advanced IPsec VPN. And then to set up a VPN connection on a Windows 10 mobile device, open Settings, Network and Internet, VPN, and add a VPN connection. All right, let's get into some check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, your employer offers company-owned cell phones to some employees. A ticket has been created by an employee stating their cell phone is not connecting to the company Wi-Fi. What troubleshooting steps should be done first? Is it restart the device? Is it replace the PCIe Wi-Fi card? Is it verify that Wi-Fi is enabled? Or is it submit it to the OEM vendor for review? So the Wi-Fi is not working on your device. What is the first thing that you should do? First thing you should do is verify that the Wi-Fi is actually turned on. Some of these devices, Wi-Fi is turned off. So just go in there and make sure the Wi-Fi is turned on so that you can be out here surfing the internet, ladies and gentlemen. Next question. Your employer requires all mobile devices have a VPN client installed. The VPN client should be enabled whenever public or otherwise untrusted wireless networks are used. What is the benefit of using a VPN? Is it VPNs are a client-only application that scans network traffic for possible viruses and worms? Is it VPNs provide an encrypted tunnel that protects data transmitted from being read by malicious actors? Is it VPNs provide a packet scanning service that ensures the untrusted wireless network is safe to use? Or is it VPNs upgrade any HTTP traffic to HTTPS automatically? So what is the correct answer as to what is the benefit of a VPN? The correct answer is VPNs provide an encrypted tunnel that protects data transmitted from being read by malicious actors. That is one of the benefits of VPN. And the final question is, which of the following is a network protocol used to download emails onto a mobile phone? Is it IMEI? Is it Yahoo Mail? Is it POP3? Or is it SMTP? Which of the following is a network protocol used to download emails? The correct answer is POP3 or Post Office Protocol 3. All right. So in summary, we have talked about basic mobile network connectivity and application support, where we discuss things such as wireless cellular data networking for mobile devices, Bluetooth, corporate and ISP email configuration, integrated commercial provider email configuration, PRI updates, PRL updates, baseband updates, radio firmware, IMEI versus IMSI, and VPNs. In this video, you will learn methods to perform mobile device synchronization. This lesson will discuss synchronization methods, types of data to synchronize, mutual authentication for multiple services such as SSO or single sign-on, software requirements to install the application on the PC, and connection types to enable synchronization. Data synchronization is the process of establishing consistency among data from a source to a target data storage and vice versa, and the continuous harmonization of the data over time. It is fundamental to a wide variety of applications, including file synchronization and mobile device synchronization. Keeping data in sync means having the same information on your different devices. Synchronizing data from the cloud to the desktop or other devices is how information is continually updated. Synchronizing to the cloud and to the desktop. Synchronized data may require different levels of synchronization, and cloud storage providers must carefully design systems in order to allow for the data synchronization to run smooth and efficiently. Many cloud providers offer their customers options related to the frequency of data synchronization. Data synchronization can happen in a variety of ways in which how the data is transferred, such as scheduled time transfers and the triggering of events such as a change to a document or a device coming online. Mobile devices can synchronize data by connecting to a laptop or desktop computer via USB, Wi-Fi, or Bluetooth. Synchronizing to the automobile. Many modern automobiles offer data synchronization by way of manufacturers pushing out software updates to mechanical systems for the cars they service. In many events, the owners of the cars rarely, if ever, notice the updates. These updates sync data from the manufacturer to the auto and also may involve sending data gathered by the auto uploaded to the manufacturer for research or product improvement. A common scenario is when a driver gets to a car and wants to sync a device to the car's display and sound system. An advantage to this is when a driver can have the benefit of the technology, such as a navigation app, along with hands-free access to the data, thereby increasing driver safety. In addition to the navigation, the vehicle can also play the device's music, make calls, and send out voice messages. Types of data to synchronize. Synchronization is the ongoing process of synchronizing data between two or more devices and updating changes automatically between them to maintain consistency within systems. Some examples of the type of data that can be synchronized are as follows. You have contacts, applications, email, pictures, music, videos, calendars, bookmarks, documents, location data, social media data, ebooks, passwords, and a whole bunch of other stuff out there. There are three main methods used for synchronization. You have synchronization to the cloud, synchronization to the desktop, and synchronization to the automobile. Cloud-based file synchronization represents the storage and access of electronic data or media files via cloud storage. Cloud-based synchronization allows for apps on a mobile device to send data to the cloud, where the data can be downloaded by other mobile apps, web browsers, or programs running on Windows or Mac computers. A few examples of cloud providers that enable data synchronization are Dropbox, Samsung SmartSwitch, Apple iCloud, Microsoft OneDrive, and Google Drive. Cloud-based synchronization encrypts data and secures the data by way of usernames and passwords. In order to gain access to the data, mutual authentication is utilized by each side of the connection for identity verification purposes. Data synchronization issues to a cloud application can usually be resolved by closing and relaunching the application. To implement desktop-based synchronization, the user connects a mobile device via a USB cable. Android-based devices are treated as drives when connected to Windows, which allows for data to be dragged and dropped between devices. Third-party options such as Android File Transfer can enable Mac to have simple browse and copy file transfers, which allows for files to be transferred and viewed between Mac and Android devices. iTunes is used for file transfer and synchronization for music and media files for iOS devices. Automobile synchronization. So syncing your device to an automobile equipped with Bluetooth is as follows. First thing you're going to do, you're going to turn on your car stereo and your mobile device. Then you are going to select the Bluetooth pairing button on the car stereo console so that it will discover your device. Then you're going to select Bluetooth from the settings menu on your device and then select your car stereo from the list when it appears. And then you are going to enter the pin displayed on the car stereo into your device and select OK, and then you should be good to go with the syncing of your mobile device and your car. Email synchronization options can vary depending on the email service. Configuring a mobile device for email synchronization, the settings are configured as part of the process and can be adjusted, disabled, or re-enabled as needed. mutual authentication for multiple services, or SSO. So single sign-on is an authentication scheme that allows a user to log in with a single ID and password to any of several related yet independent software systems. For instance, a single Microsoft account login provides access to Outlook, email, the Microsoft Store, and OneDrive, and various other services. A single Apple login provides access to iTunes, iClouds, and other services. And a single Google login provides access to Gmail, Android services, and other services such as YouTube, etc. Software requirements for synchronization software. Desktop synchronization software for all current versions of Windows requires the PC to have 4 gigabytes of RAM or more, at least one USB 2.0 port, and 300 megabytes of free space on the hard drive. Desktop synchronization software for Mac requires Mac 10.5 or greater and an available USB port, although some cloud-based applications such as Dropbox may require Mac 10.9 or newer versions. And finally, connection types for synchronization software. USB and Wi-Fi are the most common connection types for synchronizing software, especially on mobile devices. Desktop-based synchronization has a requirement of USB 2.0 ports as a minimum. Some support Bluetooth connections. The appropriate app or web service must be installed on the mobile device for cloud-based synchronization, and the computer used for syncing files and internet access must also be available. All right, so now let's go ahead and get into some check on learning, shall we? First question, true or false? A benefit of using a cloud backup service is that data from a mobile device can be easily recovered if a mobile device is lost or stolen. Is this true or is this false? And the correct answer is this is true. Using a cloud service like iCloud or Google Drive ensures a lost, stolen, or broken mobile device can have its data recovered and transferred onto a replacement device. Depending on the service and device configuration, this could include contacts, apps, emails, pictures, and nearly any other type of file that may have been on the mobile device. Next question. Which of these is an example of single sign-on? Is it you log into your laptop and can then access all applications on your laptop without having to log in again? Is it you log into your Google account and you have access to multiple Google services without having to log into each service separately? Is it you log into your Apple account once and then you do not have to log in again until the next day? Or is it you log into your email on your laptop and then you can later access email from your phone? Which of these is an example of single sign-on? The correct answer is B. You log into your Google account and you can have access to multiple Google services without having to log into each service separately. That is an example of single sign-on. And the final question, ladies and gentlemen. What type of connections can be used to synchronize a mobile device to a desktop? Would it be USB cable, Bluetooth, or Wi-Fi? Would it be USB cable only? Would it be Wi-Fi only? Or would it be Bluetooth only? So what type of connections can be used to synchronize a mobile device to a desktop? The correct answer is all three. You can use a USB cable, Bluetooth, or Wi-Fi, ladies and gentlemen. So in summary, we have talked about methods to perform mobile device synchronization. We talked about the types of data that can be synchronized, mutual authentication from multiple services, software requirements to install the application on a PC, and connection types to enable synchronization. In this video, you are going to learn about TCP and UDP ports, protocols, and their purposes. What is a communication protocol? A communication protocol is a system of rules that allow two or more entities of a communication system to transmit information via any kind of variation of a physical quantity. The protocol defines the rules, syntax, semantics, and synchronization of communication and possible error recovery methods. Protocols may be implemented by hardware, software, or a combination of both. Protocols are designed to allow for applications to send and receive data via predefined ports on a network adapter to make connections to another computer. Port numbers on computers are used to identify protocols for the purpose of sorting various processes. For example, if you want to visit technologyg.com, you would open a browser and type http://www.technologyg.com. The Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or HTTP, is what is being used to make a connection to the web server technologyg.com. For the transmission of data, HTTP selects an unused outbound port on your computer to send and receive data to and from the web server technologyg.com. On the technologyg.com web server, port 80, which is also an inbound port corresponding to HTTP, is open at all times to allow for a computer to make a connection to the technologyg.com web server. TCP, so Transmission Control Protocol, is one of the main protocols of the Internet Protocol Suite. It originated in the initial network implementation in which it complemented the Internet Protocol, therefore being commonly referred to as TCP/IP. TCP provides reliable, ordered, and error-checked delivery of bytes between applications running on hosts communicating via an IP network. TCP is connection-oriented, and a connection between a client and a server is established before data can be sent, which requires every packet that has been sent to be checked for delivery. Packets that are transmitted to a receiving computer are not received. The receiving computer cannot assemble the message, and therefore the sending computer has to retransmit the missing packets. For example, if a computer sends a picture of a car, but for some reasons the picture is missing the parts of the image that displays the tires, TCP will instruct the sending computer to retransmit the missing data for the proper assembly of the image. UDP, User Datagram Protocol, is one of the core members of the Internet Protocol Suite. With UDP, computer applications can send messages, also known as datagrams, to other hosts on an IP network. Prior communication is not required to set up communication channels or data paths. UDP uses a simple connectionless communication model with a minimum of protocol mechanisms. UDP provides checksums for data integrity and port numbers for addressing different functions at the source and destination of the datagram. It has no handshaking dialogues like TCP, and thus exposes the user's program to any unreliability of the underlying network, meaning there is no guarantee of delivery, ordering, or duplicate protection. Voice over IP and streaming media sessions, they use UDP in addition to simple queries and responses such as DNS. TCP versus UDP example. So an example of TCP can be thought of in terms of pre-recorded videos on YouTube like the one you're currently watching. A pre-recorded video, also known as a stored video, is a video that has already been uploaded to YouTube and is sitting on a YouTube server somewhere. When a person uses their computer to send out a request to watch this pre-recorded video, TCP engages in what is known as a three-way handshake, where the client computer says to the YouTube server, "Hey, I would like to watch this video." This is known as SYN or SYN or synchronize. Basically, the computer is telling the YouTube server that they would like to establish a connection. The YouTube server responds back by saying, "Hello, how are you? I have that video. Would you like to watch it?" This is known as SYN-ACK or synchronized acknowledgement. And this is where YouTube tells the other computer or asks the other computer if they would like to establish a connection. The client computer responds back by saying, "Yes, I I would like to watch that video. This is known as the acknowledgement. And this is the client computer saying that they wish to proceed with the establishment of that connection. The YouTube server then, quote unquote, sends over the video in its entirety. If there is a disruption in the transmission of that video from the YouTube server to the client computer, which is also known as buffering, then the three-way handshake would have to start over again at each break to ensure that each packet associated with the video has been sent from YouTube to the client so that you can watch the complete video in its entirety. An example of UDP would be the live streaming of a video on YouTube. A YouTuber is live streaming on their channel. You decide to tune in to the live stream. During the live stream, portions of the live stream go in and out for a few seconds at a time, and then things go back to quote unquote normal, picking up where the live streamer is currently at during the live broadcast. When it comes to UDP, the live stream is not engaging in a three-way handshake to ensure that you, the client computer, have received all the missing parts of the video. With UDP, the live stream just continues to send out data packets without checking to see if you received the packets. TCP, it continually checks to make sure you received all the packets, so you won't have to miss a few seconds here and there like you would during a live stream UDP transmission. If TCP were used during a live stream, every time the live stream would go in and out, TCP would have to reestablish that three-way handshake at whatever point in time the live stream went out. You would have to wait for YouTube to resend that missing information before you could proceed with the live stream, which would mean you would not be watching the video live. You would actually be a few seconds to maybe a few minutes behind from where the actual YouTuber is in the live stream. Now, in the examples that I just gave, each protocol served a very unique purpose. UDP is the better choice for time-sensitive information, even though it is less reliable than TCP. In other situations where reliability is important, TCP is beneficial. When it comes to establishing a connection, remember that it's the inbound ports that you are connected with on a server. And here is a screenshot of some common protocols and their ports. This is very important, ladies and gentlemen. You want to retain this to memory because I can pretty much guarantee you that you will be tested on this when you go to sit down and take your examination. All right, so for the rest of the video, we're going to be talking about various protocols in a little bit more detail as it relates to the ones that you just saw on that chart. So the first one you have is called FTP, or File Transfer Protocol. The File Transfer Protocol is a standard network protocol used for the transfer of computer files between a client and a server on a network computer. FTP is also used by web browsers. To access an FTP site, you would use the prefix FTP://. Windows, Linux, and Mac, they contain a command line FTP program. You would type FTP, press enter, and then type help at the FTP prompt to see the commands that you should be able to use. FTP sites with downloads available to any user support anonymous FTP. Anonymous FTP is a means by which archive sites allow general access to their archives of information. These sites create a special account called Anonymous. User Anonymous has limited rights to the archive host as well as some operating restrictions. Some FTP sites require the user to log in with a specified username and password. One drawback to FTP is that it is not considered secure due to FTP login credentials being transmitted and authenticated in clear text. To increase security, use FTP secured with SSL/TLS or FTPS, or Secure File Transfer Protocol, SFTP. And also remember, FTP, it uses port 21. SSH. Secure Shell is a cryptographic network protocol for operating network services securely over an unsecured network. SSH is more secure than FTP and Telnet. Typical applications include remote command line, login, and remote command execution, but any network service can be secured with SSH. SSH servers housing data a client wants to retrieve. It utilizes port 22, and it would need to have that port open to get access to that data. As previously mentioned, regular FTP is an insecure port, whereas secure FTP is secure by way of utilizing TCP port 22 as it runs over an SSH session. Telnet is an application protocol used on the internet or local area network to provide a bidirectional, interactive, text-oriented communication facility using a virtual terminal connection. A Telnet emulation enables a user to connect to a remote host or device using a Telnet client over port 23. A Telnet connection allows for a user to Telnet into a computer that hosts their website to manage their files remotely versus simply downloading pages and files as he or she would with an http:// or FTP:// connection. Before a Telnet connection from a client can be established, a remote computer must already be configured to accept a Telnet login on port 23, and that port must be open before a login can take place. To utilize the Telnet command prompt on a Windows or Linux computer by way of a command line Telnet program, you would have to open a connection to a remote computer, followed by opening a command prompt in Windows or a terminal session in Linux, and then type Telnet and press enter. For help with commands, you would simply type help and press the enter key. Telnet has been removed from recent versions of Mac due to the standard practice of using SSH, but if Telnet is still needed, it is possible to install it. SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, is a communication protocol for email transmission. SMTP utilizes port 25 to send email from a client system to an email server, which also uses SMTP to relay messages to the receiving email server. To configure email settings on a client device, you would have to check with the ISP or the organization that provides internet access for the settings, such as the server type, whether you're going to use SMTP, POP3, or IMAP. You're going to need to get the settings for the ports that are going to be used. You're going to need the username and the password in order to get access to the servers. And you're going to need to know the security settings, whether or not they are using SSH. DNS, so domain name system, is a hierarchical and decentralized naming system for computers, services, or other resources connected to the internet or a private network. It associates various information with domain names assigned to each of the participating entities. Most prominently, it translates more readily memorized domain names to numerical IP addresses, which are needed for locating and identifying computer services and devices with the underlying network protocols. In other words, DNS can be thought of as being the phone book of the internet. Instead of memorizing IP addresses to get to a website such as Google, one could simply type in the URL or the Uniform Resource Locator, aka the web address bar. They would just simply type in google.com, and the DNS will match that name up to the IP address associated with google.com to take your client device to Google. When manually configuring an IP address, you typically provide the IP address of a DNS server or the IP address of multiple DNS servers as part of the configuration process. DNS uses port 53. Some texts refer to DNS as either domain name service or domain name server, which is not all the way technically correct, but it is understood in the industry with other IT professionals. HTTP and HTTPS. So Hypertext Transfer Protocol is an application protocol for distributed, collaborative, hypermedia information systems. HTTP is the foundation of data communications for the World Wide Web, where hypertext documents include hyperlinks to other resources that the user can easily access, for example, by a mouse click or by tapping the screen in a web browser. HTTP is used by all major web browsers such as Internet Explorer, Microsoft Edge, Firefox, and Chrome. HTTP for unsecured sites, use the prefix HTTP://, where sites that are secured with various forms of encryption are HTTP secure or HTTP over SSL or simply HTTPS. They use the prefix HTTPS://. HTTP uses port 80 and HTTPS uses port 443. To check to see if a website is secure, most browsers will display a closed padlock symbol right next to the website's address in the web address bar. POP3. Post Office Protocol version 3 is an application layer internet standard protocol used by email clients to retrieve email from a mail server. Email is downloaded from the mail server to folders on a local system. For users who frequently switch between computers and or mobile devices, POP3 email is not a suitable solution for checking emails on multiple devices due to the email being downloaded onto only one device when a client device puts in a request. Users who utilize POP3 servers to retrieve email typically use SMTP to send messages. POP3 is the current version and standard, and it uses port 110. IMAP, Internet Message Access Protocol, is an internet standard protocol used by email clients to retrieve email messages from a mail server over a TCP/IP connection. IMAP was designed with the goal of permitting complete management of an email box by multiple email clients. Therefore, clients generally leave messages on the server, which can be retrieved from multiple devices from any location until the user explicitly deletes them. IMAP 4 is the current version of IMAP. To configure an IMAP-based email account, you must select IMAP as the email server type, specify the name of the server, give your username and password, and indicate whether the server uses SSL. IMAP uses port 143. NetBIOS or NetBT. So Network Basic Input Output System, where NetBT simply means NetBIOS over TCP/IP, is a protocol that allows some legacy applications that were developed in 1987 before TCP/IP became the standard to work on larger networks and the internet. NetBIOS uses ports 137 through 139. SMB CIFS, so Server Message Block, one version of which was also known as Common Internet File System or CIFS, is a network communication protocol for providing shared access to files, printers, and serial ports between nodes on a computer. It also provides an authenticated inter-process communication mechanism by way of using packets that authenticate remote computers. SMB uses ports 137 through 139 for SMB traffic using NetBIOS over TCP, and it uses port 445 for SMB hosted on TCP. CIFs were originally used as the standard method for sharing files via corporate intranets and the internet. CIFS has now been widely replaced by updated versions of SMB, such as SMB 2.0 and 3.0. SLP, Service Location Protocol. This is a service directory protocol that allows computers and other devices to find services in a local area network without prior configuration. SLP allows devices to provide their configuration information to hosts. SLP has been designed to scale from small, unmanaged networks to large enterprise networks. SLP is used by devices to announce services on a local network, such as printers on the local area network. Prior to SLP, devices needed to have services specifically configured. SLP, it utilizes port 427. AFP or Apple Filing Protocol. This was formerly known as Apple Talk Filing Protocol, and this is the proprietary network protocol, and it is part of the Apple File Service, or AFS, and it offers file services for Mac and the classic Mac operating system. Apple Filing Protocol, it uses TCP/IP for transport, and it utilizes port 548. Mac OS 10.9 or Mavericks and newer versions use AFP to connect to devices running older versions of Mac and for Apple's Time Machine backup application. RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol. This is a proprietary protocol developed by Microsoft, which provides a user with a graphical interface to connect to another computer over a network connection. The user employs RDP client software for this purpose, which is called Remote Desktop Services, while the other computer must run RDP server software, which is called Remote Desktop Connection. RDP uses port 3389. DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, is a network management protocol used on IP networks where a DHCP server dynamically assigns an IP address and other network configuration parameters to each device, such as PCs, printers, servers, routers, etc., on a network so they can communicate with other IP networks. The DHCP server enables computers to request IP addresses and networking parameters automatically from the ISP, reducing the need for a network administrator or a user to manually assign IP addresses to all network devices. In the absence of a DHCP server, a computer or other device on the network needs to be manually assigned an IP address or to assign itself what is called an APIPA address, which the latter of which will not enable it to communicate outside of its local area network. If you get your address from a DHCP server, you are getting your address assigned dynamically, and it could change periodically. Some devices on the network require static addresses that do not change, such as printers and servers, which have to be assigned manually by a network administrator. This enables these devices to be more reliable and easily accessible over time. DHCP uses ports 67 and 68, where UDP port 67 is the destination port of a server, and UDP port 68 is used by the client. SNMP. So Simple Network Management Protocol is an internet standard for collecting and organizing information about managed devices on IP networks and for modifying that information to change device behavior. Devices that typically support SNMP include cable modems, routers, switches, servers, workstations, printers, etc. They are often incorporated into software known as Network Management Systems, or NMS. The NMS is the main software installed on a computer known as a manager that controls everything SNMP based. The devices to be monitored are known as managed devices. NMS installs a small piece of software known as an agent that allows the NMS to monitor those managed devices. SNMP uses ports 161 and 162. And finally, LDAP. So Lightweight Directory Access Protocol is an open, vendor-neutral, industry-standard application protocol for accessing and maintaining distributed directory information services over an IP network. Domain directory services play an important role in developing intranet and internet applications by allowing the sharing of information about users, systems, networks, services, and applications throughout the network. As such, directory services may provide an organized set of records, often within a hierarchical structure, such as a corporate email directory. Microsoft refers to this as directory services. LDAP uses port 389. All right, so let's go ahead and get into some check on learning, shall we? First question is, a new ticket has come in requesting a server obtain network access to corporate email server. Which network port would apply? Would it be port 25? Would it be port 53? Would it be port 443? Or would it be Port 22. So a new ticket has come in requesting a server obtain network access to the corporate email server. Which network port will apply? The correct answer is Port 25. Port 25 is used by the Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, or SMTP, which can be used to send emails. Next question. David is installing a new web server at the office, but doesn't want DHCP, giving it a new IP address every time he has to reboot it during maintenance. What kind of address should David assign to the new web server? Would it be static? Would it be dynamic? Would it be DNS? Or would it be DHCP? So he wants to install a new web server at the office, but he doesn't want it getting a brand new IP address every single time he has to reboot it. What type of address should he assign to this web server? The correct answer is going to be static. Static addresses are those that are manually assigned and entered on a device. This will effectively disable DHCP. And here's a tip. David should also reserve the IP address in the DHCP pool as good practice to prevent it from being leased to another device. And the final question is, in a Windows environment, this protocol is often associated with Active Directory for central management of a user database. What is this protocol called? Is it Exchange? Is it Domain Controller? Is it LDAP? Or is it Office 365? So in a Windows environment, this protocol is associated with Active Directory for centralized management of a user database. What is this protocol called? The correct answer is LDAP. Lightweight Directory Access Protocol often works in conjunction with Active Directory to provide user authentication and management in the network. It is the successor to the DAP, or Directory Access Protocol. Now, to answer this question really quickly, all you would have to have done was just look at the answers provided and realize that 3 out of the 4 answers have nothing to do with protocols. Exchange is the name of an email system. Domain Controller has nothing to do with protocols, and Office 365 is just an online office suite in the cloud. LDAP is the only one that deals with protocols. In summary, we have talked about TCP and UDP ports, protocols, and their purposes. In this video, you will learn about common networking hardware devices such as routers, switches, access points, cloud-based network controllers, firewalls, network interface cards, repeaters, hubs, cable, DSL modems, bridges, patch panels, power over Ethernet, and Ethernet over power. A router is a networking device that forwards data packets between computer networks. Routers perform the traffic directing functions of the internet. Data sent through the internet, such as a web page or email, is in the form of data packets. A packet is typically forwarded from one router to another router through the networks that constitute an internetwork, or the internet, until it reaches its destination node. Devices that are connected to a LAN via a router connected to a cable modem or DSL modem allows for these devices to share a broadband connection to the internet. A router has at least 2 network connections that use RJ45 cables. The port labeled WAN, or Wide Area Network, connects to the router to a modem. The port labeled LAN, or Local Area Network, connects to the router to a switch. If the router has a built-in switch, it has multiple LAN ports that are numbered starting at the number 1. Most routers today are wireless routers that use the 802.11 Wi-Fi standards, to where they combine a router, a switch, and an access point. A router has 2 IP addresses because it has 2 network connections. One network connection uses a private IP address and is used to attach to LANs, or ports numbered 1 through 4 or higher. The other network connection is the one used to connect to the internet via a modem, and this is your public IP address. And here is a picture of a typical Cisco networking router. And here is a picture of a typical SOHO, or small office home office router. You probably have one of these sitting in your house right now. A switch is a high-speed device that receives incoming data packets and redirects them to their destination on a local area network. Essentially, switches are the traffic cops of a simple local area network. A switch enables direct connections between any two computers or devices on a network. A switch makes a direct connection between the sending and receiving devices by identifying the media access control addresses or the MAC addresses of each device. Switches are available with as few as 4 or 5 RJ45 ports or with dozens of ports. Switches can be connected to each other to where they are stacked or daisy chained so that a small network can grow without needing to replace existing switches. Most switches support at least fast Ethernet, which is 100 megabits per second signaling, with gigabit Ethernet or 1,000 megabits per second becoming common in home and small office networking. 10 gigabit Ethernet switches are now used in enterprise networks. Low-cost switches used in SOHO networks cannot be configured to perform complex switching functions and are considered unmanaged. A managed switch can organize its switch ports into several logical networks, also known as virtual LANs or VLANs, that cannot interfere with each other, which enables different companies or departments to have independent networks in the same physical location to keep their traffic separated. Managed switches also support SNMP for diagnostics and performance measurements. To enable a switch network to connect to the internet, you would have to connect a switch to a router. Many networks made for home or small offices include a multi-port switch and a wireless access point. A wireless access point, also known as a WAP or an AP, is a networking hardware device that allows other Wi-Fi devices to connect to a wired network based on the IEEE 802.11 standards. The wireless access point usually connects to a router via a wired network as a standalone device, but it can also be an integral component of the router itself. Wireless access points act as central connecting points for computers, equipped with wireless network adapters by identifying each computer by its MAC address. To connect the wireless network to a wired network, you would connect the RJ45 port on the wireless access point to a switch on a wired network. If the wired network is connected to a router with internet access, the wireless network will also have internet access. And this is a typical picture of a wireless access point. If you walk around some office buildings, you might see these things sitting on the ceiling. These are the things that help facilitate your device to get access to the internet. Cloud-based network controller. So a cloud-based controller is a tool that transfers data from on-premise to cloud storage. For achieving that purpose, the cloud-based controllers typically use hard disk drives, solid-state drives, or a combination of both to store the data on-premise. Cloud-based networking is considered the next generation of computer networks. Cloud-based controllers allow for administrators to manage local area networks and branch offices located anywhere on the internet from a centralized location. A firewall is a network security system that monitors and controls incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. A firewall typically establishes a barrier between a trusted internal network and untrusted external networks, such as the internet. Firewalls can be either software or hardware. Firewalls are frequently incorporated into wireless routers, Microsoft Windows and Mac operating systems. Software firewalls are also known as host firewalls. Now, firewalls, they work like this. A computer from outside the network attempts to gain access to a server on the network that has a firewall. The firewall blocks the incoming traffic from the computer because no computer from inside the network has sent a request to the outside computer. A computer on the network sends a request to a remote server hosting a website. The remote server responds back to the computer on the network. Because the remote server is responding to a request from the network, the firewall permits the incoming traffic. So you could think of a firewall in the manner of that of a bouncer at a club who controls who gets to go into the club and ultimately who gets kicked out of the club. Network interface card. So a network interface card, also known as a NIC card is a computer hardware component that connects to a local area network. A NIC originally was a circuit board card mounted to the motherboard, but now NICs are built-in interfaces that connect to a network using cables via an RJ45 connector, or they can connect wirelessly. The NIC is designed to take communication off the physical cable or wireless signal from the air and present it to the computer for processing. The NIC is both a physical layer and data link layer, as it provides physical access to a networking medium and provides a low-level addressing system through the use of MAC addresses that identifies devices to other hosts on the network. NICs have evolved to also provide wireless and virtual access to networks. And that is an image of a standard NIC card that you will find on a desktop computer. A repeater or an extender is an electronic device that receives a signal and retransmits it. Repeaters are used to extend transmissions so that the signal can cover longer distances or be received on the other side of an obstruction. Wireless signals can be blocked by a variety of objects such as bricks, steel, and concrete walls. Distance can also weaken signals as well. Wireless repeaters can look similar to wireless routers, and some even include a switch component, but instead of connecting to a cable or DSL modem, a repeater connects wirelessly to a wireless router. A hub is a network hardware device for connecting multiple Ethernet devices together and making them act as a single network segment. Hubs were used to connect computers together and to boost the communication signal between computers. It has multiple input-output ports in which a signal introduced at the input of any port appears at the output of every port except the original incoming port. A network hub is considered an unsophisticated device in comparison to a switch. A hub cannot examine or manage any of the traffic that comes through it. A hub has no memory to store data. It can only handle one transmission at a time, and it splits the bandwidth of a connection amongst all computers connected to it. And it broadcasts data to all computers connected to it. When it comes to the splitting of bandwidth, a 5-port Ethernet hub, it will divide the 100 megabits per second speed of the fast Ethernet amongst 5 different ports, therefore only providing 20 megabits per second of bandwidth to each port for fast Ethernet. With that being said, hubs have become extremely rare in networks. And here is a picture of a hub. And basically what you're looking at here, you see the signal coming in through one port right here. And as it enters the hub, that signal is broadcasted to every other port and device that is connected to that port. That is essentially what a hub does, ladies and gentlemen. Modem. So a modem or a modulator, demodulator, or modulate, demodulate is a hardware device that converts data into a format suitable for a transmission medium. So it can be transmitted from one computer to another, historically along telephone wires. A modem modulates one or more carrier wave signals to encode digital information for transmission and demodulates signals to decode the transmitted information. The goal is to produce a signal that can be transmitted easily and decoded reliably to reproduce the original digital data. Modems connect a LAN to an ISP. Dial-up modems allow computers to gain access to the internet by converting the computer's digital signals to analog signals used by a LAN-based phone line. The issue with dial-up modems is that they are very slow devices and are typically used if no other internet option is available. The most common modems in use today are that of cable and DSL modems. And here is a picture of a typical cable modem that you would find in your house if you have cable internet access. A wireless bridge connects 2 wired networks together over Wi-Fi. The wireless bridge acts as a client, logging into the primary router and getting an internet connection, which it then passes on to devices that are connected to its local area network. A patch panel is a device or unit featuring a number of jacks, usually of the same or similar type, for the use of connecting and routing circuits, for monitoring, interconnecting, and testing circuits in a convenient, flexible manner. Patch panels are typically built into a wiring closet or added to equipment racks. Patch panels are primarily designed as a termination point for twisted pair and fiber cables that are used in networks. Twisted pair cabling is a type of wiring in which two conductors of a single circuit are twisted together for the purposes of improving electromagnetic compatibility. Compared to a single conductor or an untwisted balanced pair, a twisted pair reduces electromagnetic radiation from the pair and crosstalk between neighboring pairs and improves rejection of external electromagnetic interference. Twisted pair cables must be untwisted before being punched into the appropriate connection on the back of a patch panel. Twisted pair cables are color coded to allow for the proper termination of the cables. The most common standards for color coding are known as T568 Alpha or straight through, or T568 Bravo or for crossover. The front of the patch panel uses RJ45 connectors for short standard network cables. And here's a picture of the RJ45 pinout for these cables, showing you the color codes for the T568 Alpha and the T568 Bravo cables. You will learn about this as we proceed on with this class, so don't be too concerned about it right now for this particular video. Ethernet over power line. So power line networking is a technology that sits between wired and wireless. Ethernet over power lines uses the existing electrical wiring in a home or office to transmit network data. This can be a practical solution when there is a need to extend a wired or wireless internet connection. Ethernet over power lines provides power line adapters that are sold in pairs. One unit for the AC wall socket, which is connected to the router via a switch, and the other adapter plugs into an AC wall socket in a room that needs network access. And here's a picture of how a network power line adapter would work. So as you can see at the bottom right here, you have a power line adapter that is connected to a router. That power line adapter is plugged into the wall where it is sending the signal through the electrical wiring in this house up to the third floor, which is then going to this other adapter, which is kicking out Wi-Fi, which will then send the signal to this smart TV, this laptop, or any other Wi-Fi driven device. And the reason is because this picture is making the assumption that the Wi-Fi signal from this router is being blocked or is too weak to reach all these devices on the third floor. So this could be an economic solution to dealing with those issues if you are experiencing them in your own home right now. And finally, power over Ethernet. So power over Ethernet describes any of several standard or ad hoc systems or switches that pass electric power along with data on twisted pair Ethernet cabling. This allows a single cable to provide both data connection and electric power to devices such as wireless access points, IP cameras, routers, VoIP phones, and other Ethernet devices. The power over Ethernet switch can send up to 25.5 watts of power on Cat5 or greater grades of unused twisted pair wires using pins 4 and 5 or 7 and 8, or by using all 4 wire pairs, which allows for it to be used with gigabit Ethernet. Another type of power over Ethernet device, which is known as a power over Ethernet injector, is installed between a standard Ethernet switch and a power over Ethernet device to provide power only. All right, so let's go ahead and get into some check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which of the following technologies can support Ethernet communication using a building's power infrastructure? Would it be Ethernet over power? Would it be power NIC? Would it be power-based network controllers? Or would it be power over Ethernet? So which of the following technologies can support Ethernet communication using a building's power infrastructure? The correct answer is Ethernet over power. So remember, Ethernet over power, which is also called power line communication. It allows Ethernet signals to be sent over standard electrical power wiring in a building. This is helpful for situations where both Wi-Fi and running new Ethernet cabling is not supported. Usually this is done by using adapters that plug into a wall power outlet and they have RJ45 ports on them. Next question. What type of network switch supports plug-and-play style usage and does not support custom configurations? Would it be a pop switch? Would it be a level 5 switch? Would it be a managed switch? Or would it be an unmanaged switch? So which type of switch supports plug and play and doesn't have custom configurations? The correct answer is an unmanaged switch. So an unmanaged switch does not support, or it has very limited configuration options and is meant to work for most networks right out of the box. Managed switches, they require configuration to properly function, but they offer more features and functionality. And the final question is, you've just installed a wireless access point upstairs in your new home. However, when you go down to the basement, you lose your signal and can no longer surf the internet. What type of equipment could you buy if you did not want to purchase another access point, but you wanted to keep wireless connectivity? Would it be a repeater? Would it be a switch? Would it be a router? Or would it be a hub? You got your Wi-Fi device set up upstairs. You're in the basement. You can't get any internet access. What device are you going to purchase, ladies and gentlemen, from this list? The correct answer is a repeater. A repeater can resend the wireless signal into an area that is not covered by the original access point. This will be a good alternative option to buying another access point and can easily repeat the signal onto another floor of a home. All right. So in summary, we have talked about common networking hardware devices such as routers, switches, access points, cloud-based network controllers, firewalls, NICs, repeaters, hubs, cable DSL modems, bridges, patch panels, Ethernet over power, and power over Ethernet. In this video, we are going to discuss wired and wireless SOHO networks. You will learn router switch functionality, access point settings, IP addressing, NIC configuration, end user device configuration, IoT device configuration, cable DSL modem configuration, firewall settings, QoS, and wireless settings. A SOHO access point is a device that creates a wireless LAN, typically found in office buildings. An access point connects to a wired router and projects a Wi-Fi signal to a designated area to provide a secure way for users to access the internet and local network resources. Depending upon how the device is configured, it can also become a magnet for attacks. Now, to configure a router settings, connect to the router via an Ethernet cable or wirelessly and use the manufacturer's instructions on the default IP address. The IP address typically looks similar to 192.168.0.1. To connect, just open a browser and enter the IP address of that router in the address bar and then simply press enter. Channels. The 2.4 gigahertz spectrum on a wireless router is divided into 11 channels. Only 3 channels within this spectrum do not overlap. Those are channels 1, 6, and 11. For the best wireless signal in the 2.4 gigahertz spectrum, select one of those channels. Now, some SOHO routers feature an auto setting that enables the router to use the least active channel, but you can use a Wi-Fi diagnostic utility to find the least used channel if you prefer to set up the router manually. So here are some of the basic steps that you would use to change the channel used by a wireless network. One, you're going to log into the router. You're going to navigate to the wireless configuration dialog. Then you're going to select a different channel, typically channels 1, 6, or 11 when you are using the 2.4 gigahertz networking because they have less interference than other channels. And then you're going to save the changes and exit the wireless configuration dialog. And as you can see in this screenshot here below, these are some of the various channels that you can pick from on a wireless router. Network address translation is a method of remapping an IP address space into another by modifying network address information in the IP header of packets while they are in transit across a traffic routing device. So in layman's terms, NAT is the process where a network device, usually a firewall, assigns a public address to a computer or a group of computers inside a private network. The main use of NAT is to limit or hide an entire IP address space on a LAN for both economic and security purposes. This functionality is typically built into a router. When NAT is implemented, before an IP address on the LAN can communicate with the internet, the IP address has to be converted to the public IP address of the router. This allows for the router to appear as if it is the only device making a connection to remote computers on the internet, which provides safety for the computers on the LAN. It also allows a single IP address to do the work for many other IP addresses in the LAN. NAT is performed automatically on SOHO routers when connected to an IP version 4 network. NAT is not necessary on IP version 6 networks because IP version 6 is much more secure and has no shortage of IP addresses. Port forwarding or DNAT. So in computer networking, port forwarding or DNAT, which stands for Destination Network Address Translation, is an application of NAT that redirects a communication request from one address and port number combination to another while the packets are traversing a network gateway, such as a router or a firewall. In layman's terms, port forwarding allows remote computers to connect to a specific computer or service within a private LAN. An example could be an FTP server residing inside of a LAN with the IP address of 192.168.1.240 with port 21 open to allow for external computers to connect to engage in file transactions. In order for external computers to connect, these devices would need to know the IP address of your router. So let's just say your router's IP address is 68.54.121.93. And it would also need to know the appropriate port number, such as port 21. Once the external computer is granted access to the LAN, the external device's packets will be forwarded to the FTP server at 192.168.1.240 port 21. So here's an example of single port forwarding. So all traffic coming in on 8090 on that port using the TCP protocol is going to be forwarded to the IP address 192.168.1.190. Port triggering is a configuration option on a NAT-enabled router that controls communication between internal and external host machines in an IP network. It is similar to port forwarding in that it enables incoming traffic to be forwarded to a specific internal host machine, although the forwarding port is not open permanently and the target internal host machine is chosen dynamically. Port triggering is useful for network applications where the client and server roles must be switched for certain tasks, such as authentication for a service called Internet Relay Chat or IRC, which allows for the opening of an outgoing port or range of ports on demand. DMZ, so a demilitarized zone, which is sometimes referred to as a perimeter network or a screen subnet, is a physical or logical subnetwork that contains and exposes an organization's external facing services to an untrusted, usually larger network such as the internet. The purpose of a DMZ is to add an additional layer of security to an organization's LAN to where an external node can access only what is exposed in the DMZ, while the rest of the organization's network is firewalled. The DMZ functions as a small, isolated network positioned between the internet and the private network, and if its design is effective, it allows the organization extra time to detect and address breaches before they would further penetrate into the internal networks. Here is a diagram of how a DMZ functions. So on your left here, you have the enterprise LAN, that is the internal network. They are protected by our firewall right here. On the other side of this firewall, they might have a mail server, web server, and some type of router inside the DMZ, which is then protected by another firewall, separating it from the internet. So when traffic comes through from the internet, instead of them going all the way straight to the enterprise LAN to cause havoc and chaos, they'll just typically try to attempt to cause havoc and chaos up in this area. And then sometimes within this area, they might deploy a honeypot, which is a machine that is designed to attract intruders to let them go in there and just mess around, prod and poke while they are being watched. So, but you'll learn about that in future classes. DHCP, or Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. This is a network management protocol used on IP networks whereby a DHCP server dynamically assigns an IP address and other network configuration parameters to each device on the network so they can communicate with other IP networks. By default, SOHO routers have the DHCP service turned on so they can provide IP addresses to any wired or wireless device that connects. Most routers enable you to specify the range and number of IP addresses available via the DHCP. Now, in this example right here, this shows a router with the DHCP enabled and a range of IP addresses the DHCP server can assign. The default address of the router is 192.168.1.1, which you can see right here on your screen. And the subnet mask is 255.255.255.0, which that information will be plugged in right here. This means the router has the first address on the 192.168.0 network, which is a private network that can't be used on the internet. When devices join the network based on these router settings, DHCP assigns addresses in the range of 192.168.1.100 to 192.168.1.141, or 149, I should say. So essentially, they are assigning upwards of 50 IP addresses to this IP range right here. I know it's kind of hard to see, but right here it states the number of DHCP users that are going to be on the network. They have the number 50 punched up in here. And so the IP addresses are going to start right here. You can't really see it, but it says 100 right there. So from 100 to 149, any device that connects to this network, they're going to get assigned an IP address from the range of 100 to 149 is what this is saying. Now, if a router does not have enough IP addresses for the devices that need to connect to it, a PIPA IP addresses from 169.254.0.0 to 169.254.255.255, they are assigned to devices arriving after the pool of addresses are used up. A PIPA stands for Automatic Private IP Addressing, which is a feature in Windows-based operating systems that enables computers to automatically self-configure an IP address and subnet mask when their DHCP server is not reachable. A PIPA service checks regularly for the presence of the DHCP server every 3 minutes. If it detects a DHCP server on the network, the DHCP server will replace the PIPA networking address with dynamically assigned addressings. And another thing, the PIPA address, it'll let devices communicate within the LAN only, but they cannot leave the LAN to go out to the greater network, i.e. the internet. IP addressing. So an internet protocol address is a numerical label assigned to each device connected to a computer network that uses the internet protocol for communication. An IP address serves two main functions: host or network interface identification and location addressing. A SOHO router comes with the default IP address. This IP address is a special type which is known as a private address. NIC configuration steps. So a PC may have several different NICs to allow for connection to a network over the wire, Wi-Fi, or virtually. Once you select the NIC that matches the method of connecting, you can choose the protocol and configure network access. Now, the following is how to go about configuring a NIC on a Windows-based computer. What you're going to do, you're going to click the Windows icon and select the Windows settings gear. In the Windows settings window, you're going to select network and internet link. When you see the different connection options, select the one you want and click change adapter options. Choose the adapter you want to configure. And in the example that I'm going to show you on the next screen, that example is going to be Ethernet. And then you're going to click the properties button. A list of items available for the NIC will be listed. Now note that in the example on the next screen, they're going to present options for IP version 4 and IP version 6, which will be checked, which will make them available for the NIC. And after you do that, you're going to double click on the Internet Protocol version 4. You will now see the windows where the IP address is configured dynamically or statically. And then you're going to assign the address or leave the default DHCP options and click OK to accept any changes. And like I said, once you go through all those steps, you're going to end up at a window similar to this. And this window is displaying the options for going about configuring the NIC for the TCP/IP version 4, Internet IP version 4. And once you go through all those steps, you're going to end up at a screen similar to this. This one is for Ethernet properties. And as you can see, it has highlighted IP version 4, TCP IP version 4 that they are going to use to go through the configuration process. End user device configuration. Configuring end user devices such as printers, mobile phones, etc. is very similar to that of configuring a NIC. End user devices that are looking to connect to a DHCP will automatically configure themselves. Devices that need to be configured manually, the process is mostly the same as that for a NIC. To access the configuration windows, you may need to visit the manufacturer's support site. The Internet of Things, or IoT, is a system of interrelated computing devices, mechanical and digital machines provided with unique identifiers and the ability to transfer data over a network without requiring human-to-human or human-to-computer interaction. The definition of IoT has evolved due to convergence of multiple technologies, real-time analytics, machine learning, commodity sensors, and embedded systems. Traditional fields of embedded systems, wireless sensor networks, control systems, automation for home and buildings, and others all contribute to enabling IoT. In the consumer market, IoT technology is most synonymous with products pertaining to the concept of the smart home, including devices and appliances that support one or more ecosystems and can be controlled via devices associated with that ecosystem, such as smartphones and smart speakers. The software to manage IoT devices can be installed on computers or mobile devices. Typically, a vendor of an IoT product develops a mobile app to monitor and manage the product. Now, for the A+ certification exam, they will focus primarily on IoT devices such as thermostats, light switches, security cameras, door locks, and voice-enabled smart speakers and digital assistants. Here's a picture of a representation of a smart security system that can be controlled from your phone. So just think of the Ring security system if you have that. Personally, I have it on my own house. I control everything from my phone in terms of my alarm system. Cable DSL modem. So most SOHO networks use a wireless router and it must be connected to a modem. Simply plug one end of an Ethernet cable into the cable or DSL modem and plug the other end into the RJ45 jack labeled Internet. Attach the local devices to the wireless router with Ethernet cables in the remaining ports or via Wi-Fi. Basic quality of service. So quality of service is the description or measurement of the overall performance of a service such as telephony or computer network or cloud computing services, particularly the performance seen by the users of the network. QoS is very important when it comes to streaming media, gaming, or VoIP services. QoS prioritizes real-time and streaming traffic. Depending on the router, QoS can simply be turned on and off, which is also known as basic QoS, or it can be tweaked by specifying services to prioritize, whether to optimize for gaming and uplink downlink speeds to use. QoS can also be configured by an internet service provider or an ISP. If an ISP is performing QoS optimization, changes you make on your router will not improve your traffic. Universal plug and play is a set of networking protocols that permits network devices such as PCs, printers, internet gateways, Wi-Fi access points, and mobile devices to seamlessly discover each other's presence on the network and establish functional network services for data sharing, communications, and entertainment. Universal plug and play is intended primarily for residential networks without enterprise class devices. Universal plug and play is widely used for media streaming across a network. Universal plug and play can also be very vulnerable to attacks. So if you do not use streaming media or other universal plug and play services, it is best to disable it. Wi-Fi encryption types. Wireless security is the prevention of unauthorized access or damage to computers or data using wireless networks. Several types of encryption are available on most SOHO routers, and you need to select and enable the appropriate one. First one we have is called WEP, or Wired Equivalent Privacy. So WEP was the first type of wireless security developed WEP was introduced with the 802.11b and 802.11a wireless networks. When WEP was first introduced, the password could only be 10 hexadecimal characters, or the number 0 through 9, or capital letters A through F, or 5 ASCII characters, A through Z, 0 through 9 characters long. The password was encrypted as a 64-bit key. Later, WEP devices started using 26-character hex or 13-character ASCII passwords that were encrypted with a 128-bit key, which made it much harder to guess. Some types of corporate network hardware support 256-bit encryption. This can only be used if all devices on the network also support 256-bit encryption. WEP keys are generally based on hexadecimal values, such as characters 0 through 9 and letters A through F, although some devices can use decimal values, once again, characters 0 through 9, capital letters A through Z, and lowercase a through Z. The limited character set, short key length, and weaknesses in how WEP authentication takes place have made WEP obsolete. It was supported by the 802.11g wireless network, but not by later versions. Next, we have WPA, or Wi-Fi Protected Access. So a more powerful encryption standard called Wi-Fi Protected Access replaced WEP with the introduction of 802.11g. Software and firmware updates were made available by vendors for the older 802.11b and A devices to add WPA support. WPA also uses a pre-shared key, or PSK, but unlike WEP, the key can be of varying length up to 63 ASCII characters, including punctuation. The original key is used as the basis for frequent changes, and it is encrypted using Temporal Key Integrity Protocol, or TKIP encryption. TKIP has many features that make it stronger than WEP. Next, we have WPA2, or Wi-Fi Protected Access 2. So WPA2 is an improved version of WPA. WPA2 uses the even stronger Advanced Encryption Standard, or AES encryption technology. When possible, use WPA2, which is also known as WPA/AES, on your wireless network. If your wireless router or access point has WPA/WPA2 setting, it can support either type of encryption on the same network. Use this option if you have devices that support WPA but do not support WPA2. And next we have WPS, or Wi-Fi Protected Setup. So WPS is a network security standard to create a secure wireless home network. The point of the protocol is to allow home users who know little of wireless security and may be intimidated by the available security options to set up Wi-Fi protected access, as well as making it easy to add new devices to an existing network without entering long passphrases. Routers that support WPS typically have the default WPS key on the bottom of the device. Use the setup software provided with the router on each computer and follow the directions on devices such as printers or multifunction devices. WPS should be used only if all devices on a wireless network support it. There are two ways to use WPS: the default pin method, in which the pin on the router is used to set up clients, and a push button method, in which a physical or software button is pushed on the router and clients to set up the network. And here is a picture of the WPS setup button that you may find on your SOHO router. And finally, here are some wireless encryption standards that you may want to familiarize yourself with. Talk about open networks, which is pretty much you just connect to the network, don't have to enter any passwords, there's no encryption, and boom, you're off to the races doing what you do, while at the same time having somebody potentially steal your information. And we talked about WEP, we talked about WPA, and we also talked about WPA2. It is my advice and every other IT professional's advice to always go with WPA2, as it provides the strongest secure internet connection out there. So let's go ahead and get into some check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, when you manually configure TCP/IP settings on a computer in a SOHO network, what address should you enter as the default gateway address? Would it be the network address of the local LAN? Would it be the internal address of the internet router? Would it be the IP address of that computer? Or would it be, it should be left blank, When you manually configure TCP/IP settings on a computer in a SOHO network, what address should you enter as the default gateway address? The correct answer is the internal address of the internet router. The default gateway address is the address that a computer sends traffic to if it has no other route in its routing table. That would apply to most internet addresses. So the default gateway is the device that sends traffic out to the internet, which is the internet router. So anytime you hear somebody mention the default gateway, think of the router. Next question. This type of wireless encryption is typically found in larger companies and requires each user to log in with separate credentials. What is the name of this technology? Is it WPA2-Enterprise? Is it WPA? Is it AES? Or is it WEP? So this is a wireless encryption that is usually found in larger companies. What is the technology? The correct answer is WPA2 Enterprise. So this is an enterprise grade solution built off of WPA2 encryption. This disables shared wireless access using 1Password and requires each user to use unique credentials for access. So the big giveaway should have been the enterprise word. And then also being that you're dealing with a corporation, and just like I told you earlier, WPA2 offers the strongest encryption. The WPA2 portion should have been the giveaway for that answer as well. Now, the final question is, in order for devices on your local home IP version 4 network to communicate with other devices on the internet, your SOHO router must perform what? Is it DMZ? Is it NAT? Is it DNS? Or is it DHCP? In order for your devices on your local home IP version 4 network to get out there and surf the internet, your SOHO router must perform what? The correct answer is NAT, Network Address Translation. Now remember, this allows private local network IP version 4 addresses to be translated into public IP addresses capable of connecting over the internet. This can also be used for IP version 6. Due to security advantages, it is less likely to be used. So network address translation is the correct answer, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So in summary, we have talked about wired and wireless SOHO networks. We talked about access point settings, router switch functionality, IP addressing, NIC configuration, end user device configuration, IoT device configuration, cable DSL modem configuration, firewall settings, QoS, and wireless settings. In this video, we will be discussing wireless networking protocols for the 802.11 family of wireless networks, frequencies, channels, MIMO or MIMO, Bluetooth, NFC, RFID, Zigbee, Z-Wave, 3G, 4G, 5G, and LTE. The Wi-Fi standards. So there are 5 Wi-Fi standards. You have the 802.11b that has a maximum speed of 11 megabytes per second, operating in the 2.4 gigahertz frequency band with the maximum indoor range of 35 meters. You have the 802.11a, max speed of 54 megabits per second using the 5 gigahertz frequency band with a max indoor range of 35 meters. The 802.11g, that is a maximum speed of 54 megabits per second, operating in the 2.4 gigahertz frequency band with a maximum indoor range of 45 meters. And it is also backwards compatible with the 802.11b network. Then you have the 802.11n that has a max speed of 150 megabits per second when using a single 20 megahertz channel. Or it can run up to about 300 megabits per second when it implements channel bonding or using the 40 megahertz channel. And this operates in the 2.4 gigahertz frequency by default, but it can also support the 5 gigahertz frequencies as well. The 802.11n has a maximum indoor range of 70 meters. It supports MIMO, which stands for multiple input, multiple output antennas to improve performance and range, although not all devices include multiple antennas. And finally, we have the 802.11ac network. This uses only the 5 gigahertz band, and it supports up to 80 megahertz wide channels compared to 20 megahertz for the 802.11b and G networks and 40 megahertz for the 802.11n network using channel bonding. And it also supports MIMO, or multi-user MIMO, I should say. And the speed of the 802.11ac is up to 433 megabits per stream when using the 80 megahertz wide channels that are in place. And here is a screenshot of the wireless Ethernet standards that you will need to get familiar with, because I guarantee they will ask you questions about this on the exam. You can go visit my website, Technology G, and this chart will be posted on the website for you to review. Let's talk about wireless frequency differences. So wireless routers can use either the 2.4 gigahertz or the 5 gigahertz frequency band. And a lot of wireless routers offer both frequencies that can be configured separately. Some routers are even capable of being switched between the two frequencies automatically if a signal becomes weak. And each has their own advantages and disadvantages. And here are some of them below. You have the 2.4 gigahertz band that performs at slower speeds, but it has a longer range. Lower frequencies tend to travel better through obstacles such as walls and doors. The 2.4 gigahertz is used more often, but has more channels that do overlap that can cause interference. Then you have the 5 gigahertz band that performs at faster rates, but typically has a shorter range. And the 5 gigahertz band is less used, but it has more channels that do not overlap, which minimize interference. And here's another chart comparing the 2.4 gigahertz versus the 5 gigahertz wireless bands that you will want to get familiar with. Like I said, these charts are available on my website, technologyg.com. Let's talk about MIMO, or multiple input and multiple output. So MIMO is a method for multiplying the capacity of a radio link using multiple transmission and receiving antennas to exploit multipath propagation. MIMO has become an essential element of wireless communication standards, including IEEE 802.11n and 802.11ac. Some smartphones and tablets simply use the term MIMO if they support 2 or more 802.11n or 802.11ac streams. MIMO devices are available in the following configurations. You have the 1x1, where you have 1 transmit and 1 receive antenna. 2x2, you get 2 transmit and 2 receive antennas. 2x3, you have 2 transmit and 3 receive antennas. 3x2, 3 transmit, 2 receive antennas, and 3x3, 3 transmit and 3 receive antennas. The number of transmit antennas typically corresponds to the number of data streams or spatial streams the device can support. So in the case of a router that supports both 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz signals, the specifications include this information for each band. Devices that have different numbers of receiving antennas and sending antennas may be identified by the number of data streams it can send and receive. So for example, a device that has a 2x3 antenna configuration can also be identified as having a 2x3 2 configuration, where it has 2 send antennas, 3 receive antennas, and a send receive support for 2 data streams. Bluetooth is a wireless technology standard used for exchanging data between fixed and mobile devices over short distances using short wavelength, ultra high frequency radio waves in the industrial, scientific, and medical radio bands from the 2.4 gigahertz band. And it is also used for building personal area networks, or what is called PANs. Bluetooth runs in virtually the same 2.4 gigahertz frequency used by the 802.11b, G, and N wireless networks, but uses a spread spectrum frequency hopping signaling method to help minimize interference. Bluetooth can be used to do the following. It allows for you to connect to wireless speakers, mice, keyboards, printers, and game controllers. You can transfer files between devices. You can control home security or automation devices, and you can integrate your smartphone with your car's audio or navigation system. And here are some of the various versions of Bluetooth. You have version 1.2 that offers a data transfer rate of 1 megabit per second. You have version 2 that offers 3 megabits per second, version 3.0 plus HS that offers speeds up to 24 megabits per second because it uses Bluetooth only to establish a connection, and the actual data transfer happens over an 802.11 link. And this feature is known as an alternative MAC PHY or an AMP. You have version 4.0, also known as Bluetooth Smart. This is designed for use with very low power applications such as sensors. You have version 4.1, which is a software update to 4.0. And this enables Bluetooth to perform multiple roles at the same time and to work with LTE cellular devices. Version 4.2, this includes additional features to support IoT or the Internet of Things. And then you have version 5.0, which was designed specifically with the Internet of Things in mind. And here is a chart showing you Bluetooth power and their distance classes. Once again, this chart is available on my website, technologyg.com. So go ahead and get familiar with this just in case they ask you questions pertaining to this on the examination. Now, when it comes to the most common Bluetooth devices, the most common devices are called Class 2 devices, and these are things such as printers, headsets, computer dongles, etc. To connect a Bluetooth device to a mobile device, Bluetooth needs to be enabled, then the Bluetooth device needs to be synchronized or paired or linked to the mobile device. Sometimes the synchronization process requires a PIN code. Once synchronized, the device needs to be connected, and finally, the Bluetooth connection needs to be tested. And here are some of the basic steps for how to configure a Bluetooth headset for an Android-based device. So step one, you're going to go to the settings, then connections, and then enable Bluetooth. You're going to tap Bluetooth on the Bluetooth settings screen. You're going to prepare the headset by simply powering it on to begin the pairing process. Now, depending upon what type of headset you have, this part of the process can vary a little bit. Next, you're going to scan if the headset is not already scanning, and keep holding the button on the headset until the Android device finds it. And on the Android device, you are going to tap the device to pair with, and then it's going to ask you to enter a PIN code if prompted to do so. And typically many devices, if they do have a default PIN, the PIN is 0000. And then to disconnect the device but retain the pairing, you would just simply turn off the device. To unpair the device, you would tap the settings icon on the screen and then tap the button that says unpair. And to use it again, you would just go through that entire process again of pairing it up. And here is a typical screenshot of an Android Bluetooth screen showing you what it might look like on your phone. And here is the process for pairing a Bluetooth headset with an iOS device, very similar to that of an Android. You would go to the settings, tap Bluetooth, then you would initiate the iOS device search to search for other devices, and then you would prepare the headset by simply powering it on to begin the pairing process. Tap the device name and it should automatically connect, and then you would enter a PIN if it requires you to enter a PIN. And to remove the device, you would tap it, open the screen, tap forget this device. To stop the device but keep it paired, you would just simply tap disconnect. Now be mindful that most Bluetooth devices can only be connected to one mobile device at a time. Here's a picture of a typical iOS Bluetooth screen showing you what devices that it can possibly sync with and how to connect to the devices. Near-field communication is a set of communication protocols that enables two electronic devices, one of which is usually a portable device such as a smartphone, to establish communication by bringing them within 4 centimeters of each other. NFC enables smartphones to be used with payment services such as Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, and Android Pay. NFC also enables file transfer between supported devices. To transfer files between smartphones with NFC, both smartphones must have NFC enabled and NFC file transfer utility, which is sometimes referred to as tap and go. That has to be enabled as well. I think some of the tap and goes are called S-Beam for Samsung smartphones and Android Beam for Android phones. And once that is enabled, you will simply tap the phones together to transfer files. Also, NFC can be used with compatible printers for tap to print capabilities. Radio frequency identification, also known as RFID. So RFID uses electromagnetic fields to automatically identify and track tags attached to objects. An RFID tag consists of a tiny radio transponder, which is a radio receiver and transmitter built into one. When triggered by an electromagnetic interrogation pulse from a nearby RFID reader device, the tag permits digital data, usually an identifying inventory number. It sends that stuff back to the reader. And this number can be used to inventory goods. And there are two different types of RFIDs out there. You have passive tags. These are powered by energy from the RFID readers interrogating radio waves. And then you have active tags. And this is powered by a battery that can be read at a great range from the RFID reader to where it can be read from upwards of a few hundred meters away. Some examples of RFID technology. So you have security badges that will allow doors to be unlocked in a secure environment, giving access to some while denying use to others. You have some items for sale. They have RFID tags used for identifying the item name and price. The badges on the items broadcast their information to a checkout reader, which could allow for customers to simply walk out of the door and the items are counted, priced, and paid for by just simply walking past the reader. You can find an example of that with the store called Amazon Go. Amazon Go is pretty much a store where, just like I just stated, walk in there, grab an item and walk out. And guess what? That is how you pay for the item. It charges you through RFID for the most part. Look it up, Amazon Go. And then you can also use RFID for passports and other identification documents that may have an RFID chip embedded in them. And you could think of a dog collar or some type of pet collar that may have an RFID chip embedded in it. So when your dog wanders the neighborhood and is lost, you simply log into your computer and find out exactly where your dog is wandering around. Next, we have Zigbee and Z-Wave. So Zigbee is a low power, low data rate, and close proximity personal area network or wireless ad hoc network. Zigbee is intended to be simpler and less expensive than other wireless PANs, such as Bluetooth, or more general wireless networking, such as Wi-Fi. Applications include wireless light switches, home energy monitors, traffic management systems, and other consumer and industrial equipment that requires short-range, low-rate wireless data transfer. Zigbee operates in the 2.4 gigahertz frequency. Z-Wave is a more recent version of Zigbee that uses less power and operates on the much lower 908.42 megahertz frequency. Zigbee and Z-Wave are not interoperable. And then we have 3G, 4G, 5G, and LTE. So these networks are provided from cell towers. The G stands for generation, and each new generation of network service provides advanced signaling and available services. Most cell phones in use now support 3G, 4G, and LTE. 5G, for the most part, is still in development and testing right now. Once they start bringing out the automation and the robots where everybody is fearful of losing their jobs because we have driverless cars roaming all around, you can thank 5G for making that happen. And here is a comparison chart of 3G, 4G, 5G, and LTE. Once again, you can find this chart on my website, technologyg.com. All right, so let's go ahead and get into some check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, Bob is implementing a new wireless network in his home office and needs assistance in selecting his equipment. He needs something that won't interfere with his 2.4 gigahertz phones and that has speeds that can reach 54 megabits per second. Which wireless standard would you suggest to Bob? Would it be 802.11g? Would it be 802.11b? Would it be 802.11c? Or would it be 802.11n. So he needs something that will not interfere with his 2.4 gigahertz phones, and it can reach speeds of upwards of 54 megabits per second. The correct answer is 802.11n. 802.11n network that can operate at the 2.4 or the 5 gigahertz frequency band, and it has a maximum theoretical speed of 300 megabits per second when channel bonding of 40 megahertz is implemented. Next question. A network of devices used in your car, such as connecting your cell phone to the car via Bluetooth, is known as what kind of network? Is it MAN? Is it LAN? Is it PAN? Or is it WAN? So a network of devices that is used in your car to connect your phone via Bluetooth is called what type of network? The correct answer is PAN, a personal area network. Remember, these are networks designed just for you, typically in very short range, connecting your cell phone to your car via Bluetooth or connecting a set of Bluetooth speakers to your cell phone would both qualify as a PAN. And the final question is, the IEEE 802.11g standard is backwards compatible with which standard? Is it 802.11n? Is it 802.11a? Is it 802.11b? Or is it 802.11ac? So the G network, the G wireless network is backwards compatible with which standard? The correct answer is 802.11b. It is backwards compatible with that. All right. So in summary, we have talked about wireless networking protocols where we talked about the 802.11a, b, g, n, and ac wireless networks, frequencies, channels, MIMO, Bluetooth, NFC, RFID, Zigbee, Z-Wave, 3G, 4G, 5G, and LTE. In this video, you will learn about network host services such as various server roles, internet appliances, and legacy and embedded systems. Let's talk about a web server. So a web server is server, software, or hardware that is dedicated to running software that can satisfy client requests on the World Wide Web. A web server can contain one or more websites. A web server processes incoming network requests over HTTP and several other related protocols. The primary function of a web server is to store, process, and deliver web pages to clients. The communication between client and server takes place using Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or HTTP. Pages delivered are most frequently HTML documents, which may include images, style sheets, and scripts in addition to the text content. Web hosts have become essential in business and education, and setting up a web server is a common task for an IT professional. A file server is a server that provides access to files. A file server acts as a central file storage location that can be accessed by multiple systems. File servers are typically computers with a single large drive or a RAID array for storage. File servers are commonly found in enterprise settings such as company networks, but they are also used in schools, small organizations, and even home networks. Dedicated servers are used only for storage. A computer that shares storage and also performs standalone tasks is known as a non-dedicated server. A network-attached storage, or NAS device, is a type of file server designed to store large amounts of data in a central location on the network. A print server is a type of server that connects printers to client computers over a network. It accepts print jobs from the computer and sends the jobs to the appropriate printers, queuing the jobs locally to accommodate the fact that work may arrive more quickly than the printer can actually handle. Ancillary Functions include the ability to inspect the queue of jobs to be processed, the ability to reorder or delete waiting print jobs, or the ability to do various kinds of accounting, such as counting pages, which may involve reading data generated by the printers. Print servers may be used to enforce administration policies, such as color printing quotas, user department authentication, or watermarking printed documents. A print server may be a network computer with one or more shared printers. Alternatively, a print server may be a dedicated device on the network with connections to the LAN and one or more printers. Dedicated server appliances tend to be fairly simple in both configuration and features. Print server functionality may be integrated with other devices, such as a wireless router, a firewall, or both. A DHCP, or a dynamic host configuration protocol server, is a network server that automatically provides and assigns IP addresses, default gateways, and other network parameters to client devices. A DHCP server automatically sends the required network parameters for clients to properly communicate on the network. Without it, the network administrator has to manually set up every client that joins the network, which can be cumbersome, especially in large networks. DHCP servers usually assign each client with a unique dynamic IP address, which changes when the client's lease for that IP address has expired. DHCP server functions are included in SOHO routers and are typical roles for domain controllers on small to medium business networks. On larger networks, DHCP servers are often separate physical or virtualized servers. A domain name system, or a DNS server, is the phone book of the internet. Humans access information through domain names like technologyg.com. Web browsers interact through Internet Protocol addresses or IP addresses. DNS translates domain names to IP addresses so browsers can load Internet resources. DNS server functions are included in SOHO routers. Separate DNS servers can be used for larger networks. A DNS server communicates with other larger DNS servers if the requested addresses are not in its database. A proxy server is a server application or appliance that acts as an intermediary for requests from clients seeking resources from servers that provide those resources. A proxy server thus functions on behalf of the client when requesting service, potentially masking the true origin of the request to the resource server. Instead of connecting directly to a server that can fulfill a requested resource, such as a file or web page, the client directs the request to the proxy server, which evaluates the request and performs the required network transactions. If the proxy server does not have the requested web page, it downloads the page on behalf of the client, sends the page to the client, and retains a copy of the page in its cache. This serves as a method to simplify or control the complexity of the request or provide additional benefits such as load balancing, privacy, or security. Proxy servers can also be used for anonymous web surfing. A mail server is the computerized equivalent of your neighborhood mailman. A mail server sends or receives email on a network. Every email that is sent passes through a series of mail servers along its way to its intended recipient. An SMTP, or Simple Mail Transfer Protocol server, is used to send outgoing email. In either a POP3 or a Post Office Protocol version 3, or IMAP, which stands for Internet Message Access Protocol server, is used to receive mail. Mail server apps are available from many vendors such as Yahoo, Gmail, Hotmail, etc. An authentication server provides a network service that applications use to authenticate the credentials, such as usernames, and passwords or their actual users. Usernames and permissions are then stored in this central server, which provides security certificates to users and records users' logins to the network. When the client submits a valid set of credentials, it receives a cryptographic ticket that it can subsequently use to access various services. Authentication is used as the basis for authorization, which is the determination whether a privilege may be granted to a particular user or process. It also enables privacy, which keeps information from becoming known to non-participants. And it also implements a concept called non-repudiation, which is the ability to deny having done something that was authorized to be done based on the authentication. Basically, that stands for you cannot deny that you actually did this. Like there's proof out there saying that, hey, this only could have been done from you or your account. Syslog server. So in computing, syslog is a standard for message logging. It allows separation of the software that generates messages, the system that stores them, and the software that reports and analyzes them. Each message is labeled with a facility code, including the software type generating the message and a severity level that is assigned to the message. Syslog servers are used to collect syslog messages in a single location in addition to tracking events that happen on devices on a network. A syslog server might be a physical server, a standalone virtual machine, or a software-based service. All right, in the next couple sections, we're going to talk about internet appliances. So an internet appliance, they are single purpose devices that are used to perform specific tasks on an IP network. UTM, or Unified Threat Management. This is an approach to information security where a single hardware or software installation provides multiple security functions. UTM devices provide firewall, remote access, VPN support, web traffic filtering with anti-malware, and network intrusion prevention. This contrasts with the traditional method of having point solutions for each security function. UTM simplifies information security management by providing a single management and reporting point for the security administrator rather than managing multiple products from different vendors. UTM devices may be specialized boxes that are placed between the organization's network and the internet, but they can also be virtual machines using cloud-based services. UTM appliances have gained popularity since 2009, partly because the all-in-one approach simplifies installation, configuration, and maintenance. Such a setup saves time, money, and people when compared to the management of multiple security systems. IDS. So an intrusion detection system is a device or software application that monitors a network or systems for malicious activity or policy violations that might not be detected by the firewall. Typical threats detected by an IDS include attacks against services, malware attacks, data-driven attacks, and host-based attacks. To detect these threats, a typical IDS uses signature-based detection of unusual activities, also known as anomalies, and stateful protocol analysis. Any intrusion activity or violation is typically reported either to an administrator or collected centrally using a security information and event management system, or a SIEM system. A SIEM system combines outputs from multiple sources and uses alarm filtering techniques to distinguish malicious activity from false alarms. A true IDS does not block attacks, but some products and services that are referred to as IDS actually have the characteristics of an IPS, which stands for Intrusion Prevention System. And speaking of IPS, so an intrusion prevention system, which is also known as an intrusion detection prevention system, or an IDPS, is a technology that keeps an eye on a network for any malicious activities attempting to exploit a known vulnerability. An IPS's main function is to identify any suspicious activity and either detect and allow it, which is the IDS functionality, or prevent and block the threat, which will be the IPS functionality. So the main thing you need to understand when it comes to the difference between IDS and IPS is that IDS simply detects potential threats to the network, but it doesn't do anything other than possibly reporting on it. IPS can detect and report and also do something about it, such as stopping the threat. So that is the difference between IDS and IPS. Endpoint management server. So an endpoint management server allows for IT departments to centrally manage and distribute operating system updates and software application updates. Endpoint management servers also provide a single administrative console for managing device security policies, asset inventory, and compliance reporting for supported devices. Legacy and embedded systems. So a legacy system is an old method, technology, computer system, or application program that is still in use. Often referencing a system as legacy means that it paved the way for the standards that would follow it. This can also imply that the system is out of date or in need of a replacement. Maintaining legacy systems is often necessary when newer products are not compatible with legacy applications. For example, applications that can run only under Microsoft DOS or old versions of Windows. If a legacy operating system and its applications can be run in a virtualized environment, the problems of maintaining old hardware are eliminated. An embedded system is a computer system that has a dedicated function within a larger mechanical or electrical system, such as machine control, point of sale systems, or ATMs. It is embedded as part of a complete device, often including electrical or electronic hardware and mechanical parts. Because an embedded system typically controls physical operations of the machine that it is embedded within, it often has real-time computing constraints. Embedded systems control many devices in common use today. 98% of all microprocessors manufactured are used in embedded systems. Now, legacy and embedded systems both present big potential security risks. If a legacy system or an embedded system has network or internet connectivity, it theoretically could be attacked or used as a bot to attack other systems. Now, some issues that need to be taken into consideration when deciding whether to update a legacy or an embedded system are: will the existing data be usable with newer apps? Can the existing program run with current operating systems? Will changes in network security, wireless, or internet standards, such as the change over to IP version 6, cause problems with the application? Can a proprietary application be licensed to run in a virtual machine? Does existing hardware used in the embedded system work with the new operating system? And does the embedded application run on current embedded operating systems? If not, is an update version available? So those are some of the things that you need to keep in mind when deciding on whether or not you want to update a legacy or an embedded system. All right, so let's go ahead and get into some check on learning, shall we? First question is, which of the following describes a system that maps domain names to various types of data, such as numerical IP addresses? Is it TCP/IP? Is it DNS? Is it SQL? Or is it DHCP? So which of the following describes a system that maps domain names to various types of data, such as numerical IP addresses? The correct answer is DNS, or domain name system. Remember that this is the phone book of the internet, ladies and gentlemen. It takes A name like Technology G, Google, Facebook, YouTube, whatever, converts it to or matches it up with its numerical IP address and then sends you on your merry little way to visit those websites. All right. Next question. Which network protocol enables users to retrieve the contents of an internet page from a web server? Is it SNMP? Is it HTTP? Is it SMTP? Or is it IMAP? So which network protocol enables users to retrieve the contents of an internet page from a web server? The correct answer is HTTP, or Hypertext Transfer Protocol, will allow for you to do that. And the final question is, IMAP is used for what? Is it serving web pages? Is it translating domain names into IP addresses? Is it retrieving email messages from a mail server? Or is it sending email messages? So what is IMAP used for? The correct answer is retrieving emails from a mail server. So how IMAP works is you have an email message sitting on a mail server somewhere like Gmail, Yahoo, Hotmail, or whatever. If you want to look at that email on your computer and then you want to go look at it on your mobile device at the same time or at different times, you would have to set up your mail application for IMAP, especially your mail application on your mobile device. That will allow for you to look at the mail on both devices at the same time or at different times, or however you want to do it. All right. So in summary, ladies and gentlemen, we have talked about network host services such as various server roles, internet appliances, and legacy and embedded systems. In this video, you will learn about common network configuration concepts such as IP addressing, dynamic versus static IP addresses, PIPA IP addresses versus link local addresses, IP version 4 versus IP version 6, VPN, VLAN, NAT, and gateways. Let's talk about IP addressing. So an internet protocol address, or an IP address, is a numerical label assigned to each device connected to a computer network that uses the internet protocol for communication. An IP address serves two main purposes: host or network interface identification and location addressing. The two current versions of IP addressing that are in common use today are IP version 4 and IP version 6. Let's talk about dynamic versus static IP addresses. So by definition, the word dynamic means a process or system characterized by change, activity, or progress. By definition, the word static means lacking in movement, action, or change. These two terms are used to describe the two most common ways to configure a computer's IP address settings. The first way, dynamic IP address, or DHCP server assigned IP. A dynamic IP address is an IP address that can change from time to time as dictated by the assignment of an IP address from that of a DHCP server due to devices leaving and rejoining a network, or when the address expires due to its lease time running out. Next, we have a static IP address, and a static IP address is an address that does not change. Once your device is assigned a static IP address, that number typically stays the same until the device is decommissioned or your network configurations change. The configuration of static IP addresses also include the configuration of the subnet mask, the gateway, and a DNS. And here is a chart displaying static versus dynamic IP addressing, which will be available on my website for future review. So head on over to technologyg.com and check out all that great, wonderful stuff over there. Windows, Mac, and Linux default to using dynamic IP addresses, which is the preferable method for configuring a TCP/IP network. Manually assign an IP address if a DHCP server is not available on the network. DHCP reservations is a static IP address option that is available, which allows for the management of specific addresses from a DHCP pool of addresses to give out to clients. This is considered a permanent lease release that is assigned to a DHCP client. To configure an IP address in Windows, access the Internet Protocol Properties window. Open the General tab of the Internet Protocol Properties window. Open Network Connections. Right-click the network connection. Select Properties. Click Internet Protocol version 4, TCP/IP4, or TCP/IP version 6 in the list of protocols and features, and then click on Properties. The IP configuration in Linux is performed by editing the /etc/network/interfaces file. If you use a GUI that features a network configuration panel, you can use it to make changes for you. To configure the TCP/IP in a Mac operating system, go to the System Preferences, open the Network panel, and select the appropriate tab. Let's talk about APIPA IP addresses and link local addresses. So APIPA stands for Automatic Private IP Addressing, and this was originally developed by Microsoft, but it is now a standard with Mac operating systems and Linux. With APIPA, DHCP clients can automatically self-configure an IP address and subnet mask when a DHCP server is not available. When a DHCP client boots up, it first looks for a DHCP server in order to obtain an IP address and a subnet mask. If the client is unable to find the information, it uses APIPA to automatically configure itself with an IP address. The IP version 4 address range is 169.254.0.1 through 169.254.255.254, with the subnet mask being 255.255.0.0. The IP version 6 address range is called a link local address and has the FE80::/64 prefix. A client using an APIPA address will utilize this address until a DHCP server becomes available to lease an IP address from. An APIPA address will allow for the device to communicate with the LAN, but will not allow for connection to the internet. Potential APIPA link local address problems can be resolved by checking the device's network connection using the commands ipconfig/release and ipconfig/renew at the command prompt. This will cause the DHCP server to issue a new IP address to the computer. If these actions do not solve the problem, the DHCP server, which is oftentimes located in the router on a SOHO network, that should be restarted if necessary. IP version 4. So Internet Protocol version 4 is the fourth version of the Internet Protocol. It is one of the core products of standards based on internetworking methods in the Internet and other packet switch networks. IP version 4 uses a 32-bit address space, which provides 4.2 billion unique addresses, but large blocks are oftentimes reserved for special networking methods. IP version 4 consists of a group of 4 members that each range from 0 to 255. So you have the example of 172.16.254.1. An IP address is then divided into two sections. You have the network portion, which is the number of the network that the computer is on, and the host portion, which is the individual host number of the computer. In the example of 172.16.254.1, the first three octets, 172.16.254, would typically be the network number, and the .1 would be the host number. An octet is an 8-bit byte. So this means that in the binary numbering system, the number can range from 00000000 or 8 zeros to 8 ones. So for example, 255 is actually 11111111 or 8 ones when converted to the binary numbering system. As another example, you have the decimal number 192. That would equal 11 followed by 6 zeros in binary. Because there are 4 octets in an IP version address, it is considered a 32-bit address. So take the 4 octets and multiply them by the 8 bits. 8 times 4 is 32. A subnet mask separates the IP address into the network and host address. So for example, a typical subnet mask for the IP address that we used earlier of 172.16.254.1, that would have a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0. The 255s, they correspond to the network portion of the IP address. The zeros would correspond to the host portion as shown below in that graphic. Subnetting also further divides the host part of an IP address into a subnet and host address if additional subnetworks are needed. Computers and other network devices have IP addresses, and in some cases, a device can have more than one IP address. So for example, a router typically has two IP addresses, one to connect the router to a LAN and the other that connects it to the internet, enabling it to route traffic from the LAN to the internet and back. IP version 6. So Internet Protocol version 6 is the most recent version of the Internet Protocol. This is the communications protocol that provides an identification and location system for computers on networks and routes traffic across the internet. IP version 6 uses 128-bit source and destination IP addresses compared to the 32-bit for IP version 4. And this theoretically enables IP version 6 to support upwards of 340 undecillion addresses, or 340 billion addresses. IP version 6 also features built-in security and provides better support for quality of service routing, which is important to achieving high-quality streaming, audio, and video traffic. Windows, Mac, and Linux, they all support IP version 6. Let's talk about IP version 6 addressing. So IP version 6 addresses are 128-bit addresses that are each then divided into 8 16-bit blocks. These blocks are converted into hexadecimal, and each block is separated from the following block by a colon. Leading zeros are typically suppressed, but each block must contain at least one digit. And here's an example of a typical IP version 6 address. So you got 2001 colon 0db8 colon, etc., etc. They're each broken down into their individual blocks. Each block is comprised of 16 bits. 16 times 8 will get you 128 bits. That represents an IP version 6 address. Let's get back to these leading zeros. So leading zeros in any 16-bit field can be dropped, but each block you do this with must have at least one number remaining. If the block is all zeros, you have to leave 1 0. This is known as leading zero compression. Leading compression can be represented by a double colon. An address can include only 1 0 compressed block. To determine the number of 0 bits represented by the double colon, you would count the number of blocks in the compressed address, subtract the result from 8, and then multiply the result by 16. And so here's an example of an IP version 6 address that uses the double colon. You have FF02 double colon 2. There are 2 blocks here. You have FF02 and the number 2. So how many 0 bits are represented by the double colon? What you would do, you would subtract 2 from 8. So 8 minus 2 equals 6. And then you will multiply 6 by 16. 6 times 16 equals 96. So when you do this, this address includes a block of 96 0 bits. The loopback address on an IP version 6 system is a series of 7 zeros and colons followed by a 1, which would simply be abbreviated as double colon 1. If you want to test your network interface in Windows where IP version 6 is enabled by default, you can simply type ping double colon 1 in the command prompt. IP version 6 supports 3 types of addresses. You have unicast, multicast, and anycast. Unicast is an address that identifies a unique node on a network. Unicast addressing is available in IP version 4 and IP version 6 and typically refers to a single sender or a single receiver, although it can be used in both sending and receiving. Unicast is the most common form of IP addressing. Next, we have multicast, and this is a specific type of IP address labeling a network location that is used to multicast data packets within a network. It stands in contrast to other IP addresses that only allow for unicast models. Both IP version 4 and IP version 6 support multicasting. Multicast enables distribution of content such as internet TV and other types of streaming media. IP version 6 multicast addresses begin with the letters FF. And then we have Anycast, and this is a network addressing and routing methodology in which a single destination address has multiple routing paths to 2 or more endpoint destinations. This is also known as a one-to-one to many association. Anycast can be used for distributed services such as DNS or other situations in which automatic failover is desirable. IP version 6 uses Anycast addresses as destination addresses that are assigned only to routers. Anycast addresses are assigned from the unicast address space. To see the IP version 4 or IP version 6 addresses for a Windows device, you would simply use the command line ipconfig utility by opening up the command prompt. And this is a screenshot of what it will look like. So as you can see, you got the IP command down here, and then down here you'll see the IP version 6 address, which will be right here. Mac provides IP version 4 and IP version 6 address information through the TCP/IP tab of the network utility. And many Linux distributions include a GUI-based network utility similar to the one used in Mac, but with any Linux distro as well as with Mac OS, you can simply open up a terminal and use the command ifconfig to view the information. So in Mac and Linux, it'll be ifconfig. In Windows, it will be ipconfig. All right. Let's talk about a VPN. So a virtual private network. It extends a private network across a public network and enables users to send and receive data across shared or public networks as if their computing devices were directly connected to the private network. A VPN connection requires a VPN server at the remote site and a VPN client at the client site. VPN traffic between client and server is encrypted and encapsulated into packets suitable for transmission over the network. VPN connections are often referred to as tunnels, and the process of setting up a VPN is known as tunneling. A VPN connection has several benefits compared with a standard connection. So the first benefit is a VPN connection enables insecure public Wi-Fi to provide a secure private connection to a website that supports VPNs. A VPN connection enables the user to bypass blocks on websites in certain areas. By using a VPN, a user can access social networks or search tools in countries where access is restricted, or can use media subscription sites for areas other than where they live, such as a different country's Netflix or other streaming service. And finally, a VPN connection can hide activity from the user's normal ISP because their internet traffic, including peer-to-peer torrents, is tunneling through the ISP's connection and is therefore invisible. Let's talk about a VLAN. So a virtual local area network, or a VLAN. This is a logical grouping of devices in the same broadcast domain that are configured to behave as if they have their own separate LAN. Because the LAN exists in software configuration rather than in hardware, it is considered a VLAN. VLANs are usually configured on switches by placing some interfaces into one broadcast domain and some interfaces into another. Each VLAN acts as a subgroup of the switch ports in an Ethernet LAN. Usually LANs are separated by a router, but a switch may have the capability of grouping ports together to behave like a LAN inside the switch. If a LAN of 6 computers is divided evenly into 3 separate VLANs inside of the switch to where you have VLAN 1, VLAN 2, and VLAN 3. All 3 of these VLANs exist with 2 computers in each VLAN apiece. piece, each computer within its respective VLAN will only be able to communicate with the other computer inside of that VLAN only. And each host in each VLAN will have an IP address on different networks. Now, to communicate with computers in the other VLANs, the services of a router would have to be introduced since routers connect LANs to LANs. So this is an example of a VLAN. The red circle represents the broadcast domain, and all of these computers are connected to a switch that resides on VLAN 1, and all of their communication can only take place between them. If any of these devices want to communicate with the computer that may reside on VLAN 2, you would have to introduce a router into the mix to allow for these different networks to communicate with each other. Let's talk about NAT. So you have network address translation is a method of remapping an IP address space into another by modifying network address information in the IP header of packets while they are in transit across a traffic routing device. So in layman's terms, NAT is the process where a network device, it assigns a public address to a computer or a group of computers inside of a private network. The main use of NAT is to limit or hide an entire IP address on a LAN for both economic and or security purposes. This functionality is typically built into a router. When NAT is implemented, before an IP address on the LAN can communicate with the internet, the IP address has to be converted to the public address of the router. This allows for the router to appear as if it is the only device making a connection to remote computers on the internet, which provides safety for the computers on the LAN. It also allows a single IP address to do the work for many other addresses in the LAN. NAT is performed automatically on SOHO routers when connected to an IP version 4 network. NAT is not necessary on an IP version 6 network because IP version 6 is much more secure and has no shortage of IP addresses. And finally, let's talk about the gateway. So a gateway is a network node that serves as an access point to another network, often involving not only a change of addressing, but also a different networking technology. More narrowly defined, a router merely forwards packets between networks with different network prefixes. The term gateway can also loosely refer to a computer program configured to perform the tasks of a gateway, such as a default gateway router. So let's go ahead and get into some check on learning, shall we? First question is, Jane's new clothing business is experiencing rapid growth, and she has planned to open 300 new retail locations within the next 5 years. All of these locations will need multiple public IP addresses per store, but currently they only have 4 public addresses. She would like to implement a new scheme where she would not have to worry about being limited by IP addresses in the foreseeable future. What addressing scheme would you recommend? Would it be VLANs? Would it be IP version 4 addressing? Would it be IP version 6 addressing? Or would it be VPN tunnels? So she's going to need 300 new locations, and they're all going to need their own IP addresses. What is the recommended scheme that you would recommend? The correct answer is IP version 6 addresses. So remember, IP version 6 theoretically supports upwards of 340 billion IP addresses. So with our current technology, that is pretty much an infinite supply of IP addresses. All right. Question number 2. A device designed to filter and transfer IP packets between dissimilar types of computer networks is called what? Is it a proxy? Is it a hub? Is it a switch? Or is it a router? So a device designed to filter and transfer IP packets between dissimilar types of computer networks is called a router. A router sends information between 2 different networks, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And the last question is, David is installing a new web server at the office, but doesn't want DHCP giving it a new IP address every time he has to reboot it during maintenance. What kind of address should David assign to the new web server? Would it be static? Would it be DHCP? Would it be DNS? Or would it be dynamic? So David is installing a new web server at the office, but he does not want DHCP giving it a new IP address every time he has to reboot it. What kind of address should David get? The correct answer is static. So static addresses are those that are manually assigned and entered on a device, and this will effectively disable DHCP. So in summary, we have talked about common network configuration concepts such as IP addressing, a PIPA, IP addresses versus linked local addresses, IP version 4 versus IP version 6, VPN, VLAN, NAT, and gateway. In this video, you will learn about various internet connections and network types along with their features. Before we get started, let's talk about the comparisons of network connection speeds from fastest to lowest. So as you can see with wired connections, fiber will be the fastest, followed by cable, followed by DSL, followed by ISDN, and then followed by dial-up. When it comes to wireless connections, the fastest is cellular, then fixed line of sight, and satellite. Let's talk about cable. So prior to the advent of fiber optics, the fastest internet service available to home and business customers was cable internet. Cable internet is a form of broadband internet access which uses the same RG6 coaxial cable as a cable television, but adds a device called a cable modem to convert the signal for use by computers and home business networks. And here you can look at these wonderful images of what is an RG6 coaxial cable. Pretty sure you got one of these hanging out of a wall in your house right now. And then you have a picture of a typical cable modem showing where you plug in the network cable, the power cord, and the actual RG6 cable. So you can get on the internet and watch some TV. All right, so typical cable internet speeds, they range from 10 megabits per second upwards to about 100 megabits per second. But some operators are now offering 500 megabits per second and 1,000 megabits per second or 1 gig per second speeds by using fiber optic service. Cable internet pricing varies with the downstream and upstream speed chosen. Symmetrical service, which offers the same downstream and upstream speed, is typically offered to business customers. Most cable ISPs or internet service providers do not have data caps. To determine the actual upstream downstream speeds your connection achieves with an ISP, you can use what is called a speed testing website. Many ISPs provide speed testing web page links on their customer service page. Upstream refers to data, page requests, email, and so on being sent from your computer or network to the internet. Downstream refers to any information being received from the internet. So sending data upstream is called uploading and receiving data is called downloading. So here's a typical picture of an internet speed test. Now understand they do make speed test apps that are available for your smartphone. So just go to your app store and download a speed test so you can see how fast your internet connection is. Let's talk about the advantages and disadvantages of cable. So there's only two real major advantages to cable. And the first one is it is an always on connection. And also it is faster than dial-up connections or DSL. The disadvantages of cable are speeds are sometimes slower than fiber, or depending upon how many people are in the area that are connected at once to the neighborhood that share your ISP backbone, which is your main connection to the internet, that can affect your speed as well. And then the other disadvantage is cable internet is just simply not available in all places. Let's talk about DSL. So digital subscriber line is a communication medium used to transfer digital signals over standard telephone lines. Along with cable internet, DSL is one of the most popular ways ISPs provide broadband internet access. DSL used by telephone companies to provide internet services at speeds much faster than that allowed by analog or dial-up internet services, while allowing traditional analog telephones and devices such as fax machines to share the same connection. To make this possible, devices called DSL microfilters are attached between telephones and telephony devices such as answering machines, voicemails, and fax machines to prevent interference with DSL signals. And there is a pretty picture there below showing you a typical DSL setup. The two major types of DSL that use telephone lines are ADSL, which stands for asynchronous DSL, and SDSL, which stands for synchronous DSL. The two newer types of DSL are VDSL, or very high bit rate DSL, and VDSL2, and that uses fiber for at least part of the signal path. Now, both VDSL and VDSL2 use fiber for most of the distance from the telephone company's central office, where all DSL services connect to the internet. SDSL gets its name from providing the same speed in both directions. ADSL is always faster downstream than upstream. And here is a pretty little chart showing common DSL services compared. If you want to study this chart, head on over to my website, Technology G, and that chart will be available for you. Traditional DSL speeds range from 768 kilobits per second downstream and 384 kilobits per second upstream to about 6 megabits per second down and 768 kilobits per second up. Speeds decrease as the distance between the DSL service location and the central switch, which is also known as the central office providing the DSL connection, increases. Most DSL providers do not have data caps. And here are some of the advantages and disadvantages of DSL. So the first advantage is it is faster than a dial-up connection, and users can connect to the internet and talk on the phone simultaneously, unlike dial-up. Now, here are some of the disadvantages. It provides inconsistent internet connection speeds. It is available in limited distances from service providers. Speeds drop the greater the distance from the connection to the internet, which, like I said earlier, is also known as the central office or the central switch. And it is slower than cable or fiber connections. Let's talk about dial-up. So dial-up internet access is a form of internet access that uses the facilities of the public switch telephone network, also known as PTSN, to establish a connection to an ISP by dialing a telephone number on a conventional telephone line. Dial-up connections use modems to decode audio signals into data to send to a router or computer and to encode signals from the latter two devices to send to another modem. Until the late 1990s, dial-up networking was the most common way for home and small businesses to connect to the internet. Today, dial-up connections are used when no other internet connection is available. Dial-up has rates ranging from 28.8 kilobits per second to 56 kilobits per second and is available any place that has a landline telephone system. A disadvantage of telephone dial-up is that voice and data cannot share the wire simultaneously. Fiber optics is a technology that uses glass or plastic threads, which are also known as fibers, to transmit data. A fiber optic cable consists of a bundle of glass threads, each of which is capable of transmitting messages modulated onto light waves. Fiber optics is the fastest type of internet service, which is primarily used as a backbone between networks. Fiber optic cable come in two major types. You have single mode. And this has a thin core between 8 and 10 microns designed to carry a single light ray long distances up to 60 kilometers or further. Single mode cable uses a laser diode as a light source. Typical uses include cable TV and telephone companies. And then you have multi-mode. This has a thicker core of 62.5 microns than the single mode cable, carries multiple light rays for short distances up to about 10 kilometers. Multi-mode cable uses an LED light source. Typical uses include local and metropolitan area networks or LANs and MANs. Fiber optic devices and cables use one of several connector types. You have the SC connector, which that uses a square connector. The LC also uses a square connector, and the ST uses a round connector. A few other advantages that fiber optics presents is fiber optic cables have a much greater bandwidth than metal cables. This means they can carry more data. Fiber optic cables are less susceptible than metal cables to electromagnetic interference, also known as EMI. Fiber optic cables are much thinner and lighter than metal wires. Data can be transmitted digitally, the natural form of computer data, rather than analogically. Fiber optic is a very secure medium transmission. Optical network terminals are ONTs. They can be found at your home, so neighborhood internet usage will not affect your connection speed. Now, a few disadvantages of fiber optic cabling are it is difficult to install because it's made of fragile glass or plastic fibers, and it has a higher cost than cable or DSL wiring. Satellite internet access is internet access provided through communication satellites. Satellite internet services are often bundled with satellite TV service. Satellite internet service uses oval satellite antennas, which are very similar in appearance to satellite TV antennas, to connect with geosynchronous communication satellites orbiting over the equator. These satellites relay internet from ground stations to individual users and viewers via a satellite modem. Satellite modems are proprietary to each satellite service and are usually purchased by the user. Satellite internet services offer pricing based on one or two variables: data bandwidth allowed per month and download speed. Data bandwidth per month ranges from 10 to 50 gigabits if you're using a HughesNet Generation 5, or 35 to 100 gigabits if you're using Viasat. Current download speeds vary from 12 to 50 megabits per second if you're using Viasat, to 25 megabits per second if you're using HughesNet's plans. Satellite internet vendors do have data caps. And some of the advantages of satellite are there are no geographic barriers, so satellite signals can reach places where cable or fiber are not available, and satellite is faster than dial-up connections. The disadvantages to using satellite is it is an expensive installation. Equipment costs can be expensive because you got to buy the modem and the dish. It is unreliable due to weather conditions that can affect the connection. Data caps are common with satellite providers, and it has a slow ping rate that is unsuitable for gaming, video chat, and voice over IP. ISDN, so Integrated Services Digital Network, is a set of communication standards for simultaneous digital transmission of voice, video, data, and other network services of traditional circuits of the public switch telephone network. ISDN is used on PSTN lines with a terminal adapter on multiple channels of 64 kilobits per second each. A terminal adapter resembles a conventional analog modem. Internal modems plug into the same PCIe or PCI slot used by analog modems, and external modems are USB or serial ports. There are two types of ISDN connections provided by local telephone companies, in which both types of connections enable the use of the internet, talk, or fax communications through a phone line at the same time. You have what is called the primary rate interface, or the PRI. A PRI connection provides 1.536 megabits per second of bandwidth, whereas a BRI provides 64 kilobits per second on a single channel or 128 kilobits on a dual channel of bandwidth. PRI is sold to large organizations. And then you have BRI, or the basic rate interface, and this is sold to small businesses and home offices before DSL and cable became widely available. BRI offers up to 128 kilobits per second of bandwidth. Most telephone companies have largely phased out ISDN in favor of DSL, which is much faster and less expensive for internet connections. Cellular internet service is built into smartphones. There are two ways for other devices such as tablets and PCs to use cellular internet services, and that is by adding a cellular radio and data plan or connecting to a mobile hotspot. To add a cellular service to an Android tablet or iPad, the cellular radio must be factory installed and a suitable data plan purchased from a mobile carrier. To enable devices that have only Wi-Fi or wireless Ethernet connection to use cellular internet, you would connect them to a mobile hotspot. Mobile hotspot devices can be purchased from mobile service providers. For occasional use, many smartphones can also be turned into mobile hotspots. Cellular internet service is not recommended as your only connection because it is slower than most other services. And here is a pretty picture on how to turn your iPhone into a personal hotspot. You will go to settings, personal hotspot, and turn it on. Wireless cellular data network. So Wi-Fi connectivity is enabled the same way on a smartphone or tablet as with laptops and other types of computers. In addition, smartphones or tablets with cellular radios can also be used to share their connection with others. And one way they can do that is by tethering. So tethering, or what is known as phone as modem or PAM, is the sharing of a mobile device's internet connection with other connected computers. Connection of a mobile device with other devices can be done over wireless LAN or Wi-Fi, over Bluetooth, or by a physical connection using a cable such as a USB cable. The other way you can do it is through hotspots like we just discussed. So Wi-Fi hotspots are internet access points that allow you to connect to a Wi-Fi network using your computer, smartphone, or another device while away from your home or office network. Now be aware that some cellular providers charge additional fees if you turn your cellular device into a hotspot or if you are using it for tethering. Also keep in mind that the data usage of every device connected to a mobile hotspot is counted towards your total data allocation, which could potentially result in you paying extra money for overages. Line of sight wireless. So line of sight wireless, sometimes called LOS, and it's also referred to as terrestrial wireless, is a type of propagation that can transmit and receive data only where transmit and receive stations are in view of each other without any sort of obstacle between them. This means that the customer antenna must be placed on the roof or on its own stand, and trees may need to be trimmed to provide adequate signal quality. FM radio, microwave, and satellite transmissions are examples of LOS communication. To bring the network signal into the premises, coaxial cable connects from the antenna to the line of sight wireless modem, which is similar to a cable modem. You would connect the modem to a router to provide internet access to multiple devices. Typical download speeds range from 256 kilobits per second up to 10 megabits per second. Let's talk about network types. So a network is a group of computers that use a set of common communication protocols over digital interconnections for the purpose of sharing resources located on or provided by network nodes. The interconnections between nodes are formed from a broad spectrum of telecommunication network technologies based on physically wired, optical, and wireless radio frequency methods that may be arranged in a variety of network topologies. First type of network we're going to talk about is called a LAN, so a local area network. This is a computer network within a small geographical area such as a home, school, computer lab, office building, or a group of buildings. A LAN is composed of interconnected workstations and personal computers, which are each capable of accessing and sharing data and devices such as printers, scanners, and data storage devices anywhere on the LAN. LANs are characterized by higher communication and data transfer rates and the lack of any need for leased communication lines. LANs can be wired or wireless. A wired LAN can have high-speed connections with Ethernet, unshielded twisted pair, or UTP, shielded twisted pair cables, STP, or fiber. Legacy LANs are often connected by coax cables. Next, we have a WAN, a wide area network. This is a network that exists over a large scale geographic area. A WAN connects different smaller networks, including LANs, and metro area networks are MANs. This ensures that computers and users in one location can communicate with computers and users in other locations. WAN implementation can be done either with the help of the public transmission system or a private network. The internet is an example of a WAN. WANs are administered by several different internet service providers, and the links are usually slower than LAN connections. Next, we have a PAN. A personal area network is a computer network for interconnecting electronic devices centered on an individual person's workspace. A PAN provides data transmission among devices such as computers, smartphones, tablets, and personal digital assistants. PANs can be used for communication among the personal devices themselves or for connecting to a higher level network and the internet where one master device takes up the role as the gateway. Examples of devices in a PAN are wireless headsets, keyboards, mice, printers, and barcode scanners, etc. A PAN may be wireless or carried over wired interfaces such as USB. Next, we have a MAN, a metropolitan area network. This is a computer network that interconnects users with computer resources in a geographic region of the size of a metropolitan area. The term MAN is applied to the interconnection of LANs in a city into a single larger network, which may then also offer efficient connection to a WAN. The term is also used to describe the interconnection of several LANs in a metropolitan area through the use of point-to-point connections between them. And finally, we have WMN, which stands for Wired Mesh Network. So a wired mesh network is a communications network made up of radio nodes organized in a mesh topology. They can also be a form of wireless ad hoc networking. WMNs often consist of mesh clients, mesh routers, and gateways. WMNs can range from very small home networks to large citywide networks. Management of wireless mesh networks is decentralized. Without a central connection device, it can take time for all the wireless devices to find each other if they are moving around. All right, so let's go ahead and get into some check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which type of cabling is immune to electromagnetic interference? Would it be UTP? Would it be fiber? Would it be USB? Or would it be STP? So which type of cabling is immune to electromagnetic interface? The correct answer is fiber. Fiber is immune. Remember, fiber is a bunch of light traveling through tiny strands of glass or plastic. Next question. Which type of fiber optic cabling is best suited for long distance communication? Would it be multi-mode, single mode, short distance mode, or long distance mode? So which type of fiber optic cabling is best suited for long distance communication? The correct answer is single mode. Single mode fiber optic cabling is best suited for long distance communication, while multi-mode is generally used for short distances within one building or a group of close buildings. And the final question is, which internet connection type is limited to an area near the central office and can make use of existing wiring infrastructure? Would it be DSL? Would it be cable? Would it be fiber? Or would it be satellite? So which internet connection is limited to an area near the central office and can make use of existing wiring infrastructure? The correct answer is DSL, digital subscriber line. This is limited by the distance from the central office for communication, and it can make use of existing phone lines already in place at your home or business. All right. So in summary, we have talked about various internet connections and network types along with their features. When it comes to building a physical network, you will need some key networking tools that will help you with running, terminating, and testing cable. So we're going to talk about some of these networking tools that will help you be successful with building this network, such as cable cutters, cable strippers, crimpers, punch down tools, multimeters, tone generators and probes, cable testers, loopback plugs, and Wi-Fi analyzers. Oh my. One tool you should have is a good sharp cutting tool. Cable cutters, they come in all shapes, sizes, and capabilities for a variety of jobs, whether the jobs involve copper, aluminum, or coaxial cable. The manufacturers of cable cutters have their own unique niche, special design, strength, and versatility. No two pair of cable cutters are alike. When you need to make a clean cut on the end of a network cable, scissors simply will not do. So get some cable cutters in your life. Another tool that you will need is a cable stripper. Cable and wire strippers are devices used to remove sections of insulation, also known as plastic jackets, from underlying wires and prepare cables for installation. Cable stripping, that is. But stripping is an important process that allows for the conductor to be terminated or spliced. Another tool that you're going to need is called a crimper. Now, a crimping tool is a device used to conjoin two pieces of metal by deforming one or both of them to hold to each other. The result of the tool's work is called a crimp. A crimper attaches to a connector to the end of a raw twisted pair or a coaxial cable. If you are working with twisted pair, you need an RJ45 crimping tool, which often also works with the RJ11 telephone cable. After untwisting the wire pairs and aligning them according to the appropriate standard, which is typically the T568 Bravo, which you'll learn about later on, you would insert them into the RJ45 connector and push the cable and the connector assembly into the crimper. Line up the crimper jaw with the recess area of the connector and then squeeze. Oh yeah. The punch down tool. So a punch down tool is a small hand tool used by network technicians to insert wire into insulation displacement connectors, patch panels, or punch down blocks. A punch down tool punches individual wires down into the 110 IDC clips of an RJ45 jack and the patch panel. The punching down of the wires is the actual termination. The patch cables connect the various ports of the patch panel to a switch, and the RJ45 connects to the computers. Then we have the multimeter. So a multimeter, also known as a multi-tester, is an electronic measuring instrument that combines several measurement functions in one unit. A typical multimeter can measure voltage, current, and resistance. Analog multimeters use a microammeter with a moving pointer to display readings. Digital multimeters, which is the most common form of a multimeter in use today, they have a numeric display and may also show a graphical bar representing the measured value. Multimeters can be used for testing both coaxial and twisted pair cabling, as well as AC and DC voltages to test computer power supplies and AC adapters. All multimeters have standard red and black test leads. When used for voltage tests, the red lead is attached to the power source to be measured, and the black lead is attached to the ground. Then we have the tone generator and probe. So a tone generator and probe kit is an excellent tool for finding individual phone lines, and it consists of two components. The first component is the tone device, and this connects to one end of the network cable and sends a tone along the length of the cable. Then we have the probing device. This is also known as an inductive amplifier, and it can pick up the tone anywhere along the cable length and at the termination point. Next, we have the cable tester. A cable tester is an electronic device used to verify the electrical connections in a signal cable or other wired assembly. Basic cable testers are continuity testers that verify the existence of a conductive path between ends of the cable and verify the correct wiring of connectors on the cable. More advanced cable testers can measure the signal transmission properties of the cable, such as its resistance, signal signal attenuation, noise, and interference. Cable testers include a LAN testing unit that can be plugged into a port on the patch panel and a terminator that can be plugged into the other end of the cable into the corresponding RJ45 jack. This tool tests each wire in the cable and makes sure everything is wired properly. And then we have what is called the loop back plug. So a loop back plug, which is also known as a wrap plug, is a connector used for diagnosing transmission problems. It plugs into an Ethernet or an RJ45 port or a serial port and crosses over the transmit line to the receiving line so that the outgoing signals can be redirected back into the computer for testing to verify whether the network adapter and TCP/IP are functioning properly. And finally, we have what is called a Wi-Fi analyzer. So a Wi-Fi analyzer allows for you to analyze both 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz wireless networks in the area. Wireless networks use specific channels within the wireless spectrum. An overcrowded wireless channel results in decreased bandwidth and or connectivity issues for your network. You can use a Wi-Fi analyzer to see what channels are in use and to identify the best channel to set up on your router. A Wi-Fi analyzer can be a standalone device, a program for a desktop computer, or an app on your smartphone. All right, so let's go ahead and get into some check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, you are helping a friend with a new wireless router. They are complaining that certain areas of their apartment have much slower internet than others. They live in a dense area with many other apartments in Wi-Fi range. What tool could help you troubleshoot this issue? Would it be a wireless loopback plug? Would it be a port scanner? Would it be a spectrum tester? Or would it be a Wi-Fi analyzer? So you're helping your friend with their new router. You live in an apartment with a whole bunch of other people using internet and your internet is having problems. What could help you potentially figure out what may be causing the issues? The correct answer is a Wi-Fi analyzer could help you potentially identify issues that may be causing interference with your friend's Wi-Fi connection. Next question. Which of the following tools can verify an Ethernet cable's wires are in the correct order? Would it be a cable tester? Would it be a wattage plug? Would it be a loopback plug? Or would it be an amplimeter? So which of the following tools can verify an Ethernet cable's wires are in the correct order? The correct answer is a cable tester would be able to verify if those wires are in the correct order, ladies and gentlemen. And the final question, which of the following is a device used to test ports, such as a network port? Would it be a tone generator? Would it be a loopback plug? Would it be a cable tester? Or would it be a leakage tester? So which of the following devices can be used to test ports such as a network port? The correct answer is a loopback plug, ladies and gentlemen. A loopback plug will allow for you to test a network port to make sure everything is running as it should be. All right. So in summary, we have talked about cable cutters, cable strippers, crimpers, punch down tools, multimeters, tone generators and probes, cable testers, loopback plugs, and Wi-Fi analyzers. In this video, we're going to be talking about how the internet works in your house. Now, first things first, shout out to everybody that's been going through my IT fundamentals and my A+ course. If you're brand new to IT and you want to learn this stuff for free 99, just go hit the playlist on my channel. I have an IT fundamentals course and I have a full-blown A+ course to get you guys up to speed with the wonderful world of IT so that you can go out there and make the big bucks, ladies and gentlemen. So like I said, shout out to everybody that's been rocking with that course material. Now, if you have been going through that course material and you've heard me talking about terms such as switches, access points, routers, modems, cable, DSL, fiber, etc., and you're like, okay, I hear all this stuff, but exactly how does all this stuff mesh together to make the internet possible? Well, I'm gonna show you guys with my handy dandy Picasso skills in this video So that's exactly how all of this actually works in the most simplified manner that I can think of without going into extreme grave detail. All right. So I'm going to tell you how the internet works, and you're going to learn it and you're going to enjoy it. So let's get into this video. All right, so in your home, you more than likely have a smartphone, some type of tablet, or maybe even a laptop that you use for wireless internet connectivity so you can get out there and live your best life surfing these internet streets. Also in your house, you may have a laptop or a desktop computer that may be hardwired to your wireless router in your house. So this is typically what you will find in the average household. You'll find mobile devices and you'll find desktop computers, right? So these devices, they are connected to a device called a switch. And this is a switch right here that is being represented by a little square with two arrows going in opposite directions. Also, if you're using mobile, you may have another device called an access point or a wireless access point. Also, there is another device called a router, which is represented by this circle right here that has arrows going up and down and left and right. And then there is another device called a modem, which is going to be represented by this device. We'll just put MD for modem. And then you have the internet, which is represented by this cloud looking thing over here. All right, so these are the basic components for how the internet works, which allows for you to press the enter key on your keyboard and go way over here to watch a YouTube video like Tech G. So how does all this work? So like I said, we got a mobile device, which is your wireless device. And what this does, your wireless device, it connects to this access point right here. This access point is then physically connected by way of a Cat5 cable to the switch. If you have a desktop computer with a wire hanging out of it, that's called a Cat5 cable, it is hardwired to the switch as well. And then you have your switch that is hardwired to the router. And then you have your router that is hardwired to your modem. And then you have your modem, we're just going to use this little squiggly line here to represent that it's going out there to the great internet so it can retrieve whatever content you're looking for. Okay. Now, how this directly relates to your house is you guys more than likely don't have a separate switch. You don't have a separate access point, and you don't have a separate router. These three devices right here are typically combined into what is called a SOHO router, small office, home office router, or your wireless router as you guys all know it. So you guys go look at your wireless router. You might see some antennas hanging off of it. You'll see a couple ports on there. And then you see another port that has some type of Cat5 cable or something hanging out of it. That is your wireless router. Basically in the SOHO environment, it combines all of those elements into one device to save you money and save you space. All right, so how this works is like this, ladies and gentlemen. So you're on your mobile phone. You're over here pressing buttons. You're on your laptop. You're over here pressing buttons because you want to see Amazon.com over here, or you want to watch a YouTube video over here, right? That's what you're out here doing, trying to live your best life, right? So as you're pressing buttons, you're actually sending a bunch of ones and zeros across the ether or across the wire. Ones and zeros. They're physically moving across these mediums right here. If you're on mobile, your ones and zeros travel through the air and they hit this access point, which then converts the ones and zeros to put them on a physical wire and send them down into the switch. If you're on a hardwired connection like a PC and you're pressing buttons to get access to YouTube or Amazon or Google, it sends those ones and zeros directly into the switch. And what the switch actually does, the switch says, hey, I recognize both of these devices. They're allowed to be in this network. I'm going to let you communicate to try to get on out here to the wild, wild internet, right? Now, everything from the switch back to your mobile devices, this is called your LAN, your local area network. Your switch manages all the devices within your network that are trying to reach out and communicate with the internet. And how it recognizes this stuff is by it keeps essentially a record of the MAC addresses that are associated with these devices. Now, after it collects all the ones and zeros saying, hey, I want to go out there and reach the internet, it then passes it off to the router. The router then takes those ones and zeros and says, hey, you want to go to Amazon, you want to go to YouTube. Okay, let me slap a quote unquote destination label on top of these ones and zeros. So I guess the best way you could think of this like a package that you are dropping off at the post office that you're trying to mail to a friend. You box the package up. Inside the box are all your ones and zeros. At the post office, they go ahead and print a label out, slap a label on the box, and throw it in the back to prepare for it to be shipped. This is what the router essentially does. It takes your ones and zeros that have been handed off from the switch and prepares it to get a destination label slapped on it, so your ones and zeros can go to their appropriate destination so that you can interact with the internet. So after the router does that, the router then sends that information to the modem, and modem stands for modulate, demodulate. So what the modem actually does, depending upon the type of internet connection that you are paying for that's coming into your house, it's going to take those ones and zeros that have been packaged up by the router and put them in the digital equivalent of an Amazon Blue Truck. So you're like, wait a second, what do you mean? So when the Amazon guy goes to pick up your packages from the warehouse, they put the packages into the Amazon Blue Truck, and next thing you know, you see the Amazon Blue Trucks driving all around the city to deliver the packages. This is what the modem essentially does. Now, how this works is like this. So you may have a fiber connection, you may have cable internet, you may have DSL, you may have satellite, or you may have RF. Line of sight or radio frequency internet. Depending upon what type of internet connection that you have that you are paying for to go to your house is going to determine the speeds that your ones and zeros are going to travel back and forth across the internet. So you could think of it like this. Here we are at the Amazon warehouse or the post office, and we're getting ready to ship these packages out, our ones and zeros that are in the box with their shipping label on it, right? If we have satellite internet, just imagine that I'm taking my package of ones and zeros and I'm putting them inside of a garbage truck that can only travel 45 miles per hour. Well, the garbage truck signifies my internet connection, and the 45 miles per hour signifies as to how fast my connection can actually push the ones and zeros across the wire for me to establish connection with whatever website that I'm trying to interact with. And we all know garbage trucks are pretty slow, and the slowest internet connection up on here would be satellite. So think of satellite as your garbage truck. Now, let's just say you have a fiber connection. Well, just imagine you're going into the modem or you're going into your garage and you see a Ferrari sitting in the garage. Well, Ferraris are pretty fast vehicles. So just imagine that your fiber connection is the Ferrari and you throw your packages into the Ferrari and you want to get your packages across town. Let's just imagine that there are no speed limits on the highway. Well, that Ferrari is going to be able to get up and get it at really fast speeds in comparison to that of a garbage truck, aka your satellite connection. So essentially, the modem is basically the means for how fast it's going to allow your ones and zeros to travel across the wire so that you can interact with whatever website that you're trying to interact with by the time you hit the enter button on your computer and you request to watch a YouTube video, and by the time that thing comes back to you so you can watch that video. Your modem and your internet connection are going to dictate how fast those speeds are actually moving, okay? And then finally, everything that's within this blue line right here, this represents your actual network right here. This is your actual network that you are trying to get to communicate with another network out here somewhere, whatever website that you're trying to visit and do whatever it is that you're trying to do on the internet. All right. So this is just a very simple explanation as to how the internet works. I'm not trying to go into super detail about how to program all this stuff up. I just want those of you who are new to IT just to understand what these components actually do. So we have our mobile device. We have our desktop computer. Our desktop computer has a hardwired connection to the switch. Our mobile device is connected to an access point. The access point is hardwired to a switch. The switch is then hardwired to a router, and the router is connected to the modem. The switch pretty much controls all the devices that are trying to connect to the internet. The router essentially takes the ones and zeros that these devices are transmitting and slaps destination labels on the ones and zeros so that your ones and zeros can reach their appropriate destination to whatever website that they're trying to go to. The modem is basically the means of transportation for how fast your ones and zeros are going to be traveling across the wire, depending upon what type of internet connection you have coming to your house. If you have fiber, you have the fastest internet connection possible. If you have satellite, you have probably the slowest internet connection possible. So that is essentially what the modem does. But like I said earlier, most of you guys don't have a separate access point. You don't have a separate switch. You don't have a separate router. Most of y'all probably just have a wireless router and a modem in your house, and the access point, the switch, and the router. These things are typically combined to form what is called a SOHO router, or a small office home office router. So in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, this is essentially how the internet works in a very super simplified explanation. So hopefully you learned something from this. In the future, I'll probably be making more videos explaining how each of these actual components work in a little bit more detail. But this is really just for those of you who are just learning about IT, and you've been watching my videos in my IT fundamentals course or my A+ course, and you've been hearing me throw these terms around: access points, switches, routers, modems. Well, this is how all of these components actually come together, which allow for you to communicate with the internet through your phone or through your laptop or through your desktop computer. In this video, you will learn about basic cable types, features, and their purposes, such as network cables, video cables, multi-purpose cables, peripheral cables, hard drive cables, and adapters. Network cabling is network hardware used to connect one network device to another network device, or to connect two or more computers to share printers, scanners, etc. Different types of network cables, such as coaxial cable, optical fiber cable, and twisted pair cables, are used depending on the network's physical layer, topology, and size. The devices can be separated by a few meters or nearly unlimited distances. Ethernet. Most of the networking cables covered in this lesson are different types of Ethernet cables. Ethernet is a system of communication rules that allow computers to work together. Ethernet is considered a networking protocol, which is slightly different than that of an application protocol. Ethernet describes how network devices can format and transmit data, so other devices on the same local or campus area network segment can recognize, receive, and process information wired or wirelessly. An Ethernet cable is the physical encased wiring over which the data travels. Ethernet cables carry small voltage pulses over a single frequency. This is known as baseband transmission. It is bidirectional, which means hosts can send and receive data on one cable. The various capabilities are indicated in cable categories. So let's talk about some of those categories. We have Cat5e, Cat6, and Cat6a. So the most common standard cabling grades are Category 5e, Cat6, Cat6a. All are suitable for use with both standard 10BASE-T and fast Ethernet networking. Cat6, Cat6a, and Cat7 are capable of supporting 10BASE-T or 10 gigabit Ethernet networks. Regardless of category and speed, all copper Ethernet cables have a distance limitation of about 100 meters before the data signal weakens, and another device such as a switch, hub, or a repeater has to be introduced to boost the signal. And here is a pretty little chart that you can look at on my website, Technology G, to help break down some of the categories, the network types that they support, their supported speeds, and some additional notes. And you more than likely will be questioned on material coming off of this chart in the future examination that you are going to take and pass. Let's talk about plenum and PVC. So there are two categories of twisted pair cable in terms of their fire rating. You have standard, and this is suitable for patch cables between a NIC and a network jacket or in a patch panel. It typically has a PVC jacket, which can create a lot of smoke when burned. And then you have plenum. This is designed for use in plenum space, which is a part of a building that could facilitate air circulation for heating and cooling, such as ventilator shafts, underfloors, or between suspended ceilings and the permanent ceilings. Plenum cables produce less smoke and lower levels of toxic chemicals when burned, and is commonly self-extinguishing. Plenum cable jackets might be made from Teflon or from a modified version of PVC that produces less smoke when burned than standard PVC. Let's talk about shielded twisted pair versus unshielded twisted pair. So twisted pair cabling is a type of wiring in which two conductors of a single circuit are twisted together for the purpose of improving electromagnetic compatibility. Twisted pair cabling is the most common of the major cabling types. Twisted pair cabling typically consists of 4 twisted pairs of wires surrounded by a flexible jacket to where it could be unshielded TP, which is also known as UTP, or various types of metal foil or braid, which is also known as shielded TP or STP. STP and UTP use the same RJ45 connectors, but STP includes a metal shield or electrical insulation between the wire pairs and the outer jacket. STP is also more stiff and more durable, yet more expensive and harder to loop through tight spaces than UTP. It is used where electromagnetic interference prevents the use of UTP cable. Both cables can be purchased in pre-built assemblies or can be built using bulk cable and connectors. And here is a pretty little picture showing STP cable with the metal shield, while the UTP cable does not have the metal shielding around it. All right, let's talk about T56.8 Bravo and T56.8 Alpha standards. So the wiring standard for all types of Ethernet UTP cables is known as T568B or T568 Bravo for all of my military people out there. This type of cable is also known as a straight through cable, which is most commonly used to connect a host to a client, such as the RJ45 wire connected from a PC to a home router or disassembly devices. The wire order from left to right when looking at the top of the connector is as such. Pin 1 is orange, white. Pin 2 is orange. 3 is green, white. 4 is blue. Then we have blue, white, green, brown, white, and brown. That is called the pinout for the straight through cable. Then we have the crossover cable or the T568 Alpha. The T568 Alpha standard, this swaps the positions of the orange and green wires used in the T568 Bravo. This type of cable is also known as a crossover cable, which are most commonly used to connect two hosts directly, such as a PC directly connecting to another PC or a switch connecting to another switch. So basically you are connecting similar devices. The wire order from left to right when looking at the top of the connector is as follows. Pin 1, you got green, white, green, orange, white, blue, blue, white, orange, brown, white, and brown. Now you can create a crossover cable by building one end to the T568 Bravo standard and the other end to the T568 Alpha standard. And below here is a pretty little picture showing you the RJ45 pinout for the straight through and the crossover cables. Let's talk about fiber. So fiber optics is a technology that uses glass or plastic threads to transmit data. A fiber optic cable consists of a bundle of glass threads, each of which is capable of transmitting messages modulated onto light waves. Fiber optics is the fastest type of internet service, which is primarily used as a backbone between networks. Fiber optic cable comes in 2 major categories. The first category is called single mode. This has a thin core between 8 to 10 microns that is designed to carry a single light ray long distances of up to 60 kilometers or further. Single mode cables, they use a laser diode as a light source, and the typical uses include cable TV and telephone companies. And then you have multi-mode. This has a thicker core of 62.5 microns than the single mode cable. It carries multiple light rays for short distances up to 10 kilometers. Multi-mode cable uses an LED light source, and the typical uses include local and metropolitan area networks or LANs and MANs. Now, fiber optic devices and cables, they use one of several connector types. You have the SC connector that uses a square connector. You have the LC that also uses a square connector. And then you have the ST that uses a round connector. RG6. So coaxial cabling is the oldest type of network cabling. Its data wires are surrounded by a wire mesh for insulation. Prior to the advent of fiber optics, the fastest internet service available to home and business customers was cable internet. Cable internet is a form of broadband internet access, which uses the same RG6 coaxial cable as a cable television, but adds a device called a cable modem to convert the signal for use by computers in home home business networks. RG6 has a 75 ohm resistance. It uses an 18 gauge center conductor, is available in quad shielded versions, and can carry signals up to 1.5 gigahertz, making it much better for HD TV signals. RG59 is used in older cable TV and satellite installations, as well as closed circuit television security installations. It also has 75 ohms of resistance. RG59 uses a 22 gauge center conductor and a single outer shield. It is designed for signals up to 50 megahertz. And here is a pretty little picture of a typical RG6 coaxial cable. If you have cable internet, chances are you have one of these things hanging off your wall right now plugged into a modem. Let's talk about some of the connectors that come with these coaxial cables. So you have what is called the BNC connector, and this is a miniature quick connect disconnect radio frequency connector used for coaxial cable. BNC connectors are typically used for CCTV cameras and some types of video projectors. BNC connectors are crimped to the coaxial cable and use a positive locking bayonet mount. Then we have what is called the F connector, and the F connector is a coaxial radio frequency connector used for, quote, over-the-air terrestrial television, cable television, and universally for satellite television and cable modems. F connectors can be crimped or attached via compression to the coaxial cable. High-quality cables, they tend to use a threaded connector. And then we have what is called a two-way splitter. So a coaxial signal splitter. This takes the power on the input port and splits it equally amongst the output ports. So for example, a two-way splitter has one input port and two output ports. It sends half the power of the input signal to one of the output ports. The other half is sent to the other output port. Hence the reason why it's called a two-way splitter. Now we're going to start talking about some video cables. So with the selection of monitor or projector for use with a particular video card or integrated video port, it's helpful to understand the physical and feature differences between different video connector types, such as VGA, DVI, HDMI, DisplayPort, RGB, BNC, S-Video, and composite. And this is a pretty little chart that I put together, which you can check out on my website, Technology G, that breaks down the various types of connectors, their signals, their resolutions, what they support, and all that great, wonderful stuff to help you pass this exam. VGA. So a video graphics array connector is a standard connector used for computer analog video output. A VGA card made for use with the standard analog monitor uses a DB15F or a 15-pin female connector, which plugs into the DB15M male connector used by the VGA cable from the monitor. By varying the levels of red, green, or blue per dot or pixel on screen, a VGA port and monitor can display an unlimited number of colors, but practical color limits are based on the video card's memory and the desired screen resolution. The base resolution, which is the horizontal and vertical dots of VGA, is 640 by 480. An enhanced version of VGA, which is also known as Super VGA or SVGA, and this typically refers to 800 by 600 VGA resolutions. HDMI, so high definition multimedia interface. This is a connector and cable capable of transmitting high quality and high bandwidth streams of audio and video between devices. HDMI was originally developed for use with HD TVs. It is now a common feature on laptops, desktops, and monitors, as well as HD TVs and HD projectors. HDMI is available in various versions, but older HDMI cables might not support advanced functions such as 3D or resolutions beyond 1080p. The most recent HDMI standard, which is version 2.1, it supports video resolutions and refresh rates, including 8K 60 and 4K 120, as well as resolutions up to 10K. The earlier version, which was version 1.4b, supports 1080p HD TV and resolutions up to 4096 by 2160, which is also known as 4K by 2K, 48-bit color depths, various types of uncompressed and compressed digital audio, 3D over HDMI, and fast Ethernet. The most common HDMI port is Type A, which has 19 pins. It is used to achieve high definition resolutions such as 1920 by 1080, which is also known as 1080p or 1080i. And here is a pretty little picture of a standard HDMI cable that you probably have lying around your house somewhere. Then we have what is called the mini HDMI. So the HDMI 1.3 and later specifications also define a mini HDMI connector or Type C connector. It is smaller than the Type A plug, but has the same 19 pin configuration. The HDMI 1.4 specification defines a micro HDMI connector or Type D, which uses the same 19 pin configuration, but in a connector the size of a micro USB plug. Let's talk about DisplayPort. So DisplayPort is a digital display interface primarily used to connect to a video source to a display device such as a computer monitor. It can also be used to carry audio, USB, and other forms of data. DisplayPort has similar resolution and audio video features of HDMI, but with two major differences. And those differences are DisplayPort is a royalty-free video standard. DisplayPort 1.2 and later supports daisy chaining of displays. DisplayPort utilizes packet transmissions similar to Ethernet and USB. Each packet transmitted has the clock embedded, whereas DVI and HDMI utilize a separate clocking signal. DisplayPort connectors are not compatible with USB, DVI, or HDMI. However, devices that support dual mode DisplayPort technology are capable of sending HDMI or DVI signals with the use of the appropriate adapter. DisplayPort offers a maximum transmission distance of 3 meters over passive cable, and in theory up to 33 meters over active cable. There are 20 pins in the display connector, with pins 19 and 20 being used for 3.3 volts on active cables. DisplayPort cables can be up to 15 meters long, but quality decreases with length. DisplayPort is currently available in 3 versions. You have DisplayPort 1.1. The maximum data transfer rate is 8.64 gigabits per second. You have 1.2. The maximum data transfer rate is 17.28 gigs per second, and it introduces many DisplayPort connectors and support for 3D. Then you have DisplayPort 1.3. The max data transfer rate is that of 32.4 gigabits per second with support for 4K, 5K, and 8K UHD displays. DVI. So DVI was designed to replace VGA while also being compatible with VGA signals. It was developed to be an industry standard for transmitting digital video content to display devices at resolutions as high as 2560 by 1600. Common devices that use the DVI connection are computer monitors and projectors. The DVI connector may have one of 3 names depending on the signal it supports. You have DVI-A that supports analog only, DVI-D is digital, and DVI-I supports both digital and analog signals. All right, so let's talk about multi-purpose cables. And these are cables that can perform more than one function, such as combining the ability to charge batteries and transfer data. The first one is the lightning connector, and this is used for both charging batteries and transferring data. Apple iOS devices up through the iPhone 4 and 3rd generation iPad use Apple's 30-pin connector. In 2012, iOS devices began using the 8-pin reversible lightning connector. However, the iPad Pro uses the USB Type-C or the USB-C connector. The data transfer rates are about the same as with the USB 2.0 standard. Next, we have the Thunderbolt, and the Thunderbolt is a high-speed peripheral connection standard originally introduced by Apple for its Mac OS desktop and laptop computers. Thunderbolt has also been adopted by some manufacturers of computers and motherboards that use Microsoft Windows. Thunderbolt allows the connection of external peripherals to a computer. Thunderbolt 1 and 2 use the same connector as the mini DisplayPort, whereas Thunderbolt 3 reuses the USB-C connector from USB. Thunderbolt Thunderbolt is also used for high-speed storage, including external drives, network-attached storage, and RAID, as well as for high-resolution video. Thunderbolt also supports daisy chain peripherals. In Thunderbolt, a cable from the computer connects to the first device in the chain. The device has 2 Thunderbolt ports, so another device is connected to the second port, and so on. If storage and display devices are mixed on a single Thunderbolt daisy chain, the display needs to be the last device. And there's a pretty little chart for your viewing pleasure showing you the various versions of Thunderbolt, their maximum speed, and their connection types. And here's a pretty little picture showing you the various Thunderbolt connections and a USB-A connector. Now, because of Thunderbolt's high bandwidth, it can be connected to docks that might feature multiple port types as well. Let's talk about USB. So Universal Serial Bus is a plug-and-play interface that allows a computer to communicate with the peripheral and other devices. USB ports can be used for input devices such as keyboards, mice, and scanners, storage devices such as flash drives, optical drives, and external hard drives, output devices such as printers, multifunction devices, and even displays, and adapters for both wired and wireless networks. A single USB port, which is also known as a root hub, can connect to multiple devices when a USB hub is connected to the port. Next, we have what is called USB-C, and this is an industry standard connector for transmitting both data and power on a single cable. The USB-C connector is easier to connect because it is reversible, so there is no up or down side to the plug. And with the appropriate adapter, it allows for backwards compatibility to the USB 2.0. The USB-C standard refers to the connector type of the cable, not the data transfer rate of the cable. USB-C can handle any data rate from USB 2 to USB 3.1. Let's talk about USB 2.0, 3.0, and 3.1. So 3 standards for USB ports that are included on the A+ examination are going to be USB 2.0, which is known as high speed, 3.0, which is known as super speed, and it's also known as 3.1 generation 1. And then you have USB 3.1, which is known as super speed plus, and this is also known as 3.1 generation 2. And there is a pretty little chart for your viewing pleasure to help you identify each of these USB versions. Now, with any version of USB, a single USB port on an add-on card or motherboard is designed to handle up to 127 devices through the use of multi-port hubs and daisy chaining hubs. USB devices are plug-and-play devices that are hot swappable, meaning you can just take them out and stick them back in without having to power down the device. Let's talk about the serial peripheral cable. So a serial cable is a cable that is used to transfer information between 2 devices using a serial communication protocol. The form of connectors depends on the particular serial port used, although serial cables did conform to the RS-232 standard. Serial means that data bits flow in a line, one after the other, over a cable. Serial connections were designed for the relatively low speed of telephone modem communication, but were also used for other devices such as keyboards, mice, and other peripheral devices. USB cables have replaced serial cables, but it is possible to use a USB to serial adapter to connect to an older machine if necessary. Hard drive cables are built to carry data to and from the motherboard. Let's talk about the SATA cable, which is a type of hard drive cable. So serial ATA is a computer bus interface that connects host bus adapters to mass storage devices such as hard disk drives, optical drives, and solid state drives. SATA cables are next generation serial cables that carry high speed data. SATA cables can be used internally or externally. SATA cables housed inside of a computer case offers the advantage of high speed and better airflow inside of the casing. External SATA cables, also known as eSATA, allow for external drives to be mounted at the same data rate and provide better shielding to protect the cable and the data. Next type of cable is called an IDE cable. So an integrated drives electronic cable connects devices to a motherboard inside of a computer case. Older hard drives typically have IDE connectors, and an IDE cable is one that accommodates them. Presently, SATA and SSD storage drives are more common. An IDE cable typically has 3 connectors, one for the motherboard that splits off into 2 separate connectors. This way, you can attach 2 hard drives to a motherboard with only 1 cable. Next, let's talk about SCSI. So small computer system interfaces. This is a set of standards for physically connecting and transferring data between computers and peripheral devices. SCSI cables have mostly been replaced by SATA cables inside of a computer. The advantages of a SCSI drive system is that up to 7 and sometimes 15 SCSI drives can be daisy chained together in comparison to an IDE connector that supports only 2 drives. Let's move on to adapters. So physical cable adapters are often the short-term and economical answer to technical compatibility problems during an upgrade cycle. The first type of adapter is the DVI to HDMI adapter. So due to the HDMI using the same video signals as DVI, DVI to HDMI cables and adapters are widely available. Typically, these adapters only allow for video signals to be transmitted, but some newer graphic cards allow for HDMI audio over DVI. Next, we have the USB to Ethernet adapter, and this enables a device without an Ethernet port to connect to a wired network. And then we have the DVI to VGA adapter. The DVI-I includes both VGA compatible analog video and DVI digital video. All right, so that's the lesson. So let's go ahead and get into some of this check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which USB standard supports up to 5 gigabits per second transfer speeds? Is it 2.6, 5.0, 3.0, or 2.0? So which USB standard supports 5 gigabits per second transfer speeds? The correct answer is 3.0. USB 3.0 supports 5 gigabits. Next question. Which video cable type can carry video and audio signals? Is it serial, SCSI, SCSI, VGA, or mini HDMI? So which video cable can carry video and audio? The correct answer is the mini HDMI cable can do that. And the final question is, your supervisor has asked you to bring her a 15-pin connector. Which of the following is she referring to? Is she talking about a VGA connector, a DVI-A connector, a DVI-D connector, or an HDMI connector? So she needs a 15-pin connector. Which one is she talking about? She is talking about a VGA connector, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So in summary, we have talked about basic cable types such as network cables, video cables, multi-purpose cables, peripheral cables, hard drive cables, and adapters. In this video, you will learn about common connector types such as the RJ11, the RJ45, RS232B and C, RG59, RG6, USB, micro USB, mini USB, USB-C, DB9, Lightning, SCSI, eSATA, and Molex. Just connectors all over the place, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about the first one, the RJ11. So the RJ11, this is a telephone interface that uses a cable of twisted wire pairs and a modular jack with 2, 4, or 6 contacts. RJ11 is the common connector for plugging a telephone into the wall and the headset into the telephone. RJ11 is still a current connector standard. Next, we have the RJ45. The RJ45 connector is an 8-pin connection used for Ethernet network adapters. The connector resembles the RJ11 connector used for telephones in the US. This connector most commonly connects to the end of a Cat5 cable, which connects between a computer network card and a network device, such as a network router. RJ45 is still a current connector standard. The RS-232 connector. This is a form of a serial data transmission used for connecting computers and its peripheral devices to allow serial data exchanges between them. The RS-232 connector is most commonly found in DB9 or DB15 connections on PCs, for printers, mice, and modems. RS-232 connectors have mostly been replaced by USB cables. The RS-232 is considered to be a connector that is in decline. Let's talk about the BNC. So the BNC connector is a miniature quick connect disconnect radio frequency connector used for coaxial cable. After the BNC connector is inserted, it is turned, causing pins in the sockets to be pinched into a locking groove on the plug. The BNC connector is considered to be a legacy connector. The RG59. This connector is a specific type of coaxial cable connector often used for low power video and radio frequency signal connections and produces a characteristic impedance of 75 ohms. RJ59 is often used at baseband video frequencies such as composite video. It may also be used for broadcast frequencies, but its high frequency losses are too high to allow its use over long distances. RG59 is typically used with CCTV. RG59 is considered to be a current connector standard. The RG6 connector is a common type of coaxial connector that is used in a variety of residential and commercial applications and also has a characteristic impedance of 75 ohms. RG6 has a larger copper core than the RG59, which allows for more signal and bandwidth. RG59 is commonly used for providing cable TV and internet provided by a cable provider. RG6 is considered to be a current connector standard. USB, so the Universal Serial Bus. This is an industry standard that establishes specifications for cables, connectors, and protocols for connection, communication, and power supply between computers, peripherals, and other computers. USB is considered to be a current connector standard. Micro USB. This is the smallest of the USB connector types used for connecting compact and mobile devices such as smartphones, MP3 players, GPS devices, photo printers, and digital cameras. Micro USB is considered to be a current connector standard, but will eventually be displaced by the USB-C connector. The mini USB connector can be used with most digital cameras, external hard drives, USB hubs, and other equipment. The mini USB is much smaller than the USB type A and B, but twice as thick as the micro USB. Mini USB is considered to be a legacy connector, but it is still in use. Then we have the USB-C connector, and this is an industry standard connector for transmitting both data and power on a single cable. The USB-C connector is easier to connect, it's reversible and has no up or down side to the plug, and with the appropriate adapter, it allows for backwards compatibility to the USB 2.0. USB-C is considered to be a current connector standard. The DB9 connector. This is a 9-pin serial connector, once common on PCs that were used for connecting peripherals like mice and keyboards. The DB9 connector can also be used for serial communications to networking equipment and can be used with DB9 to USB adapters to connect to modern PCs without DB9 ports. DB9 is considered to be a legacy connector, but it is still utilized in special circumstances. The Lightning connector. This is an 8-pin proprietary computer bus and power connector created and designed by Apple. The Lightning connector was introduced on September 12, 2012 to replace the 30-pin dock connector that was used to connect Apple mobile devices like iPhones, iPads, and iPods. The Lightning connector is considered to be a current connector standard. The SCSI connector is used to connect computer parts that use a system called SCSI to communicate with each other. SCSI is used for connecting internal hard drives or external devices such as printers, storage, etc. SCSI is considered a legacy connector. eSATA. So eSATA or external SATA, this is a subset of the SATA interface standard. The eSATA connector is used for connecting external storage devices to computers. eSATA cables are thicker than internal SATA cables. eSATA connectors are considered to be a current standard for connectors. And finally, we have the Molex connector, and this is a two-piece pin and socket interconnection that delivers power from a power supply to various drives and motherboard components inside of a PC. The Molex connector is considered a legacy connector, although it is still in use, but it has been replaced by SATA. So let's go ahead and get into some check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which of the following is not a USB connector type? Is it B, C, S, or micro? So which of the following is not a USB connector type? The correct answer is S. S is not a USB connector type. All right, next question. Which of the following is a proprietary 8-pin power connector for iOS devices? Is it Thunderbolt, DisplayPort, Molex, or Lightning? So which is a proprietary 8-pin power connector for iOS devices? The correct answer is Lightning. Lightning is the proprietary 8-pin connector for iOS devices. And the final question is, which of the following is a symmetrical reversible USB connector? Is it USB type A, mini USB, USB type B, micro USB, or USB-C? So which one is symmetrical and reversible? The correct answer is USB-C is the correct answer, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So in summary, we have talked about RJ11, RJ45, RS232, BNC, RG59, RG6, USB, micro and mini USB, USB-C, Lightning, SCSI, eSATA, and Molex. In this video, you are going to learn about RAM types, single, dual, and triple channels, parity versus non-parity bits, and error correcting code. Let's talk about the purpose of RAM real quick. So random access memory. This is a form of computer memory that can be read and changed in any order, typically used to store working data and machine code. RAM allows data items to be read or written in almost the same amount of time, irrespective of the physical location of data inside the memory. In contrast with other direct access data storage medias, such as HDDs, CDs, DVDs, and older magnetic tapes and drum memory, the time required to read-write data items varies significantly depending on their physical location on the recording medium due to mechanical limitations such as media rotation speeds and arm movement. In today's technology, RAM takes the form of integrated circuit chips with metal oxide semiconductor memory cells. RAM is normally associated with volatile types of memory where stored information is lost if power is removed, although non-volatile RAM has also been developed. And here is a pretty little chart of RAM where you can look at your own leisure on my website, Technology G, in case you want to get read up on the latest and greatest concerning RAM. SODIMM and DIMM memory. So small outline dual inline memory modules, SODIMM. This is a type of computer memory built using integrated circuits. SODIMMs are a smaller alternative to a DIMM, being roughly half the size of a regular DIMM, where they are utilized in laptops due to the compressed form factors of laptops in comparison to that of desktops. So what you need to know here is SODIMM is for laptops and DIMMs are for desktops. DDR2 SD RAM, so double data rate 2, synchronous dynamic random access memory, is the successor to DDR SD RAM. It offers new features, greater bandwidth, where more data can be passed through the RAM chip at one time, and lesser power consumption than its predecessor. Like standard DDR memory, DDR2 memory can send data on both the rising and falling edges of the processor's clock cycles. This nearly doubles the amount of work the RAM can do in any given amount of time. Next, we have DDR3 SD RAM. So DDR3 SD RAM is available in both DIMM and SODIMM form factors. DDR3 SD RAM is similar to DDR2, but uses approximately 30% less power and can transfer data twice as fast. DDR3 supports a maximum data transfer rate of 6,400 megabytes per second, while DDR2 supports up to 3,200 megabytes per second. The faster memory speed prevents data transfer bottlenecks when it comes to processing large amounts of data. Next, we have DDR4 SD RAM, which is the current standard. In DDR4, this is the 4th generation of DDR RAM designed to replace DDR3. The advantages of DDR4 include faster data transfer rates and larger capacities due to greater memory density. In addition to more memory banks, where it has 16 rather than 8, DDR4 also operates at a lower voltage of 1.2 volts compared to 1.5 volts, making it more power efficient. Some notable DDR4 specifications are: you have 64 gigs of maximum capacity per memory module, where common capacities, they include anywhere between 16 gigs and 32 gigs. You have 16 internal memory banks, 1600 megabytes to 3,200 megabytes data transfer rates, 1.2 volts of electrical power is required, and then it has 288 pins in a regular DIMM and 260 pins in a SODIMM. And here is a pretty little picture showing you the key notch placement of various DDR SD RAMs. This can help you identify which type of DDR stick that you're dealing with. And also note that you cannot just swap these things in and out. You need to have the proper socket that matches each DDR SD RAM stick that you're trying to place inside of your PC. Let's talk about single channel RAM. So single channel RAM, this operates on a 64-bit data channel, which means that it can push 64 bits of data down the pipe. That is 64 bits in total length. Then we have dual channels. So when it comes to adopting the multi-channel configuration, this means multiplying the effective channel width by the total count of available channels. When two identical modules where they have the same size, speed, and latency are installed in the proper sockets, the memory controller accesses them in interleaved mode for faster access. This is why almost all RAM upgrades are done in pairs of chips. The majority of systems with 2 pairs of sockets in contrasting colors implement dual channel operation. So you would need to install the matching modules in the same color sockets. Let's talk about triple channel. So triple channel RAM, this is designed to triple the speed of the RAM bandwidth. Some triple channel motherboards use 4 sockets, but for best performance, the last socket should not be used on these systems. Now, one thing to remember about single, dual, and triple channel memory is that the chips are not different for each. The only difference is in the way the motherboard accesses the chips. All right, let's talk about parity versus non-parity. So as data moves through computers, the possibility of errors can occur. Parity error detection was developed to notify the user of any data errors by adding a single bit to each byte of data, which is responsible for checking the integrity of the other 8 bits while the byte is moved or stored. Once a single bit error is detected, the user receives an error notification. However, parity checking only notifies and does not correct a failed data bit. Some system error messages will tell you the logical location of the error, so you can reference system documentation to determine which module or modules to replace. Non-parity is memory chips that do not have a 9th bit used for parity checking. And finally, let's talk about error correction code, or ECC. So in computing, an error correction code is used for controlling errors in data over unreliable or noisy communication channels. The central idea is the sender encodes the message with redundant information in the form of an ECC. The redundancy allows the receiver to detect a limited number of errors that may occur anywhere in the message, and often to correct these errors without retransmission. Most desktops do not support ECC, although some workstations and most servers do offer ECC support. Memory that uses ECC enables the system to correct single-bit errors and notify you of large errors. Systems that offer ECC support may be enabled or disabled via the system BIOS, or it might be a standard feature. The parity bit and parity memory is used by ECC features to determine when the content of memory is corrupt and to fix single bit errors. Unlike parity checking, which only warns you of memory errors, ECC memory actually corrects the errors. All right, so let's go ahead and get into some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, of the following options, which incorrectly describes the functionality of parity RAM or parity memory? Is it parity RAM can self-correct detected errors? Not all RAM offers parity checking. Parity checking will halt a process when discovering an error. Or parity RAM has one extra bit per byte. So which incorrectly describes the functionality of parity RAM or parity memory? And the correct answer is parity RAM can self-correct detected errors is not a correct statement. It can warn you about those errors, but it cannot correct them. Next question. You are helping a friend build a new gaming PC. To save on cost, they have opted to buy a new motherboard, but keep their existing DDR2 memory from their previous PC. After having some trouble getting the memory to fit into the motherboard, you check the motherboard manufacturer's documentation and find they recommend their own DDR3 memory. How should you proceed? Would you buy the recommended memory from the same manufacturer as the motherboard? Would you purchase DDR3 memory from any manufacturer? Would you purchase a DDR2 to DDR3 slot adapter? Or would you enable the DDR downgrade feature using a jumper on the motherboard's pins? So you're trying to build a new PC, you got a DDR2, you can't install it, they're recommending you upgrade to a DDR3. How should you proceed? You should purchase the DDR3 memory from any manufacturer. Now, I know the question stated that they wanted you to use the motherboard's recommended DDR3, but the reality is you can use any DDR3. It's a whole bunch of manufacturers out there that make DDR3 RAM. You can just go buy whichever one you want, drop it into the slot, and you're off to the races, ladies and gentlemen. And the final question is, SODIMM is a more compact type of computer memory designed for desktop PCs. Is this true or is this false? The correct answer is this is false. Remember, SODIMMs are for laptops, DIMMs are for desktops and workstations. SODIMM stands for Small Outline Dual Inline Memory Module. It is the smaller one. All right. So in summary, we have talked about RAM types, single channels, dual channels, triple channels, parity versus non-parity bits, and error correcting code. In this video, you will learn about storage devices such as optical drives, solid state drives, magnetic hard drives, hybrid drives, flash drives, and various storage device configurations. Let's talk about optical drives. So in computing, an optical drive is a disk drive that uses laser, light, or electromagnetic waves within or near the visible light spectrum as part of the process of reading or writing data to or from optical discs by way of continuous spirals of indentations called pits and lands that are burned into the non-label side of the disk from the middle outward to the edge. There are three main categories for optical drives. You have CDs such as CD-ROMs, CDRs, and CDRWs, DVDs such as DVD-ROMs, DVD-ROM, CDRW combos, and all that other stuff on your screen. And then you have Blu-rays such as BD-ROMs or combo BD-ROM, DVD, super multi, BDR, and BDRE. Just a whole bunch of letters all over the place, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have our optical drive capacities. So you have Blu-ray that has the highest capacity, and it uses a blue laser with a short wavelength for DVDs or CDs. You have DVD that uses a red laser with a longer wavelength than Blu-ray, but shorter than that of a CD. And then you have CD, which has the lowest capacity, and that uses a near infrared laser with the longest wavelength. Now, the differences in laser wavelengths for each optical drive determines the storage capacities for Blu-ray, DVD, and CD optical drives. The shorter the wavelength, the smaller the pits and lands on the disk, and shorter wavelengths enable more data to be stored in the same space. Let's talk about CDR, CD-ROMs, and CDRW. So a CDR is a compact disc that can be written once and read many times, but data cannot be deleted. 80-minute CDRs have a capacity of 700 megabytes, whereas the older 74-minute CDRs have a capacity of 650 megabytes. A CD-ROM, which stands for read-only memory, is a pre-pressed optical compact disc that contains data. Computers can read CD-ROMs, but not write to or erase the data on them. A CDRW is a compact disc that can be written, read, erased, and rewritten to up to 1,000 times. CDRWs have a capacity up to 700 megabytes, but depending on how the disk is formatted, it can be less. We have four types of CDRW media. You have CDRW 1x by 4x. You have high-speed CDRW 4x by 12x. Ultra-speed CDRWs 12x to 24x. And ultra-speed plus CDRWs, which is 32x. Drives compatible with faster media types can usually work with slower media types, but not the other way around. Let's talk about DVD recordable and rewritable standards. So a DVD, which stands for digital versatile disc or digital video disc, is a digital optical disc data storage medium that can store any kind of digital data and is widely used for software and other computer files, as well as video programs watched using DVD players. DVDs offer higher storage capacities than CDs while having the same dimensions. DVD-R and DVD plus R media is recordable but not erasable, whereas DVD-RW and DVD plus RW media uses a phase change medium similar to CDRW and can be rewritten up to 1,000 times. You got your DVD media types that you need to be concerned with for the CompTIA A+ 220 1001 examination are as follows. The DVD-ROM, a read-only DVD commonly used for storing large software applications. It is similar to a CD-ROM but has a larger capacity. A DVD-ROM stores around 4.38 gigabits of data, whereas a CD-ROM stores around 650 megabytes of data. Then you need to be concerned with the DVD-RW. This is a single-sided rewritable erasable media similar to the CD-RW, which has a capacity of 4.7 gigabytes. DVD-RW drives can also write to DVD-R media. And finally, you need to know about the DVD-RDL. This is a single-sided writable, non-erasable media similar to CDRs with a second recording layer. It has a capacity of 8.4 gigabytes. Let's talk about Blu-ray. So Blu-ray disc is a digital optical disc storage format designed to supersede the DVD format, capable of storing several hours of video in high definition. The main application of Blu-ray is as a medium for video material such as feature films and for the physical distribution of video games for gaming systems. The name Blu-ray refers to the blue laser, which is actually a violet laser, used to read the disc, which allows information to be stored at a greater density than is possible with the longer wavelength red laser used for DVDs. There are two types of Blu-ray medias that you need to be concerned with for the CompTIA 220 1001 examination, and they are as follows. BD-R. This is recordable, non-erasable. It is similar to a CDR, DVD plus or minus R, DVD-R, and it has a 25 gigabyte capacity. The next one you need to be concerned with is the BD-RE. This is recordable and rewritable, and it is similar to the CD-RW, DVD-RW, DVD plus or minus RW, and it has a 25 gigabyte capacity. Now note that CDs and DVD media are also compatible with Blu-ray drives. All right, let's move on to hard drives. So the first hard drive we're going to talk about is the solid state drive, also known as the SSD. So an SSD is a type of mass storage device similar to a hard disk drive. It supports reading and writing and maintains stored data in a permanent state, even without power. SSDs are rapidly becoming the system drive of choice for laptops and convertible computers, as well as for performance-oriented desktop computers and servers. These drives use various types of high-performance flash memory to store files, and they can be used for the operating systems, apps, and data. Because there is no need to move read-write heads to various storage areas of the drive to locate data, SSDs are faster than mechanical hard drives and are not affected by shock. SSD is currently more expensive with less capacity than HDDs, hard disk drives, but SSD capacity is improving and costs are dropping. An SSD is typically 2.5 inches wide, but some made for very small laptops are available in a 1.8 inch wide form factor. Most SSDs connect to the motherboard with SATA interfaces. When any type of SSD is used, an internal or external hard drive can also be used to provide additional storage for apps and data. And here is a wonderful picture of a typical SSD. Let's talk about M.2 drives. And yes, it is pronounced M.2. And this is an SSD that looks like a RAM stick that conforms to a computer industry specification and is used in internally mounted storage expansion cards of a small form factor. So in layman's terms, M.2 SSDs can be mounted directly onto a motherboard or an expansion card, thereby giving the drive more access to the CPU for faster reading than is possible with an SSD. In order to mount a M.2 SSD, the motherboard must be specifically designed to accept an M.2 SSD, meaning older systems are more than likely not going to be able to utilize an M.2 SSD. Let's talk about the SSHD. So a solid state hybrid drive is a logical or physical storage device that combines a faster storage medium such as SSD with a higher capacity HDD. The intent is adding some of the speeds of SSDs to the cost-effective storage capacities of traditional HDDs. The purpose of the SSD in a hybrid drive is to act as a cache for the data stored on the HDD, improving the overall performance by keeping copies of the most frequently used data on the faster SSD. A SSHD resembles a standard HDD, but it also includes up to 8 gigabytes of high-speed flash memory. And SSHD is a combination HDD and SSD, offering up to 4 terabytes of storage that can be accessed several times faster than with an HDD. SSDs are more expensive than spinning disk drives. However, they have many advantages over their rivals, such as SSDs use smaller form factors so they can fit into smaller spaces, they run cooler, and they are much faster than spinning disk drives. And here is a pretty little chart that I put together that you can find on my website, giving you the comparisons of various types of hard drives. Let's talk about NVMe. So NVMe Express is an open logical device interface specification for accessing non-volatile storage media attached via the PCIe bus. The acronym NVM stands for non-volatile memory, which is often NAND flash memory that comes in several physical forms, including SSDs, PCIe add-in cards, M.2 cards, amongst other forms. NVMe as a logical device interface, not a physical form factor like M.2 nor an interface like PCIe, but it can be used with both M.2 and PCIe. But this thing has been designed to capitalize on the low latency and internal parallelism of SSDs. The biggest reasons SSDs are much faster than HDDs is due to the lack of moving parts. However, this benefit created another issue, and that issue is the data transfer bottlenecks that are caused due to SSDs using the much slower HDD infrastructure. This led to the inception of the NVMe, which is designed to allow SSDs to transfer data between the motherboard and the SSD at much higher rates. NVMe uses a process called command queuing to send requested data to the controller of the motherboard. Command queuing allows for NVMe to process more than 65,000 queues at one time, with each queue containing up to 65,000 commands. Let's talk about SATA 2.5. So SATA 2.5 refers to an HDD with a 2.5 inch form factor, where they are typically found in laptops, and the larger 3.5 inch form factor HDDs are found mostly in desktops. The 2.5 inch refers to the size of the spinning platters inside the HDDs. They are connected to the motherboard with a SATA cable internally. 3.5 inch form factor HDDs have capacities that can range from 500 gigabytes to 2 terabytes, and in some cases as high as 8 terabytes. SATA 2.5 inch form factor SSDs for laptops can have capacities that range from 500 gigs to 1 terabyte, and in some cases as high as 3 terabytes. Let's talk about the magnetic hard disk drives, or the HDDs. So a hard drive is an electromagnetic data storage device that uses magnetic storage to store and retrieve digital data using one or more rigid rotating platters, which could be either aluminum or glass, that are coated with a magnetic material. The platters are paired with magnetic heads, usually arranged on a moving actuator arm, which read and write data to the platter surfaces. These platters are coated with a durable magnetic surface divided into sectors. Each sector contains 512 bytes of storage, along with information about where the sector is located on the disk medium. Sectors are organized in concentric circles from the edge of the media inward towards the middle of the platter. These concentric circles are called tracks. HDs are also the most important storage devices used by personal computers, in which they store the operating systems and loads it into the computer's memory, also known as the RAM at startup. HDs also store applications, system configuration files used by applications in the operating system, and data files created by the user. And here is a pretty picture of a typical hard drive that you would find in most desktop computers. Let's talk about the spin rate real quick. So the speed at which hard disk media turns is called the spin rate, and it is measured in revolutions per minute. And here is a pretty little chart that I put together that you can look at on your own leisure by going to visit my website, technologyg.com. Let's talk about flash drives. So a flash drive is a small, ultra portable storage device, which unlike an optical drive or a traditional hard drive, it has no moving parts and it can retain its contents without electricity. Flash drives are often referred to as pen drives, thumb drives, or jump drives, but it can also be referred to as memory cards that are used for digital cameras, camcorders, and other types of digital media players. With that, we have what is called a flash card reader. A memory card reader is a device for accessing the data on a memory card, such as compact flash, secure digital, multimedia cards, micro SD cards, mini SD cards, and XD cards. Most card readers assign a separate drive letter to each slot on a PC. Memory card readers come as separate external devices. Some printers and multifunctional devices also include card readers, as well as some computers have slots built in for card readers. Let's move on to storage device configuration. So a common reason for adding storage is to create a fault-tolerant set of drives that will protect data in case a drive fails. Let's talk about some various RAID types that are associated with this. So RAID, that stands for redundant array of inexpensive or independent disks. And this is a data storage virtualization technology that combines multiple physical disk drive components into one or more logical units for the purposes of data redundancy, performance improvement, or both. The most common RAID levels include RAID level 0, also known as just RAID 0. This is also known as a stripe set or striped volume, where it splits or stripes data evenly across two or more disks without parity information, redundancy, or fault tolerance. The drives are treated as a single drive, and the drives are used to simultaneously store different portions of the same file. Striping boosts performance, but if either drive fails, all data is lost. Do not use striping for data drives. The next one we have is called RAID 1, and this consists of an exact copy or mirror of a set of data on two or more disks, and changes to the contents of one drive are immediately reflected on the other drive. This configuration offers no parity, striping, or spanning of disk space across multiple disks, since the data is mirrored on all disks belonging to the array, and the array can only be as big as the smallest member disk. This layout is useful when read performance or reliability is more important than write performance or the resulting storage capacity. The array will continue to operate so as long as at least one member drive is operational. Next, we have RAID level 5, and this consists of block level striping with distributed parity. 3 or more drives are treated as a logical array, and parity information, which is used to recover data in the event of a drive failure, is spread across all drives in the array, suitable for use with all program and data drives. And then we have RAID 10. 4 drives combined, striping plus mirroring for extra speed plus better reliability. This is suitable for use with program and data drives. RAID 10 is a striped set of mirrors. Now, also understand that most PCs with RAID support include support for levels 0, 1, and 10. Some high-performance desktop systems also support RAID 5. Systems that lack the desired level of RAID support can use a RAID add-on card. And finally, let's talk about hot swappable drives. So a hot swappable drive is a drive that can be removed safely from a system or be connected to a system without having to shut the system down first. The following drives can be hot swapped in Windows, and that is USB drives, eSATA drives, and flash memory drives. In most enterprise systems, the RAID drives are hot swappable. All right, so let's go ahead and get into some check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, Which type of internal hard drive combines high performance and capacity at a relatively low device cost? Is it SSD, flash drive, magnetic drive, USB drive, or SSHD? So which type of internal hard drive combines high performance and capacity at a cheap price? The correct answer is SSHD, or solid state hybrid drives. Yes, there's a combination between a solid state drive and a hard disk drive. Next question. Which of the following sizes is the most common magnetic hard disk form factor used in laptops? Is it 3.5 inches, 5.25 inches, 1.8 inches, or 2.5 inches? So which of the following sizes is the most common magnetic hard disk form factor used in laptops? The correct answer is 2.5 inch form factor is the correct answer, ladies and gentlemen. And the final question is, due to size restrictions and the compact nature of laptop devices, this type of storage media has become less commonly found on new laptops. What is it? Is it flash drives? Is it optical drives? Is it solid state drives? Or is it magnetic drives? So due to the size restrictions of new laptops, you really don't see this around too much. The correct answer is optical drives. You really don't see too many brand new laptops with optical drives. If you have to have an optical drive, chances are you're going to have to buy an external optical drive that can connect via USB. All right. So in summary, we have talked about optical drives, solid state drives, magnetic drives, hybrid drives, flash drives, and various storage configurations. In this video, you will learn about various motherboard components, CPUs, and add-on cards. A motherboard, also known as a main board, system board, and logic board, is the main printed circuit board in general purpose computers and other expandable systems. It holds and allows communication between many of the crucial electronic components of a system, such as the central processing unit and memory, and provides connectors for other peripherals. Let's talk about motherboard form factors. So form factor is a hardware design aspect that defines and prescribes the size, shape, and other physical specifications of components, particularly in electronics. It may also define an entire system, as in a computer form factor. Computer chassis are designed to accommodate specific form factors, and knowing these common standard form factors is essential for the A+ examination. And some of those form factors are the ATX, stands for Advanced Technology Extended, the MATX, or the Micro ATX, the ITX stands for Information Technology Extended, and the MITX stands for Mini ITX. Let's talk about the ATX real quick. So the ATX is a motherboard and power supply configuration specification developed by Intel in 1995 to improve on previous de facto standards like the AT design. It was the first major change in desktop computer enclosure, motherboard, and power supply design in many years, improving standardization and interchangeability of parts. The specifications define the dimensions, the mounting points, the input-output panel, and the power and connector interfaces amongst the computer case, in addition to the actual motherboard and the power supply. An ATX motherboard has the following characteristics: a rear port cluster for input-output ports, expansion slots that run parallel to the short side of the motherboard, and left side case opening as viewed from the front of a PC tower. There are 3 members of the ATX family, although in practice, the MITX design is not widely used. And here is a pretty little chart that I've put together outlining the motherboard types in addition to the width, the depth, the number of expansion slots, and their typical use. Let's talk about the ITX. So the ITX is a small motherboard form factor from VIA Technologies that was first introduced in November 2001 with the Mini ITX for use with its low power CPUs that are soldered to the motherboard. Mini ITX measures 6.7 by 6.7 inches and has been adopted by many vendors for use with AMD and Intel processors. Mini ITX motherboards can fit into cases made for ATX family motherboards and use similar port clusters, although they are primarily used for small form factor PCs for 3D video and gaming, as well as for use in home theater applications. Motherboard connector types. Motherboards use expansion slots to provide support for additional input-output devices and high-speed video graphics cards, with the most common expansion slots being PCI Express. PCI slot. So a PCI slot is a built slot on a device that allows for the attachment of various hardware components such as network cards, video, input, output, storage host adapters for SATA drives, modems, sound cards, disk controllers, and other peripherals. PCI slot found in desktop computers are 32-bit and run at 33 megahertz, whereas in 64-bit versions, PCI slots run at 66 megahertz. Let's talk about PCIe slot. So PCIe is a high-speed serial computer expansion bus standard designed to replace the older PCI bus standards. It is the common motherboard interface for PC graphics cards, hard drives, SSDs, Wi-Fi, and Ethernet hardware connections. PCIe has numerous improvements over the older standards, including higher maximum throughput, lower input-output pin count, and smaller physical footprint, and better performance scaling, a more detailed error detection and reporting mechanism, and native hot swap functionality. More recent versions of the PCIe standard provide hardware support for input-output virtualization. PCIe slots are available in 4 types. You got the X1, the X4, X8, and X16, and each X refers to an input-output lane. The most common versions are the X1, X4, and the X16. And here is a pretty little picture showing you exactly what PCIe slots actually look like. Riser card. So a riser card is a printed circuit board that picks up a multitude of signal lines, often bused via a single connector, usually an edge connector, on the motherboard and distributes them via dedicated connectors on the card. Riser cards are often used to allow adding expansion cards or multiple ports available to a system enclosed in a low profile case where the height of the case does not allow for a perpendicular placement of the full height expansion card. Let's talk about these sockets. So in computer hardware, a CPU socket or a CPU slot contains one or more mechanical components providing mechanical and electrical connections between a microprocessor and a printed circuit board. This allows for placing and replacing the CPU without soldering. Common sockets have retention clips that apply a constant force, which must be overcome when a device is inserted. For chips with many pins, zero insertion force, ZIF sockets or ZIF sockets are preferred. Common sockets include PGA or pin grid array or land grid array. These designs apply a compression force once either a handle for the PGA type or a surface plate for the LGA type is put into place. This provides superior mechanical retention while avoiding the risk of bending pins when inserting the chip into the socket. Zero insertion force is a type of integrated circuit or electrical connector that requires very little force for insertion. With a ZIF socket, before the IC is inserted, a lever or slider on the side of the socket is moved, pushing all the sprung contacts apart so that the IC can be inserted with very little force. Generally, the weight of the IC itself is sufficient and no external downward force is required. The lever is then moved back, allowing the contacts to close and grip the pins of the IC. ZIF sockets are much more expensive than standard IC sockets and also tend to take up a larger board due to the space taken up by the lever mechanism. Typically, they are only used when there is a good reason to do so. The LGA is a packaging technology with a rectangular grid of contacts, also known as LANs, on the underside of the package. The LGA design uses spring-loaded LANs in the processor socket that connect to bumps on the backside of the processor. The number of LANs in the processor socket is used for the numeric part of the socket name. So for example, if you got an LGA 775, that thing has 775 LANs in the processor socket. Not all rows and columns of the grid need to be used. The contacts can either be made by using an LGA socket or by using solder paste. A pin grid array is a type of integrated circuit packaging. In a PGA, the package is square or rectangular and the pins are arranged in a regular array on the underside of the package. The pins are commonly spaced 2.54 millimeters apart and may or may not cover the entire underside of the package. PGAs are often mounted on printed circuit boards using the through-hole method or inserted into a socket. PGAs allow for more pins per integrated circuit than older packages. Let's talk about SATA and IDE. So Serial ATA is a computer bus interface that connects host bus adapters to mass storage devices such as hard disk drives, optical drives, and solid state drives adjacent to the CPU. SATA connectors replaced IDE connectors, which were ribbon-like cables for CD-ROMs and DVDs, or a hard drive that were slower and more cumbersome and that needed to be assigned priority. SATA also succeeded the earlier Parallel ATA or the PATA standard to become the predominant interface for storage devices. The most important improvement was speed, with the first generation SATA cables transferring data up to 1.5 gigabits per second. As SSDs came to market, SATA specifications improved to 3 gigabits per second to match the faster data capabilities of the SSD. The latest SATA version transfers data at 6 gigabits per second. And here are two lovely pictures displaying a SATA connector and a SATA cable. And here are two more wonderful pictures displaying an IDE connector and an IDE cable. Next, we have front and top panel connectors. So typical motherboards feature one or more audio connectors designed for different purposes. You have the front top panel audio that supports microphones and headphones and is found on almost all motherboards. You have music CD playback from optical drives. It is a rarely needed feature because media player programs can play music through the SATA interface. And then you have the SPDIF or the Sony Philips digital interface header. This was designed to support an optional SPDIF bracket for digital audio playback. ATX and ITX family motherboards include front top panel connectors for the power button, power light, drive activity lights, reset button, USB, and audio case speaker if present. These connectors are grouped together on or near the front edge of the motherboard. Next, we have an internal USB connector. The USB connector on the outside of the case or laptop needs to connect to the motherboard so that external devices can access the motherboard. And there you have two lovely pictures of an internal USB connector and a 9-pin USB connector. All right, let's get into some BIOS UEFI settings. So BIOS, which stands for Basic Input Output System, is a ROM chip found on motherboards that allows you to access and set up your computer system at the most basic level. The Unified Extensible Firmware Interface, or the UEFI, is a specification interface between an operating system and a platform software. UEFI is the first code run by a computer when it is booted by preparing the machine by testing it during boot up and paves the way for the operating system to start. It tests and initializes components such as the processor, RAM, video card, hard drives, optical drives, and USB drives. If any errors occur, the BIOS UEFI reports them as part of the testing stage, which is known as the power on self-test or post. To access the BIOS, you would press the key or a key combination displayed on the screen when the system starts booting to access the BIOS program menu. UEFI, which is a GUI or text-based menu, replaced the legacy BIOS firmware interface in most PCs, with most UEFI firmware implementations providing support for legacy BIOS services. UEFI can support remote diagnostics and repair of computers, even with no operating system installed. All Mac computers use UEFI firmware. And here is a wonderful screenshot of a typical BIOS that you have to navigate primarily by using the up, down, left, right keys on your keyboard. Now, here are some advantages of UEFI. So UEFI has support for hard drives of 2 terabytes and higher capacities. These drives require the use of a GUID partition table or the GPT to access full capacity. UEFI has a faster system startup and other optimizations. And UEFI has a larger size ROM chip used by UEFI to make room for additional features, better diagnostics, the ability to open a shell environment for easy flash updates, and the ability to save multiple BIOS configurations for reuse. And here is a wonderful screenshot of a typical UEFI. Boot options. So most computers include settings that control how the system boots and the sequence in which drives are checked for bootable operating system files. Depending on the system, these settings might be a part of a larger menu, such as an advanced settings menu, a BIOS features menu, or a separate boot menu. Let's talk about some firmware updates. So these are the general steps to locate a flash BIOS update and install it. First thing you're going to do is go to the vendor's website and look for downloads or tech support links. The BIOS updates are listed by system model and by version. Avoid beta or pre-release versions. Step 2, you're going to locate the correct BIOS update for your system or motherboard. 3, you're going to determine the installation media needed to install the BIOS image. It could be Windows-based installer, a bootable CD, or a USB flash drive. 4, you're going to download all files needed to install the BIOS image. And 5, you're going to create bootable media and then follow the vendor's instructions to place the loader and BIOS image files on the media. After you do all of that, you are then going to begin the process of installing it. So if you are installing it via bootable media, you're going to make sure the drive is the first item in the BIOS boot sequence. Insert or connect your media and restart the system. If prompted, press a key to start the upgrade process. After the process starts, it takes approximately 3 minutes to rewire the contents of the BIOS chip with the updated information. If you're using a Windows-based installer, you're going to close all Windows programs before starting the update process. Navigate to the folder containing the BIOS update and double click it to start the update process. Follow the prompts on screen to complete the process, and this too will take approximately 3 minutes. After that, you are going to remove the media and restart the system to use your new BIOS features, then reconfigure the BIOS settings if necessary. Now, as a word of caution, while performing a flash upgrade, you want to make sure you do not turn off the power to your PC. Wait for a message indicating that the BIOS update has been completed before touching the computer. If the power goes out during the flash update, the BIOS chip could be rendered useless. Let's talk about some security features. So security features of various types are scattered around the typical system BIOS UEFI dialogues. Features and their locations vary by system and might include the following: the BIOS password, BIOS settings passwords or security dialogues. This enables BIOS passwords to feature permit access to BIOS setup dialogues. Then you have the power on password. This is configured through the security dialog, and this prevents anyone without a password from starting the system. Then you have chassis intrusion. This can be found in various locations. And then you have the boot sector protection, and this is found in the advanced BIOS features dialog. Now, a note: the BIOS password and power on password can be overcome by opening the system and clearing the CMOS memory. Now, these features, they also support drive encryption. So you have what is called TPM, or Trusted Platform Module, that is found in the security dialog, and Windows editions that support BitLocker full disk encryption feature TPM to protect the contents of any specified drive. Then you have LoJack for laptops, and this is an aftermarket product embedded in firmware or installed by the end user. It is not managed within the BIOS dialogues, but it is used for locating lost or stolen laptops. And then you have Secure Boot, and this is found in the boot or other dialogues. It blocks installation of other operating systems and requires the user to access UEFI setup by restarting the computer in a special troubleshooting mode within Windows 8 or later. And then we have interface configurations, and interface configurations consist of SATA configuration options. And this is to enable or disable SATA and eSATA ports and to configure SATA host adapters to run in compatible native or RAID modes. Then we have USB host adapters and charging support. And this is used to enable USB 2.0 and 3.0 in your system BIOS so that all your system's USB ports will run at proper speeds. And then we have audio and Ethernet ports, and this is used to configure audio and Ethernet ports and other integrated ports. Let's talk about the CMOS battery. So the CMOS battery, or the complementary metal oxide semiconductor battery, this maintains the time, date, and hard disk and other configuration settings in the CMOS memory. CMOS batteries are small and attached directly to the motherboard. The CMOS battery provides power to maintain the contents of the CMOS chip. Battery life can be several years, but a low CMOS battery can cause problems with drivers and sometimes booting. System date and time errors can be an indication that it's time to check or change out the battery. Also, to clear CMOS on most systems, you would need to place a jumper block over 2 jumper pins, and some systems feature a port cluster mounted push button to clear the CMOS. All right, let's talk about some CPU features. So we're going to talk about CPU cores with single core and multi-core. A single core is a chip with one CPU that receives instructions from software to perform calculations for output. Multi-core processors are computer processor integrated circuits with 2 or more separate processing units which read and execute program instructions as if the computer had several processors. The benefits of a multi-core processor versus having multiple physical processors is a reduction on price, and they work with any operating system that supports traditional single-core processors. Virtualization. CPU virtualization emphasizes performance and runs directly on the processor whenever possible. The underlying physical resources are used whenever possible, and the virtualization layer runs instructions only as needed to make virtual machines operate as if they were running directly on a physical machine. Most current processors feature virtualization support, also known as hardware-assisted virtualization. Hardware-assisted virtualization enables virtualized operating systems and applications to run faster and use fewer system resources. Hyperthreading is Intel's proprietary simultaneous multi-threading implementation used to improve parallelization of computations, which is doing multiple tasks at once, performed on x86 microprocessors. When hyperthreading is enabled in the system BIOS and the processor is running a multi-threaded application, the processor is emulating 2 physical processors. CPU speed. So a bus is a circuit that connects one part of the motherboard to different components such as the CPU, memory, chipsets, expansion slots, storage interfaces, and input-output ports. The more data a bus can handle at one time, the faster it allows information to travel. The speed of the bus is measured in megahertz, and this refers to how much data can move across the bus simultaneously. Next, we have what is called overclocking. So in computing, the process of overclocking is to increase the operating speed of a given component. On modern systems, the target of overclocking is increasing the performance of a major chip or subsystem, such as the main processor or graphics controller, but other components such as system memory or system buses are commonly involved. The trade-offs are an increase in power consumption, fan noise, and shortened lifespan for the targeted components. Most components are designed with a margin of safety to deal with operating conditions outside of a manufacturer's control. Overclocking techniques in general aim to trade this safety margin by setting the device to run in the higher end of the margin, with understanding that temperature and voltage must be more strictly monitored and controlled by the user. Let's talk about an integrated graphics processing unit. So an integrated graphics processing unit is a graphics chip that is integrated into a computer's motherboard. The IGP serves the same purpose as a video card, which is to process the graphics displayed on the computer. IGP takes the graphics portion of the processing load off the main CPU. Due to IGPs being soldered onto the motherboard, their size is limited and they cannot use a dedicated fan to cool them like some video cards can do. This is the main reason as to why IGPs typically do not have the same performance as video cards that are attached to the computer's PCI or AGP ports. IGPs, due to their small size, are good solutions for laptop computers and entry-level desktop PCs. All right, let's talk about processor compatibility. So AMD and Intel are the two main companies for producing CPUs. AMD processors use the pin grid array form factor, where the contact pins that insert into the socket are mounted to the CPU itself. Intel processors use the LAN grid array form factor, where the pins that connect to the CPU to the motherboard are mounted on the motherboard socket. Due to how the CPUs physically attach and how they work internally means that the two brands are not compatible with one another. Independent manufacturers of motherboards such as ASUS and ASRock make several different boards that support CPUs from both companies. Let's talk about some cooling mechanisms. So computer cooling is required to remove the waste heat produced by computer components to keep the components within permissible operating temperature limits. Components that are susceptible to temporary malfunction or permanent failure, if overheated, include integrated circuits such as CPUs, chipsets, graphic cards, and HDDs, hard disk drives. The basic requirement for proper CPU cooling include the use of an appropriate active heat sink, which includes a fan, and the application of an appropriate thermal material such as grease, paste, or a pre-applied thermal or phase change component. Advanced systems, they sometimes use liquid cooling instead. And here is a wonderful picture of a CPU and a heat sink. And a heat sink is a finned metal device that radiates heat away from the processor. And here is a lovely picture of some thermal paste. Now, before installing a heatsink bundled with a processor, remove the protective cover over the pre-applied thermal material, which is also known as phase change material on the heatsink. When the heatsink is installed on the processor, this material helps ensure good contact between the CPU and the heatsink to maximize heat transfer away from the CPU. And here is a wonderful picture of a CPU liquid cooling system. So liquid cooling systems involve attaching a liquid cooling unit instead of an active heatsink to the processor and other supported components. A pump moves the liquid, which may be water or a special solution depending on the cooling system, through the computer to a heat exchanger, which uses a fan to cool the warm liquid before it's sent back to the processor. Liquid cooling systems are designed primarily for high performance systems, especially overclocked systems. And finally, let's talk about some expansion cards. So an expansion card is an electronic card or board that is used to add extra functionality to a computer. It is inserted into an expansion slot on the motherboard of a computer. Expansion cards contain edge connectors that are used to create an electronic link between the motherboard and card, thus enabling these two to communicate. Video card. So a video card or a graphic card is an expansion card which generates a feed of output images to a display device such as a computer monitor. Most video cards are not limited to simple display output. Their integrated graphics processor can perform additional processing, removing this task from the central processor of the computer. Video cards can come as onboard or as add-on cards. Next, we have a sound card, and a sound card is an expansion card for an integrated circuit for producing sound on a computer that can be heard through speakers or headphones. Although the computer doesn't need a sound card, it's included on every machine as either in an expansion slot or built into the motherboard. Next, we have what is called a network interface card, and a NIC is a computer hardware component that connects a computer to a computer network using an Ethernet cable with an RJ45 connector. Then we have a USB expansion card, and this provides more USB ports to support additional connections. And then finally, we have what is called an eSATA card. And eSATA expansion cards provide more eSATA ports to support additional connections to devices utilizing eSATA connectors. eSATA is not as common as SATA, but eSATA has been widely used by high-performance Windows and Linux-based desktop computers for external hard drives. And here is a wonderful picture showing you various SATA and eSATA drive interfaces that you can look at on my website, Technology G. All right, so let's go ahead and get into some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? The first question is, which of the following facilitates insertions and removals of a CPU chip in certain types of microprocessor sockets? Is it ZIF? Is it TPM? Is it SSD? Or is it SATA? So which of the following facilitates insertions and removals of a CPU chip in certain types of microprocessor sockets? The correct answer is ZIF, or zero insertion force. That is the correct answer. Next question. A type of CPU architecture in which a single physical CPU contains more than one execution core on a single die or chip is referred to as hyperthreading, multitasking, parallel processing, or multi-core. So a CPU architecture in which a single physical CPU contains more than one execution core on a single chip. The correct answer is multi-core. And the final question is, in CPU cooling, thermal paste is applied to fill in the narrow space between what? The CPU and the heatsink, the heatsink and the CPU fan, CPU and the cooling pad, or the heatsink and the cooling pad. So thermal paste is applied to fill in the narrow space between what? The correct answer is the CPU and the heatsink, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So in summary, we have talked about motherboard components, CPUs, and add-on cards. In this video, you will learn about various peripherals and their uses. Let's talk about a computer peripheral. So by definition, a computer peripheral is any external device that provides input and output for the computer. Some are designed to input data and others are designed to output data from the computer. Let's talk about printers. A printer is a peripheral device which makes a persistent representation of graphics and/or text, usually on paper. Printers, including multifunctional devices that can print, scan, copy, or print, scan, copy, and fax, require specific drivers to be installed before the device is connected to enable full use of device features. Some operating systems like Microsoft Windows or Apple Mac OS systems may have drivers to popular printers already pre-installed, but you may come across cases where the printer is outdated and the drivers to operate them need to be manually installed in order for the printer to fully function. Standalone or network printers enable the printing of paper documents from applications. Laser printers are common in business, and inkjet printers are most common in home use applications. Let's talk about ADF and flatbed scanners. So in multifunction or all-in-one printers, fax machines, photocopiers, and scanners, an automatic document feeder is a feature which takes several pages and feeds the paper one page at a time into a scanner or copier, allowing the user to scan and thereby copy, print, or fax multiple page documents without having to manually replace each page. An image scanner is a device that optically scans images, printed text, handwriting, or an object and converts it to a digital image. All scanners can connect via a USB port. Some can also use Wi-Fi. Almost every multifunction device includes a flatbed scanner with resolutions up to 2400 dpi or dots per inch. Most of these also include a sheet folder for easier scanning of multiple pages. Scanners made for photos typically support resolutions up to 40 4800 DPI or higher. A driver is typically installed before the scanner is connected. Drivers are available for Windows and Mac and portable models. Also support Android and iOS. Some scanner vendors also provide Linux drivers. Let's talk about a barcode scanner. So a barcode reader is an optical scanner that can read printed barcodes, decode the data contained in the barcode, and send the data to a computer. Like a flatbed scanner, it consists of a light source, a lens, and a light sensor, translating optical impulses into electrical signals. Additionally, nearly all barcode readers contain decoder circuitry that can analyze the barcode's image data provided by the sensor and sending the barcode's content to the scanner's output port. Now, there are various types of barcode readers out there. The first one we have is called a pin-based barcode reader. And these readers use a pin-shaped device that includes a light source and photodiode in the tip. Then we have laser scanners, and these are used in grocery stores and big box stores. Then you have CCD or CMOS readers, and they use a handheld gun-shaped device to hold an array of light sensors mounted in a row. And then we have camera-based readers, and these contain many rows of CCD sensors that generate an image of the sensor that is processed to decode the barcode information. And here is a wonderful picture of a typical barcode scanner. Let's talk about a QR code scanner. So a QR code, which stands for Quick Response Code, is a two-dimensional machine-readable optical label that contains information about the item to which it is attached, which can be read by a scanner or a mobile phone. QR codes often contain data for a locator, identifier, or tracker that points to a website or application. QR codes use 4 standardized encoding modes, and those modes are numeric, alphanumeric, byte binary, and kanji. And they use these to store data efficiently. Extensions may also be used. Let's talk about monitors. So a computer monitor is an output device that displays information in pictorial form. A monitor usually comprises the visual display, circuitry, casing, and power supply. The display device in modern monitors is typically a thin film transistor liquid crystal display, or a TFT LCD, with LED backlighting. Monitors are connected to the computer via VGA, DVI, HDMI DisplayPort, Thunderbolt, low voltage differential signaling, or other proprietary connectors and signals. Some monitors use touchscreen technology that enables both input and output from the monitor. Next, we have a VR headset. A virtual reality headset is a head-mounted device that provides virtual reality for the wearer. Virtual reality is computer simulations projected into a headset that covers the user's entire field of vision, creating a virtual world experience. Inside the mask, 2 LED panels, one for each eye, are located inside the head-mounted device. The visual feed to these panels is adjusted to create the 3D effect. The HMD, or the head-mounted device, can monitor head movements, and a special glove can add hand inputs so the user can move around in the 3D environment. In computing, an optical drive is a disk drive that uses laser light or electromagnetic waves within or near the visible light spectrum as part of the process of reading or writing data to or from optical disks by way of continuous spirals or indentations called pits and lands that are burned into the non-label side of the disk from the middle outward to the edge. There are 3 main categories for optical drives, and those are CDs, DVDs, and Blu-ray. Due to most modern laptops being shipped without optical drives, external optical drives are a good solution for when the use of an optical drive is necessary. They can connect via USB and usually have self-loading drivers. Then we have a mouse. A computer mouse is a handheld hardware input device that can be wired or wireless that controls a cursor in the GUI and can move and select text, icons, files, and folders on your computer. A standard mouse is a plug-and-play device as well. Windows, Mac, and Linux include mouse drivers. To install a USB mouse, simply plug it in and the operating system installs the drivers as needed. Mouse alternatives such as touchscreens, trackballs, mouse and trackpads are considered mouse devices because they install and are configured the same way. If a mouse uses Bluetooth, it needs to be paired with the computer's Bluetooth receiver. Then we have a keyboard. A keyboard is one of the primary input devices used with a computer. Similar to an electric typewriter, a keyboard is comprised of buttons that create letters, numbers, and symbols, as well as performing other functions. A standard keyboard, unlike a printer, scanner, or other multifunction device, is a plug-and-play device, meaning it is automatically recognized by the operating system. A touchpad, which is also known as a trackpad, is a pointing device featuring a tactile sensor, which is a specialized surface that can translate the motion and position of a user's fingers to a relative position on the operating system that is made to output to the screen. Touchpads are a common feature of laptop computers as opposed to using a mouse on a desktop, and are also used as a substitute for a mouse where desktop space is scarce. Touchpads can also be externally connecting devices, which can connect via USB and self-installed drivers as well. A signature pad. This is a device that electronically captures a person's handwritten signature on an LCD touchpad using a pen-type stylus. As a user digitally signs, the data captures LCD touchpad. A sensor reads the pressure from the tip of the stylus, transmitting signature data to a computer. Signature pads are used in banking, medical, retail, and other environments where signature verification is required. Most signature pads use a USB interface. Game controllers. A game controller is usually a handheld input device used with video games or entertainment systems to provide input to a video game, typically to control an object or a character in the game. Game controllers, game pads, and joysticks typically plug into a computer's USB port, although there are plenty that utilize wireless connections as well. Talk about cameras and webcams. So the two types of cameras that can be added to a desktop or a laptop are as follows. You have a webcam, which is a camera that connects to a computer. It captures either still pictures or motion video, and with the aid of software can transmit its video on the internet in real time. And then you have a digital camera, which can use the desktop or laptop as a permanent storage location for the photos or videos you have already taken. And both types of cameras can connect via USB ports. A microphone is a device that converts sound into an electrical signal. The microphone can connect to a computer via the 3.5mm mini jack, microphone jack, or to a USB port, which is directly connected to a sound card mounted on the motherboard. Computer speakers can be connected in one of several ways to a PC depending on the computer. You can connect via 3.5mm mini jack, HDMI connection, SPDIF connection, USB, or proprietary sound card header cables. Most desktop computers use integrated sound, but some use a sound card for higher quality sound. Let's talk about a headset. A headset combines a headphone with a microphone. Headsets are made with either a single earpiece or a double earpiece and connects to a computer either wirelessly or with a USB connection. Headsets provide the equivalent functionality of a telephone headset, but with hands-free operation. Next, we have a projector. A projector is an optical device that projects an image or moving images onto a surface, commonly a projection screen. Most projectors create an image by shining a light through a small transparent lens, but some newer types of projectors can project the image directly by using lasers. Projectors can support USB, DVI-D, HDMI, and DisplayPort connections. Let's talk about brightness real quick. So brightness is an attribute of visual perception in which a source appears to be radiating or reflecting light. In other words, brightness is the perception elicited by the luminance of a visual target. The brightness of an LCD display is measured in candelas per square meter, sometimes referred to as nits. The higher this value, the brighter the display. Lumens are a measure of the total amount of visible light to the human eye from a light source. The higher the lumen rating, the brighter the light source will appear. The brightness of a projector is measured in lumens. External storage devices. In computing, external storage comprises devices that store information outside a computer. Such devices may be permanently attached to the computer, may be removable, or may use removable media. External storage is commonly in the form of a USB thumb drive or an eSATA hard drive. KVM, a keyboard video mouse switch, is a hardware device that allows a user to control multiple computers from one or more sets of keyboards, video monitors, and mice. Some servers are controlled directly from a displayed keyboard and mouse the same way the desktops are, but many are controlled using a KVM switch or with remote access software. Let's talk about these magnetic readers. So a card reader is a data input device that reads data from a card-shaped storage medium. Modern card readers are electronic devices that can read plastic cards embedded with either a barcode, a magnetic strip, computer chip, or another storage medium. Common uses for magnetic and chip readers is for payment services. NFC tap pay device. So near field communication is a set of communication protocols that enables two electronic devices, one of which is usually a portable device such as a smartphone, to establish communication by bringing them within 4 centimeters of each other. NFC enables smartphones to be used for payment services such as Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, and others. NFC also enables file transfer between supported devices. To transfer files between smartphones with NFC, both smartphones must have NFC enabled and an NFC file transfer utility enabled, such as S-Beam for Samsung phones or Android Beam for Android phones. Once that is enabled, simply tap the phones together to transfer files. NFC can also be used with compatible printers for tap to print capabilities. And finally, let's talk about a smart card reader. So a smart card is a physical electronic authorization device used to control access to a resource. It is typically a plastic credit card sized card with an embedded integrated circuit chip. External smart card readers can connect via USB ports. Once a smart card reader has been installed, it works the same as a built-in smart card reader for controlling access or restricting resources. Smart card readers are supported by Windows, Mac, and popular Linux distributions. A driver is typically installed automatically when a smart card reader is connected. All right, so now let's go ahead and do some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? First question is, which device can be used as a substitute for a mouse? Is it a signature pad, a keyboard, a touchpad, or a game controller? So which device can be used as a sub for a mouse? The correct answer is a touchpad. Next question. Which device allows for paper documents to be automatically inserted into a multi-function device? Is it an ADF? Is it a USB? Is it an NFC? Or is it a KVM? So which device allows for paper documents to be automatically inserted into a multi-function device? The correct answer is an ADF, or an automatic document feeder. All right, final question. What device allows for you to capture still or motion images and transmit the images over the internet in real time? Is it a projector? Is it a monitor? Is it a digital camera? Or is it a webcam? So which one of these allow for you to capture still or motion images and transmit those motion images over the internet? The correct answer is a webcam, ladies and gentlemen. That is correct. All right. So in summary, we have talked about various peripheral types and their uses. In this video, you will learn about power supplies and their features, such as 115 volt versus 220 volts, the 24-pin motherboard adapter, wattage ratings, and the number of devices that you can power. Now, as a word of caution, before you begin working on any type of electronic device, always disconnect the device from its power source. The next thing you need to do is discharge any capacitors before working on the device, because capacitors can store electric charges that could shock or electrocute you. Also, be sure to properly ground your body by way of an electrostatic discharge strap before messing around with any type of electronic device. A power supply unit, also known as a PSU, converts mains alternating current or AC current to low voltage regulated direct current or DC current power for the internal components of a computer. AC power comes out of the walls and is then converted into DC to be supply power for desktops and laptops. Modern personal computers universally use switch mode power supplies. Some power supplies have a manual switch for selecting input voltage, while others automatically adapt to the mains voltage. Let's talk about 115 versus 220 voltage. So the majority of power supplies are dual voltage power supplies that deal with two ranges of voltages. You have 115 to 120 volts and 60 hertz. That is the North American standard. And then you have 220 to 240 volts, 50 hertz. That is the European and Asian standard. Power supply rating. So modern tower cases or upright case computers typically have power supplies of 500 watts or more, which enables these computers to support a greater number of drives and cards that can be installed. Smaller desktop computers have ratings of around 220 to 330 watts. The power supply rating on a power supply can be found on the power supply outlining information pertaining to safety and amperage levels produced by the power supply's different DC outputs. Now, you may come across older power supplies that have a voltage switch indicating as to whether you are using 115 volts, the North American standard, or 230 volts, the European and Asian standard. If a power supply is set to the wrong input voltage, the system will not work, or at worst, it could fry your system and render it useless. Most modern power supplies can automatically determine voltage levels and cycle rates without the need for manual switching. This is referred to as auto switching. Let's talk about the 24-pin motherboard adapter. So motherboard form factors ATX, micro ATX, and mini ATX, they utilize the 24-pin power supply connector. Although some legacy 20-pin connectors are still in existence, used by older ATX family motherboards. And there is a wonderful picture of a standard 24-pin connector. And here is the standard color code for power supply wires. You got red, 5 volts, yellow, 12 volts, orange, 3.3, black is the ground, purple is 5 volts, green is PS on, gray power good, white no connection, and blue negative 12 volts. This is the standard right here for this wonderful picture that I just showed you a few seconds ago. Let's talk about wattage rating. So by definition, a watt is the standard unit of power in the international system of units, equivalent to 1 joule per second and equal to the power in a circuit in which a circuit of 1 amp flows across a potential difference of 1 volt. In layman's terms, in electrical systems, a watt is a power measure of the rate at which energy flows. Another way to visualize this is to think of water flowing through a pipe. An amp is how many electrons are flowing down a wire, or how much water is flowing through a pipe, aka the current. A volt is the pressure being exerted on the flow of electrons as they move down the wire, or how wide is the faucet that is allowing water to flow. Is it allowing only a drip, or is the water just rushing out? And the formula for calculating watts is watt equals amps times volt. That is the magical formula, ladies and gentlemen. Now, to calculate the wattage rating you would need for a replacement power supply, you would simply add up all of the wattage ratings for everything you need to have connected to your power supply, such as your motherboard, memory, CPU cards, bus powered USBs, drivers, and any external devices that you may use. If the total wattage you need exceeds 70% of your current wattage rating for your old power supply, then upgrade to a larger power supply. Be sure to check the vendor specification sheets for wattage ratings. If you have amperage ratings instead of wattage ratings, multiply the amperage by the volts to determine the wattage and then start adding. If you have a device that uses 2 or more different voltage levels, calculate each voltage level as well and add up the numbers to figure out the appropriate wattage requirements. And then finally, let's talk real quick about the number of devices and the types of devices to be powered. So the power supply also powers various peripherals, everything from hard disk and optical drives, case fans that do not plug into the motherboard that use the 4-pin Molex power connectors, SATA L-shaped 15-pin power connectors for hard disks, and 6 to 8-pin PCIe power cables for high-performance PCIe 16 video cards that utilize 12-volt power. All right, so let's go ahead and do some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? What is the very first thing you should do before you begin to work on electrical equipment and or devices? Should you make sure it is properly plugged into the power source? Should you disconnect it from the power source? Should you connect it to a portable power source? Or should you touch it with a multimeter to measure its electricity levels? So what is the very first thing that you need to do before you begin working on electronic equipment? The correct answer is disconnect it from the power source, ladies and gentlemen. Always disconnect electronics from the power source so you do not electrocute yourself and all that great, wonderful stuff. All right, so in summary, we have talked about input voltages from 115 volts to 220 volts, 24-pin motherboard adapters, wattage ratings, and the types of devices that you can connect to a power supply. In this video, you will learn about configuring appropriate components for a custom PC configuration to meet customer specifications or needs. Now, understand we are not about to get super detailed into exactly which components, which maker of what brand of components that you might want to go out there and consider purchasing. I'm just going to give you a general overview of the basic components that you will need in order to build certain types of systems. All right. So the first one we want to talk about is a graphics CAD CAM design workstation. So to get the most out of a graphics CAD or CAM, which stands for computer aided drafting or computer aided manufacturing design workstation, here are some of the general recommendations for creating a high performance system. You're going to need an SSD with a multi-core processor that's going to allow for high speed storage. You're going to need high end video in order to process complex graphics, and you're going to need maximum RAM in order to have significant memory usage. Let's talk about audio video editing workstation. So to get the most out of an audio video editing workstation, here's some of the general recommendations for creating a high performance system. You're going to want specialized audio and video cards so that you can have high quality audio and video. You're going to want a large, fast hard drive that can provide constant disk writes, preferably get an SSD. You're going to want to have dual monitors so that you can edit in one monitor and view the output in another. And then you're going to also want to have maximum RAM for significant memory usage. Let's talk about virtualization workstation. So to get the most out of a virtualized workstation, here are some of the general recommendations. Maximum RAM, once again, for significant memory usage. You're going to want maximum CPU cores that can provide constant processing, a need for an efficient CPU, and multiple cores. Let's talk about a gaming PC. So to get the most out of a gaming PC, here are some of the general recommendations. Once again, an SSD with multi-core processing for high-speed storage, high-end video, specialized GPU that can handle complex graphics, high-performance maximum frame rates, a high-definition sound card, a 5.1 or a 7.1 surround audio for realistic, high-performance 3D audio rendering, and a high-end cooling system that can provide for high utilization of hours of play to keep the system cool. And then finally, let's talk about a network attached storage device. So to get the most out of the network attached storage, here are some of the general recommendations. You want an SSD with a multi-core processor for high speed storage. You want this thing to support media streaming, and you want it in a centralized location. You want it to have file sharing for easy access, a RAID array that supports redundant hard drives. And then you want it to also have a gigabit NIC or a network interface card that will allow for high speed transfers. All right, I know I normally do a check on learning, but this video presentation was rather short, so we're just jumping straight to the summary. So in summary, we have talked about just the basic general configurations of PC components that can meet customer specifications or needs when you're out there trying to build custom PCs. Like I said, the purpose of this video was not to go into detail about exactly which brand and make and which specific components that you will want to incorporate into a PC build, because we can literally be here for hours arguing about which component, which brand is better than the other components in the other brands. This was just a general bird's eye overview of the type of stuff that you might want to consider if you are building custom PCs. In this video, you will learn about basic installation and configuration of common devices. Let's talk about a desktop real quick. So a desktop computer is a personal computer designed for regular use at a single location on or near a desk or table due to its size and power requirements. Within the client-server topology, as it directly relates to desktop computers, there are two primary categories for desktop computers: thick client and thin client. Depending upon how much processing a computer does, independent of the server, will place it in its respective category. Let's talk about thick clients. So in computer networking, a thick client is a computer that typically provides rich functionality independent of the central server. Thick clients still require a periodic connection to a network or a central server, although it is often characterized by the ability to perform many functions without a connection. Thick clients are often found in the business environment where servers provide some data and application support, but the thick client or the office computer is largely independent. Also, pretty much any computer you buy from a retail store could be qualified as a thick client as well. Thick clients have an operating system and software applications that can be used offline. A few features and benefits of the thick client computers are as follows. So you have desktop applications, and the benefits are they perform a broad range of office procedures such as word processing, spreadsheets, presentations, database, email, and calendaring. You have meets the recommended requirements for the selected operating system, and the benefits are it provides good performance with basic office tasks. And then you have account settings, and the benefits are you get local access or domain account access. Let's talk about a thin client. So in computer networking, a thin client is a simple, low performance computer that has been optimized for establishing a remote connection with a server-based computing environment. The server does most of the work, which can include launching software programs, performing calculations, and storing data. This contrasts with the fat client or the thick client or a conventional personal computer. The main benefit of a thin client setup is there are improved maintenance and security due to central administration of the hardware and software in the data center. And here are some benefits of a thin client. So you have basic applications, and the benefits are it performs basic office procedures such as web browsing, word processing, and running spreadsheets. It meets the minimum requirements for using a selected operating system. And the benefits are you can run the operating system at basic performance levels. It provides network connectivity, and the benefits are it gives you fast network connection because the server handles most of the computational tasks. pass. And then you have account settings, and the benefits are it provides secure authentication. Let's talk about laptop and common mobile devices. So optimizing features on a laptop makes it possible for a user to have an enhanced and often customized experience. While the default settings on the following features will work, customization may provide a better computing experience. Let's talk about touchpad configuration. So customizing the settings on a touchpad in Windows 10 is as follows. You would open the Windows settings and click on devices to open Bluetooth and other devices window. You will select touchpad from the left column. On the right, you will see the sensitivity adjustments, and they'll provide you a little video demonstration for how to use the touchpad to where you can select items, scroll, zoom, and then have a myriad of other options to play around with. Customizing touchpad settings on a Mac, you would click the Apple icon in the upper left corner of the screen, select System Preferences, and then select Trackpad. The Apple Trackpad presents different settings and customization options for pointing and clicking, scroll and zoom options, along with other gestures as well. The touchscreen configuration. So touchscreen calibrations are often run during the device setup process. This allows for the user to learn how to interact with the device, in addition to learning how sensitive the touchscreen is to his or her touch. To calibrate a touch screen, you would follow these steps right here. You would open the control panel and select the tablet PC settings. If that's not present, then check to see if the drivers are present. You would click calibrate and then choose an option for calibrating the system for pen or touch input. You would follow the instructions presented to begin the calibration. And then if satisfied with the settings, you would just go ahead and click yes to save the settings. And finally, let's talk about application installations and configurations. So when installing and configuring applications, a few basic steps apply to all applications. First things first, you want to determine if the PC has enough resources to run the application. If so, then go ahead and download the installation file from a reliable source. Second, you want to find the execution file for the download application. This is usually in the downloads folder. If installing from a USB drive or from an optical drive, you want to locate the execution file on the drive and then follow the preceding steps. You want to double click the execution file to run the setup program and see a dialog box asking for storage and shortcut preferences. You'll then be presented an option to choose between an automatic install or a custom install. Automatic installs are typically fine in most cases, unless there are certain settings that need to be altered. And then finally, you want to follow the instructions and complete the installation and then reboot the computer if necessary. All right, so normally I do a check on learning, but since this was a very short presentation, we're just going to skip that part and jump straight to the summary. So in summary, we have talked about the basic installation and configuration of common devices. In this video, you will learn about SOHO multifunction devices and printers in addition to their settings. A small office, home office is an IT term that refers to home offices, small business offices, and even remote office environments. A multifunction device is a device containing some functional combination of a scanner, printer, copier, and fax capabilities. These devices usually cost less and occupy less space than the individual elements that comprise the device, although multifunction devices cannot match the performance of a dedicated device for each individual element. Let's talk about configuring a printer or a multifunction device. So before you can print to a standard printer or multifunction device, you must have the appropriate print drivers installed that match the specific model of the device. In addition, you also have to ensure you have the correct print driver that works with the correct operating system and operating system version. Now, here are some of the standard configuration options for printers or multifunction devices. You have duplex or double-sided printing. And this is a feature that allows the printing of a sheet of paper on both sides automatically. Print devices without this capability can only print on a single side of paper, and this is also known as single-sided printing. Next, you have what is called collat settings. This feature is used when printing 2 or more copies of a document that has 2 or more pages. So for example, you have a document that is 4 pages long and you want to print 4 copies of this document. If the collat feature is selected, the document would print pages 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the first copy of the document before printing off the second copy of the document, and so on. This feature is useful for binding, stapling, or punching documents, but it is much slower than uncollated print jobs. And then next we have orientation. So page orientation is the direction in which a document is displayed or printed. The 2 basic types of page orientation are portrait, which is the long side up or the vertical side, and landscape, which is the short side up or the horizontal side. And then we have print quality. This refers to the quality of the hard copy or printout produced by a printer. There are many factors that determine the level of the quality, but overall it has to do with the accuracy of the reproduction of the source material, which is influenced by the quality and type of paper used, in addition to the specifications of the printer, such as DPI, which stands for dots per inch, the print head capability, and the quality of the ink and toner being used. Let's talk about device sharing options. So printers and multifunction devices can be shared between 2 or more computers by using USB, serial connections, or Ethernet connections. Serial and USB printer sharing involves utilizing switch boxes that can be manually or automatically switched between devices, but serial and USB are limited by relatively short cable runs and a lack of management capabilities. Most wired printer and multifunction devices are shared by way of using Ethernet connections. So here are the basic steps for how to configure a modern printer or multifunction device for shared access across an Ethernet connection. First thing you want to do, you want to connect the printer or the multifunction device to the network via an Ethernet cable such as the RJ45 cable. You want to configure the printer or multifunction device to use Ethernet. You want to give the printer a name so it can be located on the network. You want to specify whether the printer or multifunction device will get an IP address from the DHCP. If you need to configure the printer or multifunction device's IP address manually, you need to assign the device an IP address that is not in use by the DHCP. And then you want to record the configuration information. Some printers and multifunction devices might print out this information after the setup process is complete. To print to a network printer or multifunction device, a network printer or multifunction driver may need to be installed instead of the standard print driver. Let's talk about Bluetooth. So to print via Bluetooth capabilities on a printer or multifunction device, both the computer or mobile device and the printer/multifunction device must have Bluetooth transceivers. After enabling Bluetooth on the printer and computer, you must configure both for pairing and pair them before print jobs can be sent. If a computer does not have built-in Bluetooth capabilities, a USB dongle can be added to the device to provide Bluetooth support. Let's talk about 802.11 wireless sharing. So most new printer and multifunction devices do support 802.11 Wi-Fi standards. This configuration process is similar to that used for a wired Ethernet, with the added step of identifying the SSID of the wireless network and the encryption key if one is used. After the configuration is complete, all devices on the network with the proper print driver can use the multifunction device. Let's talk about infrastructure versus ad hoc. So a wireless ad hoc network is a decentralized type of wireless network. The network is ad hoc because it does not rely on a pre-existing infrastructure, such as routers in a wired network or access points in a managed wireless network. In ad hoc mode, each device is connected directly to other devices. If you want to use Wi-Fi printers or multifunction devices, but do not use Wi-Fi networking with a wireless router, you need to configure the printer devices to work in ad hoc mode. Infrastructure mode supports WPA2 encryption, while ad hoc mode supports only WEP encryption, making it unsuitable for secure networking. Let's talk about cloud and remote printing. So cloud printing allows for you to print from any web connected device, routing the print jobs from your computer, smartphone, or tablet, and sends them to an internet connected printer. Remote printing is a functionality in which a computer can be used with a remote printer. Remote printing lets users use their printer for printing documents saved on the remote computer they are accessing. Similarly, they can use the host computer to print to the remote printer. Cloud and remote printing requires the following. They require a printer or multi-function device that can be accessed from the cloud or remotely via the web, and an app that supports remote or cloud printing. The printer settings are loaded into the app, and the cloud-based document is downloaded and printed from the mobile device. Let's talk about using public and shared devices. So public cloud printing allows users to submit print jobs via email, web interfacing, mobile apps, or special print drivers. To receive the print job from the printer, the user must provide the credentials needed, such as a retrieval code or an account code. Google Cloud is an example of such service. Google Cloud Print is a Google service that lets users print from any cloud print aware application, such as web, desktop, or mobile, on any device in the network cloud to any printer with native support for connecting to cloud print services, without Google having to create and maintain printing subsystems for all the hardware combinations of client devices and printers, and without users having to install device drivers to the client, but with documents being fully transmitted to Google. AirPrint is a feature in Apple's Mac OS and iOS operating systems for printing via Wi-Fi, either directly to AirPrint compatible printers or to non-compatible shared printers by way of a computer running Microsoft Windows, Linux, or Mac. AirPrint does not require printer-specific drivers. AirPrint uses software called Bonjour, which comes built into Mac and iOS systems. Bonjour finds the AirPrint printer and the document can be sent. Bonjour is available in Windows 8 and 10, and the user with Bonjour installed on a Windows machine can print to an AirPrint enabled printer. Let's talk about maintaining data privacy. So when a document is sent to a computer, a special print file is created by the print spooler. To prevent unauthorized users from opening the print file and extracting information from it, two methods can be used: user authentication and hard drive caching. User authentication matches print jobs to the IP address of the computer or device requesting the print job and can be enabled at the printer itself or by security settings used on Active Directory enabled networks. When user authentication is enabled in the printer, the user must provide the appropriate identification during the print process. And finally, let's talk about using hard drive caching. So in computers, spooling is a specialized form of multi-programming for the purpose of copying data between different devices. In contemporary systems, it is usually used for mediating between a computer application and a slow peripheral, such as a printer. Spooling allows programs to, quote, hand off work to be done by the peripheral, then proceed to other tasks, or to not begin until input has been transcribed. A dedicated program, or the spooler, maintains an orderly sequence of jobs for the peripheral and feeds it data at its own rate. The most common use of spooling is printing. Documents formatted for printing are stored in the queue at the speed of the computer, then retrieved and printed at the speed of the printer. In Windows, print spool files are stored on the system hard drive at the location C/Windows/System32//spool/printers. The default location of the print spool files can be changed by selecting the printer, multifunction device in devices and printers, opening the print server properties dialog, click advanced, click change advanced settings, and then specify a different location. All right, so now in summary, we have just talked about SOHO, small office, home office, multifunction devices, printers, and their settings. In this video, you will learn about various print technologies such as laser printers, inkjet printers, thermal printers, impact printers, virtual printers, and 3D printers. Let's talk about laser printing. So laser printing is an electrostatic digital printing process. It produces high quality text and graphics and moderate quality photographs by repeatedly passing a laser beam back and forth over a negatively charged cylinder called a drum to define a differentially charged image. The drum then selectively collects electrically charged powdered ink, also known as toner, and transfers the ink to paper, which is then heated in order to permanently fuse the text, imagery, or both to the paper. A laser printer's major components are as follows. There's the imaging drum. This applies the page image to the transfer belt or roller, frequently combined with the toner supply in the toner cartridge. Then you have the developer. This pulls toner from the toner supply and sends it to the imaging drum. Then you have the fuser assembly. This fuses the page image to the paper. Then we have the transfer belt or the transfer roller. This transfers the page image from the drum to the page. Then you have the pickup rollers. They pick up paper. Then you have the paper separation pad or the separate pad. This enables pickup rollers to pick up only one sheet of paper at a time. And then you have the duplexing assembly, and this is optional. This switches paper from the front to the back side so that the printer can print on both sides of the paper. Let's talk about the laser imaging process. Now, this is a 7-step process that you are going to have to know in order to successfully pass this examination. So step 1 is processing. So the document to be printed is encoded in a page description language such as PostScript, printer command language, or OpenXML paper specification. The raster image process converts the page description into a bitmap, which is stored in the printer's laser memory. Each horizontal strip of dots across the page is also known as a raster line or a scan line. Next, you have what is called charging. In older printers, a corona wire positioned parallel to the drum, or in more recent printers, a primary charge roller, projects an electrostatic charge onto the photoreceptor, which is also known as the photoconductor unit, a revolving photosensitive drum or belt, which is capable of holding an electrostatic charge on its surface while it is in the dark. Then you have the next step is exposing. A laser printer uses a laser because lasers are able to form highly focused, precise, and intense beams of light, especially over the short distances inside a printer. The laser is aimed at a rotating polygonal mirror, which directs the light beam through a system of lenses and mirrors onto the photoreceptor drum, writing pixels at rates of up to 65 million times per second. The drum continues to rotate during the sweep, and the angle of sweep is canted very slightly to compensate for this motion. The stream of rasterized data held in the printer's memory rapidly turns the laser on and off as it sweeps. The laser beam neutralizes the charge on the surface of the drum, leaving a static electric negative image on the drum surface, which will repel the negatively charged toner particles. The areas on the drum which are struck by the laser, however, momentarily have no charge, and the toner being passed against the drum by the toner coated developer roll in the next step from the roll's rubber surface to the charged portions on the surface of the drum. Then we get to step 4. This is the developing stage. So as the drum rotates, the toner is continuously applied in a 15 micron thick layer of the developer roll. The surface of the photoreceptor with the latent image is exposed to the toner covered developer roll. Toner consists of fine particles of dry plastic powder mixed with carbon black or coloring agents. The toner particles are given a negative charge inside the toner cartridge, and as they emerge onto the developer drum, they are electrostatically attracted to the photoreceptor's latent image, which is the area on the surface of the drum which had been struck by the laser. Because negative charges repel each other, the negatively charged toner particles will not adhere to the drum where the negative charge remains. Next, we have what is called transferring. So a sheet of paper is then rolled under the photoreceptor drum, which has been coated with a pattern of toner particles in the exact places where the laser struck it moments before. The toner particles have a very weak attraction to both the drum and the paper, but the bond to the drum is weaker, and the particles transfer once again, this time from the drum surface to the paper surface. Some machines also use a positively charged transfer roll on the back side of the paper to help pull the negatively charged toner from the photoreceptor drum to the paper. Then we get to the 6th step. This is called the fusing process. So the paper passes through rollers in the fuser assembly where temperatures up to 427 degrees Celsius or 801 degrees Fahrenheit and pressure are used to permanently bond the toner to the paper. One roller is usually a hollow tube known as a heat roller, and the other is a rubber back roller, also known as a pressure roller. A radiant heat lamp is suspended in the center of the hollow tube, and its infrared energy uniformly heats the roller from the inside. For paper bonding of the toner, the fuser roller must be uniformly hot. And then we get to the 7th step. This is called the cleaning step. So as the drum completes a revolution, it is exposed to an electrically neutral soft plastic blade that cleans any remaining toner from the photoreceptor drum and deposits it into a waste reservoir. A charge roller then reestablishes a uniform negative charge on the surface of the now clean drum, readying it to be struck again by the laser. Now, these are just the 7 steps. You don't have to remember everything that I just said, but you do need to know these 7 steps on your screen so that you can pass this exam. So just keep that in mind. Let's go on to laser maintenance. So the major elements when it comes to laser printer maintenance is, first things first, you want to make sure the printer is turned off and disconnected from any power sources. So that is the ultimate step right there. But here are the other major steps. So you want to replace the toner cartridge. When the toner runs low, you want to replace the toner cartridge and the imaging drum if the laser printer's toner cartridge is included with the imaging drum. You want to apply maintenance kits. Printers have a lot of moving parts that can wear down over time and will eventually need to be replaced. These components often include fuser assemblies, air filters, transfer rollers, pickup rollers, and other types of rollers, and separation pads. Printer manufacturers will supply you with a maintenance kit to allow for you to swap out or replace parts once a predetermined print page count has been reached. Third thing you want to do is calibrate the printer. So laser printers should be calibrated if the print quality starts to decline. The print calibration process on a laser printer adjusts density settings to make up for changes caused by environmental differences or aging print cartridges. Some laser printers perform automatic calibration, but you can also force the printer to perform calibration on an as-needed basis. You need to see the instruction manual to your printer for complete details about how to do that. And then finally, we come to cleaning. So laser printers use very fine grained powdered toner. You can use a vacuum cleaner that is designed to clean up the laser printer toner due to the particles getting everywhere inside and outside of the printer. The best advice is to follow the cleaning instructions outlined by the manufacturer of that laser printer as it relates to different parts and components of the printer. Let's talk about inkjet printers. So inkjet printing is a type of computer printing that recreates a digital image by propelling droplets of ink onto paper and plastic substrates. Inkjet printers are the most commonly used type of printer and range from small, inexpensive consumer models to expensive professional machines. Inkjet printers are the most popular type of printer in SOHO environments. Their print quality can rival that of laser printers, and virtually all inkjet printers in use today are able to print both color and black text and photographs. Now, here are the major components of an inkjet printer. You have the ink cartridge. Now, understand some of these inkjet printers, they use external ink tanks. You got the print head, the roller, the paper feeder, the duplexing assembly, the carriage, and the belt. Let's talk about some inkjet maintenance. So the major elements of maintaining an inkjet printer are as follows. You need to replace the ink cartridges. The printing preference or printer properties dialog of your operating system will provide information to let you know when it's time to change out the ink cartridges. You need to calibrate this thing. Most inkjet printers will require some type of printer calibration, especially as it relates to print head alignment. This process involves printing one or more sheets of paper to check to see if the printer prints straight lines. This process can be done automatically or manually. You need to check the nozzles. If the printer has been idle for a while, you need to perform a nozzle check or a pattern check. We'll print a pattern that uses all of the nozzles from all of the print heads to display a pattern's correct appearance. Use the printout to compare against the pattern image displayed on screen to check for gaps or missing colors. Run the nozzle check again until the pattern matches, but be mindful that the nozzle checks do require the use of ink. And then you need to clean those print heads, and then you need to go ahead and clear paper jams. Now note that some printers, they do run automatic nozzle cleaning or calibration routines when you do change the ink cartridges. So just keep that in mind as well. Let's talk about thermal printers. So thermal printing is a digital printing process which produces a printed image by selectively heating thermal paper when the paper passes over the thermal print head. The coating turns black in the areas where it is heated, producing an image. Two-color direct thermal printers can print both black and an additional color, which is often red, by applying heat at two different temperatures. The most common use for thermal printing can be found at cashier machines when printing out receipts. And this is also known as a point of sale or a POS. Let's talk about the features of a standard thermal printer. So you have the feed assembly. This pulls paper from a roll wound around a center plastic spool or spindle. And then you have the heating element. This uses a heated thermal paper or ribbons that actually make an image. Let's talk about special thermal paper. So thermal paper, which is sometimes referred to as an audit roll, is a special fine paper that is coated with a material formulated to change color when exposed to heat. It is used in thermal printers, particularly in inexpensive or lightweight devices such as adding machines, cash registers, and credit card terminals. The surface of the paper is coated with a solid state mixture of dye and a suitable matrix. When the matrix is heated above its melting point, the dye reacts with the acid, shifts to its color form, and then the changed form is then conserved in a metastable state where the matrix solidifies black quickly enough. Thermal maintenance. So the major elements of maintaining a thermal printer are as follows. You need to replace the paper when it runs out. You need to clean the heating element. Now, many vendors recommend cleaning the print head after each roll of thermal transfer ribbon. You can also use isopropyl alcohol to clean the print heads. And then you also want to remove debris. Use cleaning materials recommended by the printer manufacturer to remove debris, such as torn paper, solid ink flakes, or label coatings that can build up on rollers and the print head. Let's talk about impact printers. So impact printers create an image by using some mechanism to physically press an inked ribbon against the page, causing the ink to be deposited on the page in the shape desired. These printers are typically loud, but remain in use today in most industrial and point-of-sale applications because of their unique ability to function with multi-part forms. Dot matrix printers, which prints characters in the form of dots placed on the page. These are the most common form of impact printers. The basic elements of an impact printer are as follows. You have a print head, you got the ribbon, you have a tractor feeder, and you have impact paper. Impact printers use plain uncoated paper or labels in various widths and sizes. These printers typically use a tractor feed mechanism to pull or push the paper past the print head. Tractor fed printer paper and labels have fixed or removable sprocket holes on both sides of the paper. This type of media is often called impact, dot matrix, continuous feed, or pin feed paper or labels. Impact printer maintenance. So the major elements of maintaining an impact printer are as follows. You need to replace the ribbon. The ribbon on an impact printer lubricates the pins in the print head and protects the print head from impact damage. You need to replace the print head. If damage to one or more pins is detected, replace the print head because damaged pins could snag the ribbon, or if the pins break, it could leave gaps in the characters being printed out. And then you need to replace the paper. Check for problems with torn sprocket holes, separated tear-offs, and damaged sheets. Tear off any problematic pages and use only good paper from the paper stack. Also adjust the tractor feeds as necessary to ensure the printer is properly pulling and pushing the paper. Let's talk about virtual printers. So in computing, a virtual printer is a simulated device whose user interface resembles that of a printer driver, but it is not connected to a physical printer. The virtual printer is used to create a file instead of a printout. You have three major categories of virtual printers. You have print to file. This is used to create a file that can be copied to a specific printer for output. You have print to PDF or XPS or Microsoft XPS. This is used to save files that cannot be modified but still need to be easily shared and printed. And then you have print to image. This is designed to convert documents directly into common bitmap graphic formats such as TIFF, JPEG, BMP, etc. Some of these apps can also create PDF files as well. And then let's talk about 3D printers. So 3D printing, which is also known as additive manufacturing, is the construction of a three-dimensional object from a CAD or a computer-aided design model or a digital 3D model. The term 3D printing can refer to a variety of processes in which material is deposited, joined, or solidified under computer control to create a three-dimensional object, with the material being added together such as liquid molecules or powder grains being fused together, typically layer by layer. Fused deposition modeling, or FDM, is the main 3D printing process that most people are familiar with. The most common material is a strand of plastic filament that is fed from a spool to a moving printer head. The printer head heats the plastic and thinly layers it on the printing platform in cross sections that eventually build up into the 3D object that has been designed on the computer. This process is also carried out on a 3D printer using these four components. You have the filament. This is the plastic material that is fed from a spool through many different materials which can be used. The filament is the quote unquote ink of an FDM printer and is available in various colors. Next, you have the extruder. This receives the plastic filament and melts it. Then you have the nozzle. The nozzle is a small spray hole that emits the melted filament. And then you have the bed. The bed is the platform on which the object is created. And then let's talk about maintaining 3D printers. So here are the best practices for maintaining a 3D printer. You need to ensure you have heat resistant lubricants or they may melt and become a part of the printed object. You need to use different brushes to clean different parts of the printer. An example would be to use a stiff brass brush, which is good for cleaning the outsides of the nozzles, and then clean the filament in between print jobs and make sure it is at the correct temperature. All right, so now let's go ahead and get into some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, which of the following is a laser printer component that holds a representation of the output image drawn on its surface by the laser? Is it transfer belt? Is it the print head? Is it the transfer roll? Or is it the imaging drum? So which of the following is a laser printer component that holds a representation of the output image drawn on its surface by the laser? The correct answer is the imaging drum. All right. Next question. Which of the following is a relatively inexpensive printer type commonly used in SOHO environments? Is it an inkjet printer? Is it a thermal printer? Is it a laser printer, or is it an impact printer? So which of the following is a relatively inexpensive printer type that you will find in a bunch of SOHO environments? The correct answer is an inkjet printer. And the final question is, which of the following printer types uses a tractor feed during the printing process? Is it inkjet, laser, impact, or thermal? So which of the following printer types uses a tractor feed? The correct answer is an impact printer, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so in summary, we have talked about laser printers, inkjet printers, thermal, impact, virtual, and 3D printers. In this video, you will learn about various cloud computing concepts such as infrastructure as a service, software as a service, platform as a service, shared resources, rapid elasticity, on-demand self-service, resource pooling, measured services, metered services, off-site email applications, cloud file storage services, virtual application streaming and cloud-based applications, and virtual desktops. Let's talk about some common cloud models. So cloud computing is the on-demand availability of computer system resources, especially data storage, also known as cloud storage, and computing power, without direct active management by the user. The term is generally used to describe data centers available to many users over the internet. Cloud computing comes in three main models, which we will discuss in further detail. You have infrastructure as a service, software as a service, and platform as a service. Infrastructure as a service, which is also known as cloud infrastructure services, is a form of cloud computing in which IT infrastructure is provided to end users through the internet. Infrastructure as a service is commonly associated with serverless computing. The infrastructure as a service vendor provides the virtualization, storage, network servers, and allows for customers to utilize and or pay for virtual resources when they are needed. This cloud computing model allows for customers to not have an on-premise data center and not worry about physically updating or maintaining these components themselves. Most importantly, this model allows for companies to reduce their costs of their network infrastructure by outsourcing storage and computing services to a cloud provider. Infrastructure as a service puts users in charge of all the software used in a project, from applications and data to the operating system. Infrastructure as a service vendors supply the hardware and network support tools. The three largest cloud providers at the time of this recording are Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and IBM. Software as a service is a software licensing and delivery model in which software is licensed on a subscription basis and is centrally hosted. Software as a service applications are also known as web-based software, on-demand software, and hosted software. Because software as a service processing is performed at the server, a thin client, smartphone, or tablet is sufficient to run the software. A browser-based service that does not require a user to download application code to use the service is an example of software as a service. Software as a service allows organizations to get quickly up and running without having to deploy or develop an application. Examples of software as a service are the following. You have Gmail that provides access to email services courtesy of Google. You have Google Drive that provides access to word processing, spreadsheets, presentations, and various other forms. You got Microsoft Office 365 that provides access to word processing, spreadsheets, presentations, calendars, email, etc. And then you have Salesforce, that is a customer relationship management application. Platform as a service. This is a category of cloud computing services that provides a platform allowing customers to develop, run, and manage applications without the complexity of building and maintaining the infrastructure typically associated with developing and launching an app. A developer using platform as a service can concentrate on software features instead of possible issues with server hardware and operating systems. Some of the major platform as a service vendors include Oracle Cloud, Google Cloud Platform, Microsoft Azure, and the Salesforce platform. Now here is a handy dandy little chart that you can look at that shows you the separation of responsibilities when it comes to cloud computing as it relates to on-premise infrastructure, platform, and software as a service. And you can find this on my website, technologyg.com. Now, in case that last chart was a little too complicated for you, here is a pizza analogy known as pizza as a service that breaks this thing down as it directly relates to you making pizza at home, you ordering pizza, you having pizza delivered, or you just dining out in general. But this puts it in its proper context as it directly relates to how cloud technologies work as it relates to you, the customer. Let's talk about public versus private versus hybrid versus community. So cloud computing comes in four general categories. You have public cloud computing. This is defined as computing services offered by third-party providers over the public internet, making them available to anyone who wants to use or purchase them. They may be free or sold on demand, allowing customers to pay only per usage for the CPU cycle, storage, or bandwidth they consume. Then we have private cloud computing. This is defined as computing services offered over the internet or a private internal network and only to select users instead of the general public. Private cloud computing is considered to be more secure than public cloud computing. Next, we have hybrid cloud computing. This is a computing environment that combines public cloud and a private cloud by allowing data and applications to be shared between them. When computing and processing demands fluctuates, hybrid cloud computing gives organizations the ability to seamlessly scale their on-premise infrastructure up to the public cloud to handle any overflow without giving third-party data centers access to the entirety of their data. And then finally, we have the community cloud computing. And this is a collaborative effort in which infrastructure is shared between several organizations from a specific community with common concerns such as security, compliance, jurisdiction, etc., whether managed internally or by a third party and hosted internally or externally. This is controlled and used by a group of organizations that have a shared interest. The costs are spread over fewer users than a public cloud, but more than a private cloud. So only some of the cost savings potential of cloud computing are actually realized. Let's talk about shared resources. So in computing, a shared resource is a computer resource made available from one host to other hosts on a computer network. It is a device or a piece of information on a computer that can be remotely accessed from another computer transparently as if it were a resource in the local machine. Sharing equipment or data on a network to save costs is the overall reason to implement cloud computing. There are two main ways to share devices and data over the internet. You can do so by way of an internal cloud or an external cloud. An internal cloud, which is also known as a corporate cloud, is a cloud computing service that is implemented within an organization's dedicated resources and infrastructure. Internal clouds apply virtualization mechanisms, shared storage, and network resources to facilitate full control of an organization's cloud computing environment. With an internal cloud, the company gets the virtualization services and flexibility of a commercial cloud, but with the security and reliability that comes from existing within the company's network infrastructure. The costs often associated with an internal cloud typically are higher than utilizing a commercial cloud provider, but there are still reduced costs associated with sharing resources internally. An external cloud is a cloud solution that exists outside of an organization's physical boundaries. It can be private, public, or community-based as long as it is not located on an organization's property. An external cloud would involve the sourcing of any cloud solution that's available and can be used along with an internal cloud infrastructure or an internal cloud solution for any business need. The service delivered through this kind of setup matches the services offered by a private cloud. However, the primary difference is that all the physical resources are essentially external to the organization. Let's talk about rapid elasticity. So rapid elasticity is a cloud computing term for scaling provisioning or the ability to provide scalable services. Rapid elasticity allows users to automatically request additional space in the cloud or other types of services. Because of the setup of cloud computing services, provisioning can be seamless for the client or user. In a sense, cloud computing resources appear to be infinite or automatically available. That's very different from older systems where the limits of storage or memory were immediately visible to a user. On-demand computing, which is also known as on-demand self-service, is a business computing model in which computing resources are made available to the user on an as-needed basis. Rather than all at once, on-demand computing allows cloud hosting companies to provide their clients with access to computing resources as they become necessary. Gmail is an example of an on-demand self-service where users can access their email online from virtually any device that connects to the internet anytime that they want. Resource pooling. This is an IT term used in cloud computing environments to describe a situation in which providers serve multiple clients, customers, or tenants with provisional and scalable services. The services can be adjusted to suit each client's needs without any changes being apparent to the client or end user. Next, we have measured service. So measured service refers to how cloud services are monitored for quality and effectiveness. Measuring service metrics can help drive decisions about what services to adopt and how to calculate pricing of services. Then we have metered service. So metered service is a term that applies to cloud computing, which is a reference to services where the cloud provider measures or monitors the provision of services for various reasons, including billing, effective use of resources, or overall predictive planning. Cloud computing services are typically calculated on an hourly basis. Outsourcing by the hour could result in huge savings for customers, and this feature is what has driven the high growth of cloud services. Next, we have off-site email applications, and off-site email applications allow for organizations to pay other companies like Google to manage all of the company's email, in addition to managing the enormous amounts of data generated by all of this email. Google Workplace, which used to be known as G Suite, is an example of an off-site email application where organizations can pay Google a monthly subscription fee to essentially get an enhanced version of Google Drive and Gmail. The alternative to off-site email is on-site email, which is also known as on-premise, which means that the organization is responsible for all of the costs associated with purchasing, powering, and maintaining the server equipment, and the company's local area network provides access to the on-site email applications. Cloud file storage services. So cloud file storage is a method for storing data in the cloud that provides servers and applications access to data through shared file systems. Cloud file storage services utilize cloud-based synchronization, where apps on a mobile device send data to the cloud, which can then be downloaded by other mobile apps, web browsers, or by programs running on Windows or Mac. Examples of cloud file storage services are Google Drive, Dropbox, Apple iCloud, and Microsoft OneDrive. Next, we have virtual application streaming and cloud-based applications. So virtual application streaming refers to an on-demand software delivery model that works based on the fact that the majority of applications just need a small portion of their total programming code for operation. The applications are stored and run in the cloud and delivered to the user on almost any device, such as smartphones, tablets, laptops, and desktops. This indicates that there is no need to fully install a program on a client machine. However, portions of it could be offered across the network whenever required. To implement virtual application streaming, the user purchases a license and downloads a small app that identifies the user. The application is presented to the user as if it were locally installed, but only the essentials are brought down to the device. Adobe Creative Cloud is an example of a virtual application. It's also known as a software as a service cloud-based application that allows users to utilize apps like Adobe Photoshop without actually installing the program locally to their computer. Next, we have what is called a virtual desktop. So virtual desktop infrastructure, or VDI, is defined as the hosting of desktop environments on a central server or the cloud. It is a form of desktop virtualization, as the specific desktop images run within a virtual machine and are delivered to end clients over a network. Those endpoints may be PCs or other devices like tablets or thin client terminals, in which the mouse and keyboard inputs are sent across the internet. And then finally, we have what is called a virtual NIC, or virtual network interface card. And this is an abstract virtualized representation of a computer network interface that may or may not correspond directly to a network interface controller. Virtual NICs within a VM behave identical to that of a physical NIC in that it needs a physical MAC address and IP address in order to communicate with other machines. The only real difference between a virtual NIC and a physical NIC is that an administrator can assign specific MAC addresses to run virtual NICs by way of a virtual machine manager, whereas on a physical NIC, the MAC address is assigned by the manufacturer. If an admin wants the VM to communicate with other machines, they need to create a path or a bridge between the virtual NIC and the physical NIC on the VMM hardware. This allows the VM to communicate like any other machine in the local area network. All right, so now let's go ahead and do some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? The first question is, a cloud computing service model offering remote access to applications based on a monthly or annual subscription fee is called what? PAAS, SAAS, IAAS, or DAAS. So a cloud computing service model offering remote access to applications based on a monthly or annual subscription fee is called what? The correct answer is Software as a service. Now understand, you guys got to get familiar with these acronyms, because when you take these tests, CompTIA is going to just drill you with acronyms all over the place, and they expect you to know what these things stand for when you take the test. All right, next question. In cloud computing, the practice of grouping together computing resources and making them available for shared access for multiple consumers is referred to as what? Broad network access, measured service, on-demand self-service, or resource pooling. So in cloud computing, the practice of grouping together computing resources and making them available for shared access for multiple users is called resource pooling. And the final question is, which of the following cloud service types will be the best option for web developers intending to create an app? Would it be DAAS, SaaS, PaaS, or IaaS? So which of the following cloud service types will be the best option for a web developer intending to create an app? The correct answer is platform as a service. All right. So in summary, we have talked about common cloud models, shared resources, rapid elasticity, on-demand, resource pooling, measured and metered services, offsite email applications, cloud file storage services, virtual application streaming, and virtual desktops. In this video, you will learn about client-side virtualization concepts such as the purpose of virtual machines, resource requirements, emulator requirements, security requirements, network requirements, and hypervisors. Let's talk about virtualization. So what is virtualization? So in computing, virtualization refers to the act of creating a virtual rather than actual version of something, including virtual computer hardware platforms, storage devices, and computer network resources. Virtualization allows for standalone computers to run multiple operating systems at the same time while using the same hardware resources. Virtualization involves understanding three primary concepts. You have what is called the Virtual Machine Manager, or the VMM. A VMM, which is also known as a hypervisor, is computer software, firmware, or hardware that creates and runs virtual machines. It is a specialized operating system that uses minimal hardware resources so that memory and processing are available for the VMs it creates. Next thing we have to talk about is the actual virtual machine, or the VM. A VM is an emulation of a computer system created by a hypervisor or a VMM. Virtual machines are based on computer architectures and provide the functionality of a physical computer. Their implementations may involve specialized hardware, software, or a combination of both. A VM uses the Virtual Machine Manager / hypervisor for access to memory, CPU, the network, video, and other resources. And then we have to talk about emulation. An emulator is hardware or software that enables one computer system, the host, to behave like another computer system, the guest. An emulator typically enables the host system to run software or use peripheral devices designed for the guest system. Emulation refers to the ability of a computer program in an electronic device to emulate or imitate another program or device. Now, when it comes to running multiple operating systems on one computer, there are two ways this can be achieved: by way of virtualization or emulation. Let's talk about the purpose of virtual machines. So the main purpose of virtual machines is to allow for computers to operate multiple operating systems at the same time from the same piece of hardware. Without virtualization, operating multiple systems like Windows and Linux would require multiple physical units. Operating virtual machines saves tons of money that it will cost to run multiple physical machines as it relates to the costs associated with physical space to store the devices, cooling, and peripheral hardware costs. Another benefit of virtual machines is the ability to run older operating systems without having to change computers and without having to reboot their systems. Also, virtual machines allow for single computers to run 32-bit and 64-bit versions of the same operating system so that applications that run better in 32-bit mode can be run without the need for a separate computer. Ultimately, virtual machines can perform multiple tasks at the same time and allow for more work to be done on a single physical machine while saving money on physical hardware investments. Let's talk about the resource requirements. So the resource requirements for virtualization include the following. You're going to need fast multi-core processors, a lot of RAM. The more memory, the better, due to the limitations of a motherboard and the virtual machine manager that's actually running this thing. And you're going to need to have preferred use of 64-bit processors and 64-bit compatible VMM that is not subjected to the 4 gigabits worth of RAM limit that is set by the 32-bit architecture. Also, you're going to need hardware-assisted virtualization processors. The BIOS and the UEFI firmware should support this feature as well, and it must be enabled in the system BIOS UEFI. If not, this might cause the VMs to run very slow. Also, some virtual machine managers might not be supported. And then you're going to want 2 or more displays if several VMs are going to be run at the same time. And also, even though the VM is created using an actual operating system rather than a reproduction copy, the physical hardware used for the VMM must meet or exceed the minimum requirements for the actual VMM or the virtual machine manager. Emulator requirements. So due to emulators having to simulate an entire operating system in addition to the hardware used with the operating system, the emulator requirements for virtualization include more RAM than the original hardware that's being emulated and faster processors than the original hardware that's also being emulated. Let's talk about some security requirements. So even though virtual machines are essentially computers inside of computers, virtual machines still need to be treated like actual physical computers in terms of securing the virtual device. The security requirements for virtualization include network traffic monitoring. Hypervisors must monitor the network traffic of multiple VMs running on a single computer or server. An extensible switch module is a feature that enables operating systems to monitor this traffic. You're going to need to do some updates and patches. Antivirus software is going to need to be installed, updated, patched, and kept current because the host machine cannot scan the VM for viruses. You're going to want to back up the VM. Virtualized storage needs to be backed up with tools made for VMs. These backups need to include the virtual machine's configuration files and virtual disks to allow for the VM to be restored if needed. Virtual machine checkpoints, which are also known as virtual machine snapshots, are typically included in most VMMs and hypervisors, and they save the current state, data, and hardware configurations of the VM while it is running. They're going to need some type of security on this thing. Virtual machine managers that allow for sandboxing or isolation of individual VMs offer better security against attacks. And then some other recommendations are the use of firewalls, anti-malware, remote administration by using secured VPNs should also be implemented. Also, connections between VMs such as clipboards or file sharing should also be limited. Let's talk about some network requirements. So once again, due to virtual machines being computers inside of computers, in order for a VM or the guest to communicate like the physical computer, the host machine, a virtual machine manager must have a network adapter that is bridged or connected to the network adapter of the physical machine. The virtual machine's virtual NIC must also have a MAC address and IP address assigned to it by an administrator to allow for network communication. The use of authentication servers can also be used to determine, verify, or deny credentials to a user attempting to log into a secured network. And let's go over a hypervisor real quick. So a hypervisor, which is also known as a virtual machine manager or virtual machine monitor, this is a computer software, firmware, or hardware that creates and runs virtual machines. A computer on which a hypervisor runs one or more virtual machines is called a host machine, and each virtual machine is called a guest machine. A virtual machine is a software emulation of the hardware in a working computer. The virtual machine manager sets sets up an emulated motherboard chipset, USB controllers, hard disk host adapters, video cards, and other components of an actual computer as a part of the virtual machine, along with setting aside either an expandable or fixed amount of hard disk space. After a hypervisor creates and configures a virtual machine, you install the operating system and the apps desired into the VM to have a working emulated computer or virtual machine. The hypervisor is used to start the virtual machine, and depending on the RAM, processor speed, and features and available hard disk space in the physical computer, the hypervisor can run several VMs at the same time. Now, there are two types of hypervisors. You have a type 1 hypervisor, so a virtual machine manager that works directly with the host computer hardware rather than being installed inside of an existing operating system is called a type 1 hypervisor. And type 1 hypervisors, they are often referred to as bare metal hypervisors. And then you have a type 2 hypervisor. This is a virtual machine manager that runs inside of an operating system and carves out RAM and disk space from an already running system. And here is a pretty little graphic showing you the differences between a type 1 hypervisor and a type 2 hypervisor. So if we come on over to the type 1 hypervisor, you see we have the hardware. As soon as you turn the computer on, it boots straight into the hypervisor. And then from there, you can go into setting up the VMs or the guest operating systems. Type 2, you turn the machine on, it goes into your normal operating system, and then you have to turn on the actual hypervisor, which will then allow for you to create the VMs or the guest operating systems. So that is the difference. Now, with a type 2 hypervisor, guests are only one level removed from the hardware and therefore run less efficiently than guests on a type 1 hypervisor. Now, to turn a hypervisor on or off, you have a few options. You can search for turn Windows feature on or off, or you can access the Windows features via the control panel, programs and features. Then you're going to select the turn Windows features on and off from the menu, and it's going to look like this little picture down below. All right, so now let's go ahead and do some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? The first question is, in virtualization technology, a software program that manages multiple operating systems on a single computer is called what? A hypervisor, a virtual switch, a host machine, or a virtual machine. So in virtualization technology, a software program that manages multiple operating systems on a single computer system is called what? The correct answer is a hypervisor. Next question. Which of the following virtual technologies make it possible to run multiple desktops without requiring the purchase of expensive hardware for each machine? Is it a virtual machine, virtual applications, software as a service, or emulators? So which of the following virtual technologies make it possible to run multiple desktops without requiring the purchase of expensive hardware for each machine? The correct answer is a virtual machine. Ooh. And the final question is, which hypervisor works directly with the host computer hardware rather than being installed inside of an existing operating system? Is it type 1, type 2, type 3, or type 4? So which hypervisor works directly with the host computer hardware rather than being installed inside of an existing operating system? The correct answer is type 1 hypervisor, which is also known as a bare metal hypervisor. All right. So in summary, we have talked about the purpose of virtual machines, resource requirements, emulator, security, and network requirements. And we've talked about the differences between a type 1 and a type 2 hypervisor. In this video, we are going to be talking about the troubleshooting methodology. So you're going to learn how to identify a problem, research the problem using a knowledge base or the internet if applicable, establish a theory of probable cause, test the theory to determine the cause, establish a plan of action to resolve the problem and identify potential effects, implement the solution or escalate as necessary, verify full system functionality, and if applicable, implement preventative measures, and finally, document your findings. So that is everything we're going to talk about in this video. All right. So the first thing you need to be aware of when troubleshooting a problem is understanding that the symptoms are not the problem. The actual problem is what's causing the symptoms to manifest. To identify the problem, you need to use the following procedures as needed. You need to gather information, duplicate the problem if possible, question users, identify symptoms, determine if anything has changed, approach multiple problems individually. Now, before making any changes, you need to make sure you safeguard your current settings. If possible, back up the entire system. On a Windows computer, you want to back up the system registry using regedit, and you want to print out or record your firmware, UEFI, BIOS settings, network and software settings as well. Next thing you want to do, you want to start the process by gathering information. So some of the information you may need may be obtained from log files created by the operating system. You can also compare the current settings for the device up against its own default settings. And then other sources of information could include stuff like network logs, printer self-test to display the amount of RAM or the number of pages that may have been printed, current BIOS firmware settings, hardware information, and the Windows update history. Then you want to proceed to duplicating the problem if necessary. So if possible, go ahead and try to duplicate the problem. Try the same steps with the same files and output devices that were originally involved. Record any error messages or dialogues that are displayed. Use the screen capture utility to capture error messages or dialogues. Next, you want to question users. So ask the users that have reported the issues to you to provide details about the problems they are experiencing. When asking users, remember that some of them may be scared for fear of believing that they may have done something that they were not supposed to do. Just remind them in a compassionate and understanding manner that you are simply there to help them solve the issue they are experiencing with the network and or their device. Now, some of the ways you can establish rapport and build a good relationship with your customers are to use proper language and avoid using jargon, acronyms, and slang when applicable. Maintain a positive attitude and project confidence. Actively listen and take notes and avoid interrupting the customer. Avoid judging the customer. Avoid getting into arguments with the customer. Ask permission before touching, viewing, or moving anything in and around their desk. And then use your smartphone for only business related matters when you are in the presence of the customer. The next thing you want to do is identify symptoms. So as you're talking to the customers, you should be trying to identify symptoms. Some possible symptoms could include things like loud noises come from the computer, unpleasant odors, unexpected messages, flickering lights, slower than normal system performance, inability to connect to network resources, blank screens, and software not performing as expected. Some questions that you should ask the user are things like, did you hear anything different from usual? Do you usually print to a network printer? Do you remember what apps were open when the problem happened? Have you used this device before, or was it just installed? Now be mindful that these are just questions to help get the ball rolling towards identifying the problem. Next thing you want to do is determine if anything has changed. So determine if anything has changed, such as device settings, upgraded hardware, updated operating systems or apps, cables, etc. The change might be the reason for the failure that you are trying to troubleshoot. In some ways to determine if anything has changed as follows: you can review operating systems and application update logs, review antivirus, anti-malware, scan histories, check the BIOS, UEFI, firmware revisions for updates, determine if new hardware was recently installed, check to see what apps were recently updated, etc. There's just a whole plethora of things that you can do, but you need to determine if anything has changed so you can try to pinpoint exactly what is causing the problem. And then next, you want to approach multiple problems individually. So multiple problems could be the result of a common issue, such as problems taking place with the network. But unless you know for sure that it's a network problem, it's easier to figure out the solution to a single problem before moving on to the next. All right, let's talk about step 2 of the troubleshooting methodology. This is researching the knowledge base or the internet. So always remember that the knowledge base and or the internet are your best friends when it comes to troubleshooting. If your organization has its own knowledge base, start your research there first. If not, then head out to the internet to conduct research. And when you're out there searching for possible reasons, you need to keep this information in mind. You need to keep in mind whether you suspect a hardware or a software problem. Try try searching the internet for symptoms before going to a particular vendor's website to search. Use keywords that describe the symptoms of problems. Be sure to include the brand, model, and operating system in your search. Pay attention to the dates of proposed solutions if multiple solutions are given, as newer solutions may work better than older solutions. Note the operating system or app version listed, because sometimes the solution will work with older or newer versions than the correct one. And for apps that have cloud or local network versions, make sure you specify the correct version. Step 3, you want to establish a theory of probable cause. So once you think you have successfully researched these solutions and identified potential issues that may be causing the problem, it is now time for you to establish a theory of probable cause. And to do that, you want to question the obvious. So sometimes the solution to a problem could be something very simple that just goes unnoticed. So for example, a user calls the help desk to report that their screen just suddenly went black. You arrive to investigate the issue. As you are investigating the issue, you notice the power lights to the monitor are not on. You look behind the monitor to see that the power cord is plugged in. You follow the power cord to the wall outlet to discover that the power cord is not plugged into the outlet. You then inform the user that the monitor was not plugged into the outlet. The user then recalls accidentally kicking something under the desk, which more than likely was the power cord from the outlet. You then plug the power cord back into the outlet and secure the power cord with zip ties to the desk in such a manner as to prevent the user from accidentally kicking the power cord in the future. And guess what? Problem solved. You need to also consider multiple approaches. So as a rule that you should tell yourself and only yourself is the KISS rule, or the keep it simple, stupid rule. Sometimes there are multiple approaches to solving a problem, but it is best to go with the simplest and most easy to implement for an approach. So for example, if a user is experiencing problems with their keyboard, such as sticky keys, simply swap out the keyboard for another one so that the user can continue on with their work instead of you trying to take apart the keys to remove all the stickiness. And something else that you should consider is called divide and conquer. So sometimes problems will arise that may deal with components in various subsystems. So take, for example, a printer. From the time a user hits the print button until a document is actually printed out, there are various subsystems linked to the printer which could possibly cause a print failure. The printing subsystems include the printer, the USB cable between the printer and the computer, the USB port, the print driver in the operating system, and the application. Each could cause a problem. First thing you could do is to check to see if the printer is turned on, and if so, does it have ink or toner? If not, that may be the problem. If it does, then check the USB cable to the printer and the computer to make sure that it is plugged in on each device in the correct ports. If not, then move on to the next print subsystem until you isolate the problem. This is called the divide and conquer technique, which allows for you to find and fix problems in a systematic manner. All right, the next step of the troubleshooting methodology is to test the theory to determine the cause. So once you believe you have established probable cause, it is now time for you to test the theory to determine the cause. To test the theory, change what you think is causing the problem. Some examples could be updating the device drivers, uninstalling the device, and letting the operating system reinstall the device, swapping out cables, moving a USB device to a different port, installing updates on the operating system, or installing updates for apps. Now, after you make a single change in the system, retest it to see if the problem is solved. Now, as a side note here, if you do not record the current configuration of the system's hardware and software before you make a change to test your theory, you will not be able to reset the system to its previous conditions if your first change does not solve the problem. Now, once the theory is confirmed, you need to determine the next steps to resolve the problem. So if your theory is confirmed, you got to go ahead and solve the problem. So here are some examples from the previous section. So you updated the device drivers. Now you continue to use the updated device drivers. You uninstalled the device and you let the operating system reinstall the device. If the device now operates properly, then continue to use it. You swapped out a cable. If the replacement cable is not needed elsewhere, continue to use it. You move the USB device device to a different port. If the USB device now works, you must decide if the USB port host device, the card, motherboard, or hub, is needed to be replaced. You installed updates to the operating system. If installing these operating system updates solve the problem, then plan to implement this solution on other affected systems. Then you installed updates for apps. If installing the updated apps solve the problem, then plan to implement this solution on other affected systems as well. If the theory is not confirmed, you need to establish a new theory or escalate the problem. So if you come to the conclusion that your theory doesn't work, the next thing you need to do is develop a new theory and test it. If you are confident that your theory is what is causing the problem and you have identified the correct problematic subsystem, you need to move to the next step in the process of testing the subsystem. So for example, if you remove a USB cable from a USB port and plug that same cable into a different yet similar system and the system works fine, then your issue might not actually be the USB cable, but the actual USB port on the original system. Some of the issues could be damaged contact pins or a buildup of dirt inside of the port. Now, if you have concluded that there is no dirt nor any damaged contact pins inside of the USB port, your next step may be to escalate the problem to the next support tier. Step 5, we need to establish a plan of action to resolve the problem and identify potential effects. So once you have identified the problem and discovered a solution, it is now time to establish a plan of action to resolve the problem and identify potential effects. An example for how to deal with a malware outbreak is as follows. You need to identify and research malware symptoms, quarantine the infected systems, disable the system's restore in Windows, remediate the infected systems by updating the anti-malware software, scan and use removal techniques in safe mode or the pre-installation environment. You need to schedule scans and run updates. You need to enable system restore and create a restore point in Windows. And then finally, and most importantly, you need to educate the user. Step 6, you need to implement the solution or escalate as necessary. So if you are responsible for implementing the plan of action, follow it carefully. Be sure to note any problems with the plan or any additional problems that you may observe. If you are not responsible for implementing the plan of action, escalate it to the department that is responsible. Step 7, you need to verify full system functionality and, if applicable, implement preventative measures. Now, once you have implemented the solution, the next step is to check to make sure that the system, peripheral, or device actually does what it is supposed to do. An example of a full functionality test can include some things like this. Connect to a wired network and open a folder and then a file. Then connect to a wireless network and open a folder and then a file. Connect to the internet and view a page that changes frequently, such as a news aggregator. Print to a local printer, print to a network printer. Open a file from local or network storage, edit it and save it under a different name. Scan a document or photograph, copy a file to a USB drive, burn an optical disc, extend the desktop or mirror dual displays depending on the task requirements. Scroll through a document with the mouse or pointing device. Pinch zoom a web page with the touch screen. Run a backup, run the OS and app update process, and run an app and use it normally by opening something, editing it, saving the data, and then closing the app. And then finally, you need to document your findings and lessons learned, actions, and outcomes. So when it comes to problems arising in IT, more than likely you are going to encounter similar problems over and over again. Instead of approaching each problem as if it is the first time you've seen the problem, the best approach is to document your findings, lessons learned, actions, and outcomes for each problem you have solved so that you can build a repository of solutions for future problems you are bound to encounter again in the near future. Be sure to add any figures such as screen captures, diagrams, photographs, etc. that will help you and others solve similar problems next time. Detailed documentation is your friend when it comes to solving problems in IT. All right, so now let's go ahead and get into some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? So the first question is, identify symptoms is a part of which step? Is it step 2, the research, the knowledge base, and or the internet? Step 4, testing the theory. Step 1, identifying the problem. Or Step 6, implementing the solution or escalating the problem. So identifying symptoms is a part of which step? The correct answer is step 1. It's part of identifying the problem. All right, next question. You have swapped a cable with a brand new cable and the device still does not work. Which of the following is the correct conclusion to draw? Is it something else besides the cable is wrong? Is it the port is defective? Is it the replacement cable is not known to be working? Or is the device defective? So you have swapped a cable with a brand new cable and the device still does not work. Which of the following is the correct conclusion to draw? The correct answer would be the replacement cable is not known to be working. So the brand new cable, you have no way of verifying if that thing actually works or not. All right, and the final question is, setting up staff training to avoid malware and viruses is an example of what? Establishing a plan of action, identifying a problem, testing a theory, or preventative measures. So setting up staff training to avoid malware and viruses is an example of what? The correct answer is preventative measures. Teaching your staff to not click on random links in emails is important, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So in summary, we have talked about the troubleshooting methodology. In this video, you will learn about troubleshooting problems related to motherboards, RAM, CPUs, and power. So let's talk about some common symptoms. So the first one is unexpected shutdown. So typical causes for unexpected shutdowns include the following. You have what is called dead electric shorts, and you need to make sure everything is secure and properly seated. All RAM cards are properly seated. All case panels are properly screwed in, etc., etc. The next one you have is called CPU overheating. You need to check fan speed and clean it if it is dirty. Replace any fans if they have failed or if they are turning too slowly. Then you have the issue of power supply overheating. You need to clean the power supply or replace the power supply with a higher wattage rated unit if necessary. And then you have power supply failure. You need to test the power supply to verify that it is operating properly. Another symptom we have is system lockup. So a system lockup, which is also known as a hang or a freeze, this occurs when either a process or system ceases to respond to inputs. A typical example is when a computer's GUI no longer responds to the user typing on the keyboard or moving the mouse. System lockups are typically caused by the corruption of memory contents. To diagnose a system lockup, you want to shut down the system, remove and install memory, and remove dust from the modules, the sockets, the cooling vents, and the fans. If the problem persists, then your memory just might be overheating. You can check the specifications to make sure you have the proper memory installed for the CPU and or the motherboard. If the memory has been overclocked, you need to reset the memory back to factory specifications. Overclocking tends to generate excess heat, which can cause damage to components, and then you need to consider adding additional system cooling. Another common symptom is post beep codes. Now, post, it stands for power on self-test. The computer post checks a computer's internal hardware for compatibility and connections before starting the remainder of the boot process. If the computer passes the post, the computer may give a single beep as it starts and continues the boot process. Now, understand that some computers may beep twice, while other computers, they just might flash flashing lights. However, if the computer fails the post, the computer will not generate a beep or a beep code telling the user the source of the problem. Beep codes, they do vary by BIOS makers, so you need to check the documentation for the system or motherboard to determine if beeping, blinking, or other reporting methods are used to indicate post problems. Also understand that beep codes can only be heard on systems that have speakers. Now here is a fancy schmancy chart put together showing you common errors and their beep codes. But like I said, each BIOS maker, they have different beep codes, so check your documentation. Another common symptom is blank screens on boot up. So a blank screen on boot up can be caused by a variety of video configurations or cabling problems, and some of which can be caused by motherboard issues. And some of those issues are you have inactive video ports on a system that will cause a blank screen. So be sure to plug displays into an active video port. If you have a display with 2 or more inputs and it is not configured to use the correct cable, the display will also be blank. You need to make sure all cables are properly secure. All your DVI, VGAs, HDMI, mini HDMIs, display ports, and mini display ports. You need to make sure all of those things are secure. Now, if all of the cables and display input settings are correct, but there still is not an image displaying on the screen, then simply replace the entire display assembly. LCD and LED display modules for laptops and desktops are way cheaper today than they used to be some years ago. There really is no need to go open up a display to fix an inverter or an LCD, CCFL, or an LED driver board. Just simply replace the display unit. Another common symptom is BIOS time and setting resets. So BIOS time and settings reset issues are typically caused by either the CMOS battery on the motherboard or the CMOS chip. If date and time settings or other BIOS settings reset to system defaults or display CMOS corrupted errors, replace the CMOS battery and reset the BIOS settings to correct values. If the CMOS chip on the motherboard is damaged, then the entire motherboard has to be replaced. If other settings such as BIOS passwords have been lost or corrupted, the CMOS contents can be cleared by using a jumper on the motherboard. You need to see your motherboard or system documentation for details about the jumper location and how to properly use it for your particular motherboard. And here is a wonderful picture showing you the location of a CMOS jumper. Another common symptom is attempts to boot to incorrect devices. So in the BIOS settings, the boot sequence determines which drives can be used to start a computer and in what order. Non-bootable drives in the boot sequence will prevent the system from starting. So for example, if a USB drive is listed first and a non-bootable USB drive is plugged in, the system will not start. To remedy this, you need to change the boot order to display the location where the operating system is installed, which is typically on the system hard drive, and then reboot the computer. Another common symptom is continuous reboot. So hardware failures or system instability can cause a computer to reboot continuously. The problem could be the RAM, hard drive, power supply, graphics cards, some external device, or an overheating BIOS issue. Now, ways to mitigate this problem are as follows. You can apply troubleshooting in safe mode. You can disable the automatically restart feature. You can disable fast startup. You can uninstall latest installed apps. You can uninstall latest Windows apps. You can update the system drivers. You can reset Windows to the earlier system restore point. You can scan your system for malware, check for hardware issues, and check external devices to see if any of them are causing the restart issues. Another common symptom is no power. So no power to the system can be caused by several issues such as the following. Power supply failure. You need to use a multimeter or a power supply tester to determine if your power supply has failed. You have incorrect front panel wiring connections to the motherboard. You need to check the markings on the front panel connectors, the motherboard or other motherboard system manuals to determine the correct pinouts and installation. You can have loose or missing power leads from power supplies. You need to make sure the power supplies from the power supply are connected firmly to the motherboard. The connectors, they will lock in place, and you can check for surge suppressors or UPS failures. So you need to replace the defective surge suppressor or UPS unit or replace the battery in the UPS unit. Another common symptom is over overheating. So overheating power supplies can cause system failure and possible component damage, and they could be due to any of the following reasons. Reasons such as overloading. An overloaded power supply is caused by connecting devices that draw more power than the power supply is designed to handle. You can have fan failure. The fan or fans inside the power supply cool it and are partly responsible for cooling the rest of the computer. If the fan fails, the power supply and the entire computer are at risk of damage. So you need to replace fans if necessary and check your instructions for how to do that. You can have inadequate airflow outside the computer. So if the computer is kept in a confined area without adequate ventilation, power supply failures due to overheating are likely. You can have inadequate airflow inside the system. You need to use cable ties to secure excess ribbon cables and power connectors out of the way of the fan and the power supply. And you need to make sure the case fans and the CPU fans are working correctly. And then you can have a bunch of dirt and dust. You need to use a vacuum cleaner specifically designed for computer use, or get a can of air or compressed air to remove dirt and dust from the inside of the system. Another common symptom is loud noise. So computers are designed to usually run quietly with a low hum. Loud noises can be an indicator of quite a few issues that you need to check on immediately. So issues such as screeching, rattling, or thumping noises that can indicate that there is a problem or an issue with your fans. If you hear grinding noises, that can indicate that there may be loose connections inside of your case. And if you hear scraping or clicking noises, that could indicate that there may be an issue with your hard disk drive. So you need to be sure to back up all of your data if this is the problem. Another common symptom is intermittent device failure. So intermittent failures of USB bus powered devices usually happen because the devices draw power from the system's power supply via the USB port. These types of failures, especially for devices with low power draws, such as mice and keyboards, can be an early sign of an overloaded power supply. In that case, you would need to replace the power supply with a higher rated unit. Other intermittent failure issues by way of USB devices or internal devices could be due to damaged cables, connectors, or ports. To troubleshoot these problems, first thing you need to do is turn off the device and replace the data cable with a working replacement. Then you need to turn on the device or the computer. You need to test the device. If the device works correctly, then the problem is solved. If steps 1 through 3 do not solve the problem, you need to use the original data cable and try plugging it into a different internal or external port. Then repeat steps 2 through 3. Then try steps 1 through 4 again, but this time use a replacement power connector or AC adapter. When you find the defective component, then the problem should stop. If the problem is not resolved with different data cables, connectors, or power supplies and AC adapters, then the device itself needs to be replaced. Another common symptom is fan spins or no power to other devices. So if a fan spins and a computer never displays any startup messages, you need to check the following. You need to make sure the main ATX and 12-volt ATX or EPS power leads are securely connected to the appropriate sockets. And you need to make sure the CPU and memory modules are securely installed in the appropriate sockets. Indicator light. So an indicator light is a light or LED that prompts the user to the status of a hardware device, and these lights are usually located on the front or top of most desktop computers. If these lights go out but the system is still working properly, you need to check the indicator light's motherboard connection. Smoke or burning smell. So the sight and or smell of smoke means that your computer has serious issues with its hardware and you need to unplug the computer from the power source immediately. If you see smoke or smell a burning odor with a chemical overtone coming from the power supply's outside vent, your power supply has just died. When a power supply blows up like this, it can also destroy the motherboard, bus-powered USB devices connected to the computer, and various other components. Proprietary crash screens are the blue screen of death / pinwheel. So proprietary crash screens such as the Windows Stop Error, also known as the blue screen of death or BSOD, or the Mac pinwheel can be caused by the operating system, application, or hardware errors. Stop errors can occur either during startup or after a system is running. Regardless of when a stop or a blue screen of death error occurs, the system is halted by default. If the computer does not restart on its own, you must turn off the computer and turn it back on manually. But before you do that, you need to record the error message text and other information so that you can research the problem if it reoccurs. Disintended capacitors. So a capacitor is a component made of two or sets of two conductive plates with a thin insulator between them and wrapped in ceramic and a plastic container. When the capacitor receives a direct current, a positive charge builds up on the plate or the set of plates, while a negative charge builds up on the other. Capacitors are used as part of the voltage step-down circuits that provide power to the processor. A distended capacitor is what happens to a capacitor when it fails and the flat top bulges out, indicating failure. Disintended capacitors can cause system failures and sometimes physical damage to the motherboard. And here is a lovely picture of some disintended capacitors so you know what to be on the lookout for. And then finally, let's talk about log errors and error messages. So a computer log is a detailed list of application information, system performance, or other user activities. A log can be useful for keeping track of computer use, emergency recovery, and application improvement. To access logs and error messages, you would simply go to the control panel, administrative views, and the event viewer. So now let's go ahead and get into some of this wonderful check on learning, shall we? The first question is, Bob has had his computer for a while and was just bragging to his friend about how reliable it was. The next morning, he goes to power on his computer and nothing happens. He checks and makes sure all cords are plugged in, but still no luck. What could be the issue? Is it not enough memory to turn on? Is it no power? Is it overheating? Or is it an unexpected shutdown? So Bob got his brand new computer. It's working all fine and dandy. Everything's plugged up. But for some reason, this thing isn't turning on. So what is the problem? The answer is there's no power. Yep, just as simple as that. There is no power getting to this computer. That's why this thing is not turning on. The next question is, John is a data scientist and consistently plays around with large data files on his desktop computer. While trying to pull up one extremely large file, John begins to hear a very loud clicking noise. What could this possibly indicate? Is it a disconnected network connection, mechanical drive failure, read-write head that needs cleaning, or faulty hard drive cables? So what is causing this loud clicking noise? The correct answer is he is experiencing mechanical drive failures. And the final question is, Mike loves music and has recently borrowed a USB drive from his friend to copy over a new album. He leaves the USB drive inserted into the computer and shuts it down for the night after he is finished. The next day, he goes to boot up his machine and it displays a message saying operating system not found. What could be the problem? Is it bad RAM, corrupted music file, the operating system not found virus, or the incorrect boot sequence? So what is causing this error? Correct answer is an incorrect boot sequence is causing that error. All right. So in summary, we have talked about troubleshooting common hardware problems that pertain to the motherboard and RAM, CPUs, and power. In this video, you will learn about issues associated with hard drives and RAID arrays. So let's talk about some of the common symptoms. So the common symptoms that are associated with hard drives that can affect the overall performance of a hard drive are as follows. You have read-write failures. These can be caused by dropping the magnetic drive, damaged cables, so you want to swap out those cables, damaged SATA host adapters on the motherboard, overheated hard disk, and overheated CPU or chipset. And if that's the case, you need to remove the dust and dirt, remove any loose or failed heat sinks, and remove old thermal grease. Another issue is slow performance, and this could be caused by reduced performance configuration of 3 gigabits per second or 6 gigabit per second drives, using 3 gigabit per second cables with 6 gigabit per second drives and host adapters, SATA host adapters that have been configured for IDE or emulation mode, and SATA host adapters that have been configured to run at reduced speeds. Another issue could be loud clicking noises, and this could be caused by repeated rereads of defective disk surfaces by the hard disk drive heads. So you need to make backups immediately and replace the disk. Humming noises can be caused by the rapid head movement on a normally functioning hard disk. Another issue could be the failure to boot, and this could be caused by a couple issues. You could have a failure to boot due to the boot sequence not specifying the hard disk or not listing system hard disks after drives with the non-bootable media. It can also be caused by the CMOS settings, which may have been corrupted, and the system cannot find the bootable drive. And then it can also be caused due to the boot configuration data store being used by Windows to control disk booting that has potentially been corrupted. Another issue could be the drive not being recognized, and this could be caused by a bus-powered USB hard disk not being recognized, USB or Thunderbolt drives that aren't recognized, and SATA hard disks or SSD drives that are not being recognized. What if you can't find the operating system? Well, this could be the result of a non-bootable disk in the USB drive. The boot sequence is not listing the hard disk or the incorrect installation of another operating system. What if the RAID isn't found? Well, this could be the result of the RAID function being disabled in the system BIOS. So you will want to reconfigure the SATA ports used for RAID as RAID and then restart the system. Or it could be due to power or data cables to RAID drives that have been disconnected. So you need to reconnect those cables to the RAID drives and restart the system. What if the RAID stops working? This could be because of a failure of one or more disk drives in the RAID array. So let's take RAID 0, for instance. If you determine that this drive has failed, you need to replace it and follow the vendor's recommendations to recreate the array, restore the latest backup, but also understand that any data that has not been backed up will be lost. What if it has to deal with RAID 1, 10, or 5? You need to determine which drive has failed, replace it, then follow the procedures provided by the RAID vendor to rebuild the array. Now, if both drives have failed in RAID 0 or RAID 1, the arrays must be rebuilt with new drives and the latest backup has to be restored. Any data that has not been backed up will be lost. Now, if 2 or more drives have failed in RAID 10 or 5, recovery options may vary according to the exact configuration of the array. So for the recovery options, you need to see your RAID vendor's documentation. And finally, let's talk about smart errors. So self-monitoring, analysis, and reporting technology is a defect warning feature supported by both SATA and PATA hard disks. When smart errors are displayed, you need to back up the system immediately to determine if the drive is actually bad or if the message was a false positive. You need to download and run the disk testing software provided by your system or drive vendor. Typical items that are monitored when it comes to smart errors are as follows. You have drive temperatures, read, retries, slow spin ups, and too many bad sectors. Now, here are a couple of smart warnings that you might need to be on the lookout for. So if you see a message that says hard disk failure is imminent, a hard drive in your system reports that it may fail, or smart failure is imminent, you need to back up your data. All right, so that's it for this lesson. So we have talked about issues associated with hard drives and RAID arrays. In this video, you will learn about common symptoms associated with video, projector, and display issues. Let's talk about VGA mode. So a Windows computer will start in VGA mode if low resolution mode or safe mode has been selected at startup or if the correct drivers are not available. So you will want to check the following if this occurs. You want to make sure the correct chipset drivers for the motherboard and system drivers have been installed. If you're using a separate video card, you want to be sure to install the new drivers after the card is installed. If the system is being upgraded or replaced with a new video card with a different manufacturer's chipset, you want to uninstall the current video card drivers and support apps from Device Manager and Program and Features. And here is a pretty little picture letting you know if you are in VGA mode or low resolution mode. What if you have no image on the screen? So having no image on the screen can be due to a variety of different reasons according to the computer and the display type, and we simply just don't have enough time to go over every single issue. Let's talk about overheating shutdowns. So to avoid overheating shutdowns with projectors, you want to check the following. You want to clean or replace filters when recommended by the manufacturer or the actual projector itself. You want to ensure that the projector has adequate ventilation. You want to clean air intakes and exhaust ports for dirt and dust. To reduce the heat, you want to use lower brightness settings. And you want to allow for the projector to completely cool down before disconnecting it from power. Let's talk about dead pixels. So a dead pixel or a defective pixel or a black pixel is a pixel on an LCD that is not functioning properly. Dead pixels are usually the result from manufacturing defects in the LCD screen. Some dead pixels are actually stuck in the on position to where they are forever bright, or they are stuck in the off position to where they are forever dark. Due to the relatively cheap prices of displays, the easiest fix for resolving dead pixel problems is to simply replace the LCD display. Let's talk about artifacts. So artifacts, which are more commonly known as digital artifacts, are errors such as distorted shapes, colors, pixelated images, scrambled text, or lines through an image that occur during signal transmission or interpretation. Artifacts can be caused by an overheated GPU or projector, overclocked GPU, overcompressed graphics, overcompressed video, and low resolution video or image that has been enlarged for a higher resolution display. Now, to solve the problems with overheating problems with the GPU, you want to check the card's cooling fan. You want to check the CPU heatsink fan with the CPU integrated video, and you want to disable overclocking and return the card or the system to the normal clock speeds. What if you have incorrect color patterns? So to fix incorrect color patterns on a projector, you want to try the following. You want to make sure you have the correct signal type in the projector menu. You want to replace any failing LCD panels in an LCD projector. You want to clean the projector LCD panels if odd color specks are visible. You want to check to make sure that the LCD ribbon connector connected to the computer's motherboard has not been damaged. And you want to check to make sure that there are no damaged or loose video cables or connectors. What if you have a dim image? So incorrect settings or equipment failure can result in a dim image. So you need to check the following. You need to check the screen brightness controls, check the settings of a display management program that is being utilized, check the built-in screen brightness settings on a mobile device if it happens on a mobile device, check the projector bulb on a projector to see if it's not shining as bright, indicating that it may be time to replace the bulb. Check the inverter on a device that uses a CCFL backlight. Failing inverters can cause dim displays. What if you have a flickering image? So a flickering image can have many causes. So you want to try updating the GPU or the chipset drivers before tinkering with the hardware. Failing inverters can cause flickering on displays using LCD CCFL backlights. If the actual backlight is failing on an LCD, you need to replace the entire display. Check to make sure all cables and connectors are secure. If using a 2-in-1 convertible device, such as a tablet or a laptop, you need to check to make sure that there are no issues with the hinge. Check the PCIe card, power connectors, and the power supply on desktop computers. If problems happen after the computer has been running for a while, it could indicate a heat-related problem. What if you have a distorted image? So distorted images can be caused by several reasons, including the following. So you need to change the video drivers. If image tearing or distortion occurs in 3D games, you need to check the driver versions with the device manager's property sheet or the proprietary app installed by your GPU or video card maker. Display port connections, they can present problems of distortion with the same way some display port cables and connectors are manufactured. So you need to try using a different connection such as a DVI or HDMI between the system and the display. If the problem is still there, you need to replace the display port cable. Let's talk about distorted geometry. So distorted geometry is common with CRT displays, but not with LCD or LED displays. However, other factors can cause these issues. So there's this thing called keystoning. If a projector lens is tilted or pointing downward towards the screen, it can cause non-parallel sides on the projected image. As a result, most projectors, they do have a keystone correction option. If a projector is not at a 90-degree angle to the projector screen, the image will be larger on one side than the other. Some projectors have adjustments for this problem. If a projector does not have that option, you need to adjust the projector or screen position until the image is the same across the screen. Parts of the image coming from a projector might be out of focus if the projector is tilted or is not at a 90-degree angle to the screen. And then you have curved screen HD TVs. They have a subtle geometric distortion that increases at greater off-axis viewing angles. So place the seating closer to the middle of the display. Burn-in. So screen burn-in, which is also known as ghosting, is a discoloration of areas on an electronic display such as a CRT or cathode ray tube display or an old computer monitor or television set caused by cumulative non-uniform use of the pixels. Burn-in can also affect LCDs and plasma displays as well, and there's really not much you can do about it. And finally, let's talk about oversized images and icons. So booting a computer in limited resolution or VGA mode. This can cause oversized images and icons in Windows. The menus and icons are rather enormous, and as a result, some apps cannot be used at that resolution. To fix, you need to restart the system and select resolutions from the display properties sheet in the control panel. But please understand that there are some options in Windows that will allow for you to purposely make the icons very big. All right, so that is that for this lesson. We have just finished talking about common issues associated with video, projectors, and display issues. In this video, you are going to learn about common mobile device issues. All right, let's talk about some common symptoms. So the first one is no display. So no display on a laptop could be caused by a variety of issues such as failure of the LCD inverter or backlight, damaged cables connecting to the LCD inverter, failure of LED control boards, display panel failures, onboard display, critical failures, laptop being toggled to use an external display with a function key. Now, to fix some of these issues, what you will need to do is just try toggling the laptop to use an internal display. Try connecting it to a monitor or a projector. If the external display works, then the issue may be with the LCD CCFL backlight on the LED control board or the actual LED backlight. If the external display doesn't work, then the motherboard may need to be repaired or replaced. If a tablet or smartphone has no display issues, it is usually due to the unit being out of power. So to fix this, you want to connect it to a charger, wait about 10 minutes and then power it back on. If there is still no display, then the device needs to be serviced or replaced. What if you have a dim display? So to fix the dim display issues, you need to check the brightness settings of the device, check the auto power management settings of the device, make sure the ambient light sensor is working and is not being blocked, check the battery level to see if the mobile device is about to run out of power. And if it is, you got to understand that most devices dim the screen in order to preserve the last bit of battery left on the devices before they shut down. After you recharge the device, if the device does not return to its normal brightness, you may need to service the device or just simply replace it. Also, dim displays not caused by user settings. This is usually attributed to the backlight inverter failing on the device. So if this is the case, you will have to service or replace that device as well. What if you have a flickering display on your mobile device? So flickering displays on laptops with the LCD CCFL backlight. This is primarily due to a dying backlight. Damaged LCD ribbon cables connected to the motherboard. They could also be a reason for flickering display issues. The solution to fixing it is to simply replace the entire screen assembly for a new one. What if you have sticking keys? So fixing sticky keys, you can find online vendors who offer individual key replacements for laptops. If your keyboard has multiple sticking keys, it is oftentimes cheaper to simply replace the entire keyboard unit. Intermittent wireless issues. So if the mobile device is experiencing intermittent Wi-Fi due to weak Wi-Fi signals, if the device has a cellular data connection, you need to switch to the cellular data until a stronger Wi-Fi signal becomes available. Also, you can use wireless signal strength indicators that can help you locate strong Wi-Fi signals. What if your battery is not charging? So to fix a battery that is not charging on a mobile device, you need to make sure that the charger is the proper charger for the tablet or smartphone. You need to make sure that the charging port on the device is clean and doesn't have dirt, dust, or other debris inside of it. If the charger has a toggle for an iOS and non-iOS devices, you need to choose the correct setting for your device. You need to make sure that the USB port on the laptop or desktop computer is enabled for USB fast charging. If that option is available, then use that port for charging your device. You also need to check to make sure your charging cables are not damaged and actually work. If they don't work, you need to replace the cables, you need to replace the battery or have the device serviced. If the working cable does not solve the issue, you need to make sure that the battery is properly installed. You need to clean dirt and corrosion on the battery and laptop battery contacts. And if the battery is hot after being charged or has a warped exterior, you need to replace it. What if you have a ghost cursor or pointer drift? So moving the mouse too fast on the screen can cause what is called a ghost cursor. So to fix this issue, you will want to adjust the mouse properties to slow down the acceleration of the mouse. You will want to use a larger mouse pointer. You want to enable visibility options such as pointer trails. And then you will want to press the control key to display the actual mouse's location. Accidentally swiping, pressing on the device's touchpad, or issues with a device's integrated pointing stick. This can also cause issues known as pointer drift problems. To fix this issue, you will need to disable the touchpad or change its sensitivity settings to ignore accidental touches. What if your device has no power? So if a laptop has no power, you need to verify that the battery is not the issue. You need to make sure that the laptop is plugged into a working AC outlet. You need to make sure that the AC power cord running from the AC outlet to the external AC adapter, also known as the power brick, is plugged in completely to the outlet and adapter. And if the power cord is damaged, you need to replace it. What if you have the num lock indicator light? So the num lock indicator lights not turning on, this could signal that there may be a problem with the keyboard. If so, just simply swap out the keyboard. What if you have no wireless connectivity? So to fix this, you need to check the laptop for push button, pressure sensitive touch buttons, or the function key to enable or disable the Wi-Fi. You need to make sure that airplane mode is turned off. You need to check to make sure that Wi-Fi and cellular radios are turned on. Check the Wi-Fi connection signal in your area. If you're having Wi-Fi issues on a laptop, you need to open the access panels to check to make sure that the Wi-Fi antennas are properly connected to the Wi-Fi card. What if you have no Bluetooth connectivity? So to fix Bluetooth connectivity issues on a laptop, you need to press the Bluetooth button or the function key combo to enable the connection. You need to verify that the Bluetooth adapter is installed and enabled. If the Bluetooth adapter is installed, you need to use the Bluetooth configuration utility provided by the computer vendor to set up the adapter to connect to other devices. If the adapter is already set up to connect to other devices, check the Bluetooth settings on those devices and then check to see if airplane mode is turned on. If it is turned on, turn airplane mode off. What if you cannot display to an external monitor? So to fix issues with displaying to an external monitor, you need to use the appropriate keyboard function key combination after connecting the display or projector. You need to check the cabling between the computer and the external display. You need to make sure that the display is set to the correct input. And then you need to try different displays to determine if the problem is the mobile device or the actual external monitor. What about touchscreen non-responsiveness? So dust, dirt, and grease on the surface of the touchscreen. This is the most common reason for why a touchscreen is non-responsive. So to fix this, you need to use anti-static wipes or spray that are designed for touchscreens to clean it. You need to use a stylus made for the touchscreen. If the stylus does not work, you need to power it off, power back on the device. And if the stylus is still not working, then you might need to service the device or replace it. Apps not loading. So to solve problems with applications not loading, you need to check the available storage space and then uninstall apps that you never use. Close apps that you are not actively using to free up RAM. And for web-enabled apps, you need to make sure that you have a good internet connection. Slow performance issues. So to fix slow performance, remove the case and close apps to help cool the device. Check the power management settings, close apps that are running but are not in use, and then close apps before charging the phone. What if you are unable to decrypt email? So missing or out-of-date security certificates on devices can cause issues with decrypting email. So you need to update your security certificates to resolve this problem. So issues with extremely short battery life could be caused by the following. So you don't want to overcharge a device's battery. You don't want to wait until the device is almost out of power to charge it. You need to adjust the screen brightness to the lowest comfortable levels. On an iOS device, you want to turn off the background app refresh. You need to update to the latest operating system or operating system updates available for your device. Use a phone battery helper app that can help manage the charging. Close apps from the iOS app switcher. Shut down an iOS device weekly with the slider switch. And then also keep in mind that extreme cold can drain a battery. So be sure to take weather conditions into consideration. Overheating. So mobile device overheating, this can cause several issues. So you need to make sure that the intake and exhaust fan ports on laptops are not being blocked during use. When running off of battery power, you need to adjust the power settings. You need to make sure the CPU power management drivers are installed. On a tablet or smartphone, you need to shut down unnecessary apps. And some protective cases, they can cause smartphones to overheat. So keep that in mind as well. Frozen systems. So malfunctioning apps typically are responsible for frozen systems. So to fix this, you need to go to the lock screen for a few seconds to help the mobile app start responding. If that does not work, you need to shut down the system, then restart it. Check for updates for the app and the device. If you have no sound coming from the speakers, so no sound coming from the speakers, this can cause several issues. You need to check the volume or mute controls on the laptop or the mobile device. If you're using Bluetooth speakers, you need to make sure that the Bluetooth is turned on and then check the device pairing. With wired speakers, the case might prevent the 3.5mm mini jack connector from making a good connection. It may be necessary to remove the case so that you can establish a good connection. So if the GPS is not working, you need to make sure that the airplane mode is turned off. Airplane mode will disable the GPS, so just simply turn on the GPS in the settings, locations, menu. You have a swollen battery, so overcharging is typically responsible for a battery being swollen. In addition to replacing the battery, check the AC adapter to make sure that it is putting out the correct voltage. All right, let's talk about the disassembling process for proper reassembly. So first thing you need to do, you need to document and label the cables and the screw location. options. So laptop and smartphones typically have a lot of screws of varying sizes. You need to make sure to properly document and label the cables, annotate its size and screw locations, and you can use a digital camera or a smartphone as a tool that can help you with the documentation process. You want to organize the parts. So ways that you can organize the parts is you can use a plastic divided compartment tray from a hardware store to keep the screws and bolts organized. You can place the static sensitive materials such as the CPU, the RAM, etc. into anti-static bags. You want to use anti-static bubble wrap for larger components such as motherboards, and you want to use boxes to protect the case and the trim components. You want to refer to the manufacturer resources before you begin disassembling a device. So get the manufacturer's service number if that is available. Check the underside of a laptop or tablet to find the service or catalog number. Be mindful, we're not talking about the marketing model number. And let's talk about using appropriate hand tools. So always use appropriate hand tools for disassembling mobile devices. They are smaller and they are different in other ways from those needed from a desktop computer. And to find these, just simply go online, type in mobile phone toolkit, and a plethora of options will pop up for you to pick from. All right. So in summary, we have talked about common mobile device issues. In this video, you will learn about common issues associated with printers. Let's talk about streaks. So there are a variety of reasons as to how streaks and smudges can be an issue. And a lot of these reasons are mostly dependent upon the type of printer that's in use. So here are some of the various reasons for streaks in various types of printers. You have laser printers. So this could be caused due to low toner being the typical cause for uneven printing, blank spots, and random streaks. The solution is to remove the toner cartridge and shake it up a little to redistribute the toner. Long vertical streaks across the page are usually caused by damage to the imaging drum. The solution is to replace the drum or the toner cartridge. Next, we have inkjet printers. So dirty print heads or paper rollers, incorrect head gap settings, and incorrect resolution and media settings are the typical reasons for smudges and streaks. The solution is to clean the print heads, use a cleaning sheet to clean the paper rollers, check the print resolution settings in the operating systems and printer properties. Thermal printers. So media and print heads are the typical problems for producing streaks with thermal printers. You need to replace the media if the coating is of poor quality. If pre-printed ink on the media sticks to the print head, you need to replace the media with media printing using heat-resistant ink. And then you need to clean the heating element if it is dirty. And then when it comes to impact printers, dried out ribbons are usually the cause for streaks being produced in impact printers. If the printer has an ink reservoir and it's empty, you need to replace the ink. If not, then just simply replace the ribbon. Let's talk about faded prints. So there are a variety of reasons as to how faded prints can be an issue. And a lot of these reasons are mostly dependent upon the type of printer that is in use. So here are some of the various reasons for faded prints and various types of printers. You have laser printers. So set the printer in a mode that uses less toner. Ensure that the printer is set to use normal print modes for final drafts. Also check the toner levels and operation of the toner belt. When it comes to inkjet printers, if you haven't used the printer in a while, you need to check to make sure that the print nozzles are not clogged and that all the ink colors have not run out. Be sure to clean the nozzles and use the nozzle check utility to ensure proper operation, and also replace any empty ink cartridges. When it comes to thermal printers, you need to ensure that the ribbon is installed correctly and is not installed backwards. If there is still an issue with faded prints, you need to make sure that you are using the proper ribbon for the proper printer. And when it comes to impact printers, you need to check to ensure that the ribbon is not dried out. If it is, go ahead and replace the ribbon. You also need to ensure that the head gaps are not set too wide apart in order to improve printing and to protect the print head from the cartridge. Let's talk about ghost images. So ghost printing happens when an image or text is repeated more than once on a printed page. This is often caused by an issue with the laser printer's toner cartridge, imaging drum, wiper blade, or the fusing unit. To fix this, you need to first consult the service manual for the printer and then clean or replace any defective components. Let's talk about if the toner is not fused to the paper. So toner in a laser printer not being fused to the paper is the result of a failed fuser. Fusers are designed to heat the paper to allow for the toner to fuse to the paper. If the toner ink is not sticking to the paper, you need to replace the fuser. Let's talk about creased paper. So incorrect adjustments to the paper guides that feed paper into the printer are the typical cause for creased paper. You need to ensure that the paper guides are adjusted to the correct width to prevent the paper from moving side to side during the print process, which can produce creased paper. What if the paper is not feeding? So paper not feeding can vary by printer. So in the case of inkjet, laser, or impact printers, you need to check the paper's positioning in the paper tray and also check to ensure that the paper pickup rollers are still functional. And when it comes to impact and thermal printers, you need to check tension rollers and tractor feed mechanisms to ensure that they are operational. If you're experiencing paper jams, this could be caused due to a variety of reasons, such as the paper path issues. So paper moving through inkjet, laser, and dot matrix or impact printers typically follow a complex path of passing by various rollers and or push tractors. The more passes the paper makes, the higher the chance of the paper jamming. If the paper offers a straight through path as to where the printer has a rear paper tray that can be used to override the main paper tray to reduce the print path, use the rear paper tray in conjunction with the main paper tray. What about paper loading, paper type, and media thickness? You need to ensure that the proper paper type and proper paper thickness is being loaded properly. And then what if you have media that is caught inside of the printer? So avoid using creased and damp paper for printing to prevent the paper from getting jammed up inside of the printer or ripping apart during the print process. If that happens, you have to clear out the jammed up paper and or debris before continuing on with the print process. What if you have no connectivity to the printer? So you need to check for loose printer or network cables, check for router or switch failures, and then check the network settings for the printer, such as the SSID settings, the ad hoc settings, and whether or not you have a weak Wi-Fi signal. What if you have garbled up characters that are printed on the paper? So garbled up characters or gibberish characters are the result of various reasons. So you need to check to ensure that the proper print drivers are installed. If the printer can be used in emulation mode, you need to ensure that the correct print drivers are installed and configured properly. If you use a parallel printer cable, this can produce garbled characters as well. What if you have vertical lines on the page? So vertical lines can be caused due to a variety of issues. So when it comes to laser printers, vertical lines can be caused due to debris being stuck on the imaging drum. There's surface damage to the imaging drum. There are dirty components in the printer, such as diffuser, paper roller, charging rollers, etc. And then you need to replace the imaging drum and then clean all the other components. When it comes to an inkjet printer, this can be caused due to the feed roller. And if that is the case, you need to go ahead and clean the feed roller. If you're dealing with a thermal printer that's printing vertical lines, it's more than likely due to a dirty heating element or a failure of the heating element. Angled streaks, they can be caused by a creased ribbon. So if that's the case, you need to adjust the ribbon feed mechanism. And then if you're dealing with these issues with an impact printer, more than likely you have dirt on the paper. And if so, you need to replace the paper. What if you're experiencing backed up print queues? So backed up print queues are caused by printer spools that have been switched to offline mode. Your printer goes offline, the printer is turned off, or the printer has stopped for some other reason. Printer queues are filled up until the print jobs are dealt with. So once this happens, the printer will go back online and then release the print jobs, or it can kill all the print jobs, or you can go ahead and just kill selected print jobs. Now to access the print queue, you need to open the printer icon in the notification area or go to the printers or devices and printers and then open up the printer icon. If you're dealing with low memory errors, these are caused by attempting to print a page in a laser printer that requires more memory than the laser printer contains. The laser printer will attempt to print the page, but then stop once it reaches its memory limit. The laser printer will then display a low memory error message or blinking error lights, which will then require for you to manually eject the page from the printer with only a portion of the page being printed. To resolve this issue, you need to use the printer's data compression, which will cause the printer to print more pages while slowing down the print process. You can successfully do this by reducing the resolution of the print job, reducing the size or eliminating graphics on the page, converting color photos to black and white before you begin the print job. And the best solution is to just simply add more RAM to the printer. If you come across an access denied message, this means that the network printer that you are attempting to print to is preventing your account from gaining access to the printer. So you need to check with your admin to get print rights to that printer. If your printer will not print, you need to ensure that you are attempting to print to the correct printer. If you are using a network printer, you need to check the toner cartridge. If you're using a laser printer and it's only producing blank prints, you need to check to make sure that the network printer hasn't been restricted to certain hours of activity. You need to check to make sure that the correct printer port has been selected when manually setting up a printer. You need to check print cables to make sure that they are correctly connected and not damaged. And if you are using a mobile device to print, you need to make sure you have a print app installed that matches your brand and model of the printer. If you are producing color prints in the wrong print color, this could be normally caused by clogged print heads on inkjets or low and empty toner cartridges in laser printers. You need to use the printer's Windows interface for managing the print preferences, such as ink levels, color management, cleaning and aligning print heads, nozzle checks, conditions of rollers, etc. to fix the problem. If you are unable to install a printer, the most likely reason as to why this is that a user does not have admin privileges to install or uninstall a printer. So you need to check with your system or network administrator about whether or not you are allowed to have elevated privileges in regards to that printer. If you are printing blank pages, you need to check the following. Check to ensure that the tape or the toner cartridge has been removed prior to printing. You need to check to ensure that the printer is not feeding multiple sheets at a time during the print process. And you also need to ensure that the paper is not sticking together. And then check the network configurations if you are using a network printer. If you have no image on the printer display, so to resolve this issue, you need to ensure that the printer is powered on and then wake the display up by pressing a button to quote unquote wake it up. If printing directly from a memory card, you need to ensure that the images on the memory card are in the proper file format prior to printing, such as JPEG and not RAW. And then you need to check to make sure that all cables are plugged in and secure. And then finally, let's talk about failed jobs and print logs. So Windows 10 allows for users to track print jobs by way of enabling print logs on a network printer. To track the print jobs in the event viewer, just simply open up the event viewer in the left pane, expand the applications and services logs, Microsoft Windows and print services. To enable print, right click operational, then select properties, and then check the enable logging box. All right, so in summary, we have talked about common printer issues. In this video, you are going to learn about common issues associated with wired and wireless networks. So let's talk about some of the common symptoms. So the first common symptom you may run across is having no connectivity. So for no connectivity errors, you need to try connecting with another device to verify that there is actually a problem with the network and not the actual device that is trying to connect to the network. If you're using Wi-Fi, you need to make sure that the Wi-Fi is enabled and that you are connected to the proper SSID using the correct password. You need to check to make sure that the network cables are properly connected, and then look for solid green link lights, which will indicate that there is connectivity. And then you need to check the power supply going to the hub, switch, wireless access point, or router. Unplug it, wait about a minute or two, and then plug it back in, and then restart the device to establish network connectivity. Let's talk about another common symptom. That will be the APIPA link local address. So APIPA and link local addresses are assigned to devices if the device is unable to reach the DHCP server, which is responsible for assigning IP addresses to devices. In most SOHO environments, the DHCP is usually the router. So check to see if the router is working properly, and if it is, then restart the computer or the device to see if it gets assigned an IP address from the DHCP. If the problem persists, then you need to check for a bad cable or the inability to connect to a wireless network. Now, to diagnose network problems pertaining to certain operating systems, you want to do the following. So in Windows 7, you want to open the Network and Sharing Center and then click the red X in the Internet Connection dialog to launch the Internet Troubleshooter. And then you want to use the troubleshooter and then follow its recommendations. In Windows 8 in version 8.1, use the search to locate and start the Internet Troubleshooter. Use the troubleshooter and then follow its recommendations. In Windows 10, click the network icon in the taskbar to open the network status window. If not connected, a quote troubleshoot button will appear. Click it to start the Internet Troubleshooter, then go ahead and use the troubleshooter and follow the recommendations. If you are having connection problems with any operating system, turn off the broadband modem, the access device, or the router. Wait about a minute, then turn it back on. If the problem is the broadband modem, access device, or the router, then this should resolve the problem. If it doesn't, you need to contact your ISP because this might be a problem that's outside of your local network. If only one device is affected, you need to disconnect it from the wireless network and reconnect it. For a wired network, just simply restart the computer. Let's talk about intermittent connectivity. So some of the issues that can cause intermittent connectivity are as follows. You have dead spots or poor signal on a wireless network. You need to go ahead and relocate the wireless network. There are too many networks using the same channel. You need to use a wireless network scanning device or app to find a channel with less traffic, then reconfigure the network to use that channel. You're experiencing EMI or RFI interference. So things such as alarm systems, elevators, fluorescent lights, and motors, they can interfere with wired networks running UTP. You need to switch to STP cable or relocate the cables away from the interference. You're having issues experiencing defective network cables. You need to go ahead and replace the cables. And then you need to contact your ISP. You need to contact your ISP after troubleshooting your local network connection if all of these problems persist. So let's talk about IP conflicts. So IP conflicts, they arise when two devices are on the same network trying to use the same IP address. When this happens, neither device will be able to connect to the network. IP conflicts tend to happen when a DHCP server assigns an address to a device that has already been manually assigned to another device, or when an admin assigns an address to a device that is already in use. To avoid IP conflicts, you need to configure devices with manual IP addresses to use a different range of addresses than those used by the DHCP server. Let's talk about slow transfer speeds. So slow transfer speeds, they can be caused by a variety of reasons, some of which are you have damage to cables and connectors. If that's the issue, you need to check the cables for damage and replace them. You have high-speed NICs connecting to low-speed switches. So when using gigabit Ethernet switches and routers, you need to confirm that all networking devices meet the gigabit Ethernet standards of using Cat5e, Cat6, 6A, or 7 cables, and they are configured to use gigabit Ethernet. You're having issues with RFI and EMI interference. So once again, wireless house phones and microwave ovens, they can cause interference with wireless networks. If your router is located near these devices, you need to relocate the router to another spot. Also, you want to switch to a wireless router that uses the 802.11 AC standard and use the 5 gigahertz band to avoid dealing with this type of interference. Let's talk about low RF signals. So low RF signals on a wireless network can be caused by the following: interference from other wireless networks. So you want to use a wireless network analyzer to determine the least used channel for the network and switch to one of those channels. You have issues pertaining to concrete walls messing with the signal. You want to relocate the router and, if possible, add repeaters such as wireless repeaters or power line repeaters. And if you're having issues with an adjustable router or NIC antennas because the antennas are in the improper position, you want to follow the manufacturer's recommendation for proper antenna placement. And then finally, let's talk about the SSID not being found. So if the SSID on the router has been configured to not broadcast its name, a user trying to connect will have to know the name of the network and the encryption key or the password to connect to the network. If an SSD not found error is displayed either by name or as a hidden network, you need to reboot the router. If rebooting the wireless router does not help, open up the router's configuration web page, which can be typically found at the IP address address of 192.168.1.1 on most SOHO routers. You need to open that up to verify that this thing is actually configured as a router, and then change and save the configuration and then try to reconnect again. All right, so in summary, we have just talked about some common networking issues that you may come across as you go out there and begin your career as an IT professional. All right, so if you felt like you have gotten something valuable from this information, go ahead and hit the like button, the share button, drop a comment, but most importantly, subscribe to this channel. Also, go check out my website, Technology G, so that you can get read up on the latest and greatest to help you successfully pass the CompTIA 220-1001 examination. And until next video, ladies and gentlemen, peace.